Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 401, 287, The Fall of the Divine Spirit, Ling Mountain Remnant. Chapter 401, Chapter 287, The Fall of the Divine Spirit, Ling Mountain Remnant. Next chapter within 10 minutes, Chongyang City. The sky was shrouded in mist, and rain was falling. Lin Dongxi, wearing a raincoat, cautiously moved through the narrow alleys. After confirming no one was watching, she lifted the manhole cover and swiftly jumped down. She twisted and turned through the sewer pipes, eventually reaching a massive reservoir, which was full of filth and reeked terribly, but Lin Dongxi paid it no mind. With a sweep of her hand, the sewage rolled to the sides of the reservoir, revealing a large cavity beneath. Lin Dongxi leapt down, passed through a dark passage, and entered a secret chamber filled with layers of formation arrays. She greeted softly and quickly offered the 2 miraculous herbs she just bought. Hong Tianbao, body full of cracks, coughed violently. A Vajra pestle was embedded in his head, from which blood with a shimmering glow flowed. But after consuming the 2 miraculous herbs, the cracks on his body healed slightly, though the severe wound on his head remained. The Vajra pestle constantly emitted Buddha's light, preventing the wound from healing, and could not be removed. This Vajra pestle, forged from maiden's leg bones and 10,000 sacrifices, was an extremely keen weapon, heavy with murderous intent. Chinyuk asked softly, "A bit better." Hong Tianbao gasped, his expression weary. The 2 women fell silent. After a moment, Lin Dongxi bit her lip and spoke, "I don't understand. Why doesn't the Grandmaster intervene?" Beside her, Chun Yuk spoke softly. "The Grandmaster is probably in hiding now as well." She sighed lightly as she spoke. Their current situation was dire, being hunted by the Mandala lineage's followers. A fierce battle broke out not long ago, and Master nearly died. Hong Tianbao sighed lightly. He began to cough violently again, rubbing his temples. "You 2 won't be noticed. Leave quickly." Hong Tianbao spoke sternly. "My spiritual sense is warning me that the Mandala lineage followers are closing in." He breathed heavily and cautioned, "That child still has kindness, compassion, and righteousness in his bones." Hong Tianbao muttered on, instructing Chun Yuk and Lin Dongxi on how to escape and what to do if they met their junior disciple later. He was making final arrangements. Chun Yuk's lips trembled. "It's no use," Hong Tianbao spoke wearily. He paused and spoke calmly. The 2 women remained silent again. Hong Tianbao asked loudly. The pair wasn't indecisive. After only a brief silence, they helped each other stand and prepare to leave. Staying would only mean dying together, with no other purpose. Hong Tianbao watched his 2 disciples leave, exhaling softly, leaning against the wall, the wound on his head still bleeding, yet he was at ease. The chubby old man mumbled to himself, feeling a bit regretful. The old man closed his eyes wearily, his essence, qi, and spirit slowly dissipating, the frequency of his spiritual senses' warnings increasing. The Mandala lineage's arrival was not far off. A gigantic bridge spanning over Yellow Springs. A crystalline porcelain doll gazed dazedly at the grand portal, Ghost Gate. Why would something like this be here? He imperceptibly extended his divine thought, attempting to touch the Ghost Gate, intending to directly absorb it into the divine realm, inevitably failed. Zhang Fuxing clicked his tongue, though it was within expectations. If it were that easy to take away, it wouldn't stand here. Likely, all the deities of the heavens had tried numerous times. As his thoughts churned, a massive rumbling suddenly resounded in the sky. "You've come from afar. Why hide yourself?" The rebuke echoed through the heavens. Everyone on the bridge looked up and saw a valiant divine spirit questioning a red silhouette concealed in the mist. An old bull, stepping from the heavens, sneered. He was domineering, his true self being a great divine power user, even if he was now only a divine embryo at the venerate level. armed with numerous killing arts and marvelous techniques. To slay a venerate of the same realm really wasn't a difficult task. The valiant divine spirits' face darkened at the aspect of deities overrun through the heavens and earth. Everywhere they were significant figures, wielding great power, standing above countless others, and all cherished their reputation. Being taunted in the presence of many deities and cultivators naturally wouldn't let it slide easily. He, with slight anger, a vast Dharma aspect rose behind him, seeming ready to clash over a disagreement. Chapter 402, 287, The Fall of the Divine Spirit, Ling Mountain Remnant 2. Chapter 402, Chapter 287, The Fall of the Divine Spirit, Ling Mountain Remnant 2. Old Bull burst out swearing and decisively struck, manifesting a divine brilliance, transforming into a resounding crimson saber, slashing down from above. The deity roared loudly, the crimson saber enveloped in billowing demonic chi, tearing through the celestial vault. The martial divine spirit's expression changed, apparently not expecting this unknown deity to actually make a move. In haste, the Dharma aspect radiated with brilliance, trying to block the crimson celestial saber. However, the celestial saber hummed. Old Bull, who had cultivated the great sage equal to heaven scripture to minor achievement. His spiritual will was steaming with boundless demonic chi. The demonic chi surged downward, engulfing the colossal Dharma aspect. The celestial saber, emitting a scarlet light, was extraordinary, slicing through the thick, dark demonic chi in just one turn, severing the martial divine spirit's head with it. The gods all stepped back far away, watching the spectacle. They all sensed the extraordinariness of this mysterious newcomer. Judging from the aura, it seemed like a venerate, but the quality of the spiritual will was shockingly high, clearly comparable to that of a great divine power user. A possible incarnation of a great divine power user. Kong Shintong spoke calmly, commenting on the martial divine spirit. Sure enough, the beheaded deity came to its senses, its head glowing like a blazing sun, using its trump card, the headless body swelling, preparing some slaughter technique, but before it could get ready. Old Bull yelled rudely, flipping a large hand. Heavy demonic chi converged, transforming into a flame divine mountain, crashing down thunderously. The martial divine spirit who had just entered the venerable realm was truly frightened, intending to plead for mercy and rescue, but hadn't completed the words. The flame divine mountain, like a millstone, crushed down, gently turning. The divine body exploded, the soul spirit also suppressed and burned through by the flame divine mountain. Amidst the stunned and gaping gazes of countless people, the heavens and earth swayed, divine blood rained down like rain. A venerate fell precipitously. A deity fell. The divine substances harvested before were leaking. Its grotto heaven and cultivated blessed land also collapsed, feeding back into the world, directly resulting in the hundredfold surge of heaven and earth primordial chi for 10,000 miles. Everything was being blessed. Even the heavens and earth resonated, as if cheering. Old Bull in the mist spat, grabbed the dazed residual soul of the fallen deity, and spoke domineeringly. Saying so, it opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow the deity's soul spirit, while the other gods belatedly shouted. But it was too late. Old Bull had already chewed and swallowed the residual soul, even belching contentedly. The venerate's eyelids twitched, ultimately remaining silent, face flushed with anger. A deadly silence enveloped the celestial vault, all gods scrutinizing the unknown newcomer, while Old Bull felt no fear, staring back at each of them boldly. Its gaze was blazing, forcing many venerate-level divine spirits not to dare meet its eyes. Anyway, this wasn't its true body. Old Bull let out a cold snort, lounging down casually on the celestial vault, shouting. The gods exchanged glances. On the bridge, many cultivators about to cross the ghost gate into the lost world stood dumbfounded, Chui Linglong rubber eyes, clicked her tongue, and said, "A venerate, a true divine spirit." She felt incredulous, while the yellow-teethed old man and Jiang Fanio beside her also looked grave. Jiang Fanio instinctively glanced at the old man beside him. The yellow-teethed old man shook his head and said heavily, "I don't know, but it must be extraordinary. Acts are domineering. Means are even more domineering." As he murmured, Ruan Yutu's expression turned a bit odd, obviously also recognizing the crimson shadow in the mist above. Clearly, it was the bull she'd been leading for over half a month. Beside her, Zhang Fuxing was calm. Everything is expected, the incarnation of a great divine power user, also cultivating the great sage equal to heaven scripture and obtaining a bit of merit purple chi. Old bull should indeed have such abilities. Just, its behavior was somewhat cocky. Could it be that sitting under me for too long, its mind was overly repressed? While thinking wildly, the yellow-teethed old man was the first to regain composure, sighed, and said, The yellow-teethed old man clicked his tongue twice. These times are indeed getting tougher and tougher. The six of them, along with many exploration teams, continued forward. After passing through the ghost gate, the blurry world before them gradually became clear, back again. Zhang Fuxing's heart trembled slightly, aware of countless gazes enveloping him. Heavenly gods. To be precise, the gods' gazes enveloped the entire Chongyang heaven and earth, indiscriminately staring at everyone and all living things within, constantly observing every move. At this moment, the yellow-teethed old man leaped off the bridge first, stepping onto the wilderness of Chongyang heaven and earth, then turned back to ask. The four of them turned, looking at the siblings who appeared to be a big and small pair. Wan Yuta blinked, hearing the porcelain doll beside her speak crisply. Chapter 403, 287, The Fall of the Divine Spirit, Ling Mountain Remnant, Part 3. Chapter 403, Chapter 287, The Fall of the Divine Spirit, Ling Mountain Remnant, Part 3. Zhang Fuxing blinked his eyes like a real little child and asked innocently, "But isn't everyone here for the big opportunity?" He was probing, as the yellow-teethed old man and the young girl named Jiang Fanio were not simple, and Li Xuan might not be right either. There was a significant possibility that he was the Li Xuan. Zhang Fuxing felt that the chances of it being a coincidence were slim. After all, it seemed that he possessed certain traits that frequently attracted the remnants of the immortals and Buddhas from the old world. Li Xuan didn't avoid the matter and said cheerfully. The yellow-teethed old man laughed as well. "Doing some research." After a pause, he spoke cheerfully. "Since we're all on the same path, there's no need to part ways." The group had no objections, and they resumed their journey together. "The road to Chongyang is long," Cui Linglong suggested. Even though she was asking, she quickly approached, intending to hold the porcelain doll in her arms. Zhang Fuxing's face darkened, but luckily Ruan Yutu was quick to react and picked him up first. Cui Linglong reluctantly nodded. The six of them hurried through the land, going against the large group of those seeking adventure and opportunity. The Chongyang heaven and earth spanned tens of thousands of miles from the edges of the world to Chongyang City. It's tens of thousands of miles away, but for them, this distance was nothing. In no more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, that once thriving city was already in sight. The porcelain doll, held by Ruan Yutu, murmured, squinting slightly. As they looked out, the situation in Chongyang seemed dire, shrouded in darkness, seemingly suffering from a large-scale blackout. And on the city's edge, many aerospace ships lay fallen, leaving numerous corpses behind. They were the soldiers of Chongyang's military department. Li Xuan felt a touch of sadness and sighed softly. In Chongyang City, it seems many cultists are entrenched. The cultists completely destroyed the station troops of Chongyang City, and now the entire city is nearly in a lawless state, a place of true chaos. He suddenly frowned and asked. The group paused slightly, looking over to see that on the outskirts of the city, near the ruins of some aerospace ships, many monks were gathered, constructing a large altar with an old man bound on top of it. "Those are evil Buddhists," the yellow-teethed old man squinted. I reckon they're from a Mandala lineage. He raised an eyebrow. Nearby, Jiang Fanio asked, is the Mandala lineage performing a ritual? Not an ordinary ritual, the yellow-teethed old man said calmly. After a pause, he continued. Amidst the murmuring of the yellow-teethed old man, the porcelain doll already wore an icy expression, with barely discernible starlight flickering in his eyes, perceiving the underlying causes and effects. In the distance, many monks suddenly turned their heads, peering at them intently. Leading them, a big monk entwined with 6 women, held a compass made from a skull. He glanced at the compass needle, and then at the 6 people in the direction the needle pointed, smiling. This Buddha nature compass is indeed useful. Since they are not from the Mandala lineage, there's naturally only one possibility. The big monk smiled, surrounded by 6 naked women wrapping around him like sinister snakes. As he spoke, the big monk walked forward, each step producing a wondrous lotus, emitting an eternal Brahma sound. He abruptly appeared close, his voice resonant like a morning bell and dusk drum. Chapter 404, 288, Buddha's Mercy. Chapter 404, Chapter 288, Buddha's Mercy. Beyond Chongyang, heaven and earth, above the firmament. The old bull silently gazed at the various scenes within Chongyang, heaven and earth, as the god seated atop the celestial vault kept away from him. At this moment, the gods were also watching. After a pause, this deity at the level of great power spoke. I'm worried. Could it be a repeat of the event from nearly a month ago? The gods were silent. All eyes turned towards Kong Shentong, who had personally experienced the shocking change that day. The latter's expression remained unchanged. Others didn't know, but he was very clear that mysterious old man would also descend here, perhaps even personally building a high heaven city. Kong Shentong spoke calmly. The gods looked at each other. The other great divine power user present spoke at this moment. A divine spirit replied. The old bull's expression shifted, immediately asking, "What's the matter?" No one answered him. A look of displeasure flashed across his face. Choosing the nearest venerate, he stepped forward aggressively. The venerate's complexion changed. The previously speaking great divine power user squinted. The old bull looked at the speaking white-haired elder with a slightly solemn expression. His spiritual thoughts once again surged forth, behind him transforming into an unending flame, divine mountain. The astonishing spiritual quality unmistakably showcased his true realm, a great divine power user. The white-haired elder's expression was solemn. Fellow Taoist, do you wish to have a bout with old me? The old bull spoke flippantly, relying on being merely an incarnation, fearing death not at all, knowing full well his true self was likely no match for the white-haired elder, yet still boasting brazenly. But precisely due to such domineering conduct, the white-haired elder became fearful, snorted coldly, and didn't reply. The chosen venerate was trembling, afraid of following in the footsteps of the previous divine spirit, headlessly being beheaded, or truly perishing, thus dared not hide anything, recounting all matters fully. The old bull's expression grew solemn, not daring to delay, silently relayed the gathered news to his true self, with the true self sealed within a painting scroll, notified Zhang Fuxing. At the same time, within lost heaven and earth, on the altar, Chun Dowling, bound, coughed, his body pierced through by bone nails into skin, flesh, his face full of bitterness, knowing he was certainly doomed today. Chun Dowling sighed lightly. Not only himself, but many high-level Chongyang figures were in dire straits too, followers of other sects advancing step by step. He looked painfully towards the distance, towards the surrounding few, sighed softly again, wondering which Ling Mountain remnant now faced calamity. At the same time, in the distance, a party of 6, surrounded by many Mandala lineage cultists. Chui Linglong furrowed her brows, glanced around. The leading monk raised his brow, with 6 desires celestial maiden crawling on him like a wheel. He smiled. "Qinghe Chui family?" he said, raising the compass in his hand calmly. The few looked at each other, The yellow-teeth old man's expression unchanged. Jiang Feinio, thoughtful. As for the crystalline translucent porcelain doll, she was hanging her eyes quietly at the moment. Zhang Fuxing was receiving the old bull's transmitted news, his brow imperceptibly furrowed. According to the old bull's information, the deities above were attempting to decipher the celestial steel. Though the steel had become rootless, lacking the power of the golden age of Tang, maybe within a month, the steel's limitations would be forcibly lifted partially, permitting venerate-level beings entry. Furthermore, in the foreseeable future, more powerful deities would be able to gradually enter Chongyang heaven and earth. This is not a good thing. Zhang Fuxing thought it through clearly, with Tathagata celestial position felt within Chongyang heaven and earth before obtaining the Tathagata celestial position. Revealing too much would mean deities entering the realm before acquiring it. Then if noticed, becoming a focus for deities would make merging with the Tathagata celestial position tricky. As Zhang Fuxing's thoughts turned, Cui Linglong spoke calmly. After a pause, she continued. The monk calmly replied. As the words fell, he cut open his palm, squeezed out original true blood, dripped it onto the compass. This special skull-made compass trembled slightly. The pointer jumped back and forth, finally locking onto a target. A valiant young man. Li Shiwiwan. Ruan Yuta looked stunned. The yellow-teeth old man, Jiang Feinio surprised, glanced at the young man. Cui Linglong's expression changed. Stepping forward, stood in front of Li Xun and coldly said, she spoke clearly, with a slight hint of nervousness. The monk entangled with the six desires celestial maiden furrowed his brows as well, evidently deep in thought, weighing the pros and cons. He couldn't be sure whether what this person claiming to be from the Cui family said was true or false. But if it were true, to offend the ancestor of the Qinghe Cui family for the sake of a Ling mountain remnant? TSK. He feared he would be made into a human treasure and offered to the ancestor of the Cui family as a form of atonement. With this thought, the monk's gaze flickered and he coughed twice. Before he could finish his words, the pointer of the compass, stained with true blood, turned again, pointing at another celestial-like maiden. To be precise, it was pointing at the porcelain doll in her arms. Everyone turned their gaze. Their eyes locked onto the porcelain doll with downcast eyes. The doll seemed startled from its deep thoughts and lifted its head confusedly. The monk glanced at the violently trembling compass, a look of astonishment overtaking his face. He squinted his eyes and asked, could it be a descended Arhat or Bodhisattva from the Ling mountain lineage? Cui Linglong was stunned, her gaze shifting as she sensed a thread of murderous intent emanating from the monk. She was a bit dumbfounded too. This adorable porcelain doll, is it a descended Arhat or Bodhisattva from Ling Mountain? Cui Linglong understood. An ordinary Ling Mountain remnant was one thing. But if it truly involved a descended Arhat or Bodhisattva, the mandala lineage would never let it go easily. She fell silent for a moment, but eventually shook her head. The monk's face immediately broke into a smile, sighing good 3 times, which was followed by the Buddhist followers advancing further, a dense killing intent unfolding at that moment. Jiang Feinio pursed her lips, glanced at the porcelain doll who looked utterly bewildered and seemed frightened. She felt very sorry and gently tugged at her teacher's sleeve. But the yellow-teeth old man merely shook his head, his gaze looking towards the distant sky. Over there, a figure was treading through the sky, accompanied by Buddha's light and golden lotus. It was clearly a celestial human from the mandala lineage descending. Jiang Feinio couldn't hold back and spoke through a sound transmission. Teacher, he is just a child. The yellow-teeth old man looked at her, sighed. Can't help. I came as just a puppet avatar, not my true form. Jiang Feinio opened her mouth, remaining silent in the end, watching the Buddhist Vajra descend, stepping on numerous wondrous lotuses. The Buddhist Vajra asked coldly. The monk lowered his head, respectfully recounting the causes and effects. This mandala lineage's walking under God raised an eyebrow. Clearly surprised, he glanced at Li Xun, ultimately said nothing, turning to look at the porcelain doll in the arms of the celestial-like maiden. The old man whispered calmly, hand behind his back, walking forward slowly. Chui Linglong and Zhang Feinio both turned their heads away unwillingly, knowing this crystalline and transparent child was about to meet disaster. Li Shuyuan pursed his lips. The elder walked before Ruan Yutu, overlooking this celestial-like maiden, carefully examining Zhang Fuxing. He nodded slightly, smiling peacefully. Could be refined into an excellent human treasure. The elder then turned his gaze to Ruan Yutu, smiling with a measuring gaze, but frowned. This little girl, why does she look somewhat familiar? Seems like he saw her somewhere before. He squinted slightly, then dismissed it, turning aside to command. The monk nodded quickly, reaching out to apprehend them. Li Shiyuan finally couldn't hold back, wanting to step forward but was firmly held back by Chui Linglong. He could only sigh, could only turn his head away. Yet there was a crisp, childish voice ringing at that moment. The few instinctively looked over, looking at the crystalline and transparent porcelain doll. At that moment, the child lying in the maiden's arms appeared calm, even emanating a somewhat solemn aura. The child said softly. The elder raised an eyebrow. Even as he spoke, he couldn't help but lift his eyes, meeting the gaze of that exquisite porcelain doll. Li Shiyuan and the others were completely bewildered, not quite understanding what had just happened. But the elder saw it. He saw the porcelain doll sigh softly, lifting its eyelids, steadily meeting his serious gaze, and it was at this very moment. Zhang Fuxing's eyes ignited with the great sun golden lamp. The celestial old man staring at him was taken aback. Wanting to shout, but couldn't move, he felt as if all his vision was consumed by two great sun golden lamps, seemingly seeing an ancient Bodhi tree towering into the skies. Furthermore, beneath the Bodhi tree, there seemed to be a Buddhaland shimmering brightly. This is venerate, a true venerate. A tremendous fear suddenly enveloped him, and at that moment, the vast Brahma sound echoed in the elder's spiritual world. Buddha's light illuminating, he was being forcibly transformed, about to take refuge. Amid the Brahma sound, the vast Brahma sound was heard only by this celestial being. His ocean of mind was being dyed to a brilliant gold. Above his spiritual world, an enormous OM character was suppressing him, being forcibly taken into refuge. A great majesty like a prison, Buddha's light like an abyss, the vast Bodhi thoughts washing downward. And so, in the bewildered eyes of the others, the elder suddenly prostrated in front of the porcelain doll. He said, "My Buddha." Zhang Feinio rubbed her eyes bewildered. Chui Linglong and Li Xuan were in a daze. Chapter 405, 289. I come from Ling Mountain, descending to earth in 10 days. Chapter 405, Chapter 289. I come from Ling Mountain, descending to earth in 10 days. Requesting a chapter off to make adjustments. We'll provide an additional 4,000 words tomorrow, and we'll update in the afternoon. All of this happened so suddenly that everyone had not yet reacted. When they saw the elderly man on the level of a celestial, revered as walking under God, had already prostrated himself quietly like a devout believer towards that seemingly harmless child. Zhang Feinio was astonished and instinctively transmitted his voice. The yellow-teethed old man did not answer. His face flashed with a trace of solemnity, staring at that porcelain doll. A child named Zhang Fuxing. What a coincidence! He unknowingly stroked his wristwatch and quietly turned towards the little boy in the arms of that fairy-like girl. Meanwhile, Zhang Fuxing marveled in his heart. Truly, the Bodhi thoughts emanating from the plaque of the Great Lane Temple are overwhelmingly powerful. Different from ordinary spiritual thoughts, the Bodhi thought is the true righteous thought of the Buddha. To say nothing else, at least in the aspect of saving all beings, its effect is extraordinarily good. While the Buddhist sexure is good, just a word can enlighten and convert someone. However, he faintly seemed to perceive the true method to attain the Tathagata celestial position. It also requires accompanying or more destined events. Zhang Fuxing murmured in his heart, "It is such, but not only such." The Buddha became the Buddha by meditating for 49 days under the Bodhi tree, ultimately proving the great path, achieving world venerate. Perhaps these two things both need to be done by oneself, but the problem is the 49 days now is already the last day of December, and after 49 days, it's long past February 9th. Zhang Fuxing's mind was restless. After using the Bodhi thought, he himself was infinitely approaching the unknown Tathagata celestial position. Even how to sit on that celestial position had naturally become a realization, but precisely because of this, his heart was bitter. It's difficult, sitting for 49 days under the Bodhi tree aside. The most important thing is that at the time of descending birth, walk 7 steps in the 4 directions, pointing to the sky and touching the earth. How can he be born again? In the midst of restless thoughts, Zhang Fuxing gazed at the prostrate celestial human, feeling many terrifying gazes falling from the celestial vault. Obviously, the deities had insightfully noticed the small disturbance here, observing and overlooking. He only sighed softly, gently patted Ruan Yutu's hand, the latter understanding, let go, allowing the porcelain doll to jump to the ground. Under the uncertain gazes of Li Shen and Cui Linglong, the porcelain doll serenely chanted to the prostrate elder, who decisively stood up, both hands joined, head bowed. A group of Buddhists from the Mandala lineage retreated step by step. The great monk entwined with the 6 desires celestial maiden was terrified. Even if he were foolish, he realized at this moment they had caught a fish. A real big fish. But the problem is, this fish they simply cannot contain. The divine gaze from the heavens increased in number. The porcelain doll lowered its eyelids, sighed softly, knowing it was difficult to hide any longer. Thus said peacefully. Cui Linglong and Li Xuan's expressions changed. The yellow-teethed old man and Jiang Fanio exchanged glances. The divine gaze from above became fervent. From above, high heaven association, above the celestial vault, beyond the celestial vault. Kong Shuntong slightly straightened his posture, his gaze obscure. Is this someone from the high heavens member? He raised his eyebrows, the surrounding deities all in heated discussion, exploring the mystery of the high heaven association. The matter of the high heaven association was something all deities had heard about. The great divine power user withal. White hair murmured. Another deity spoke. Kong Shuntong, an old bull, subtly glanced at the one who spoke. Then they heard from Chongyang heaven and earth. The porcelain doll, claiming to be from above high heaven, continued speaking. On the ground, Zhang Fuxing's voice was clear and peaceful. The Mandala lineage believers looked at each other. Li Shuyuan had 3 question marks appear on his forehead. Descend in 10 days? What does that mean? Zhang Fuxing did not care whether they understood or not. He continued on his own. Everyone was puzzled, looking at each other. Only the sincerely devout elder made a gesture. Zhang Fuxing sighed, then walked forward. The surrounding believers unconsciously parted, making way for him. Cui Linglong was stunned, watching that crystal-clear child pass through the crowd, step by step, slowly and steadily, until reaching the distant altar. Chun Dowling struggled to lift his head, looking in confusion at this child he had never met, only to see him coming, stepping on the void as if on one level of an invisible staircase after another, until approaching and surpassing himself. Chapter 406, 289. I Come from Ling Mountain, Born After 10 Days, Part 2. Chapter 406, Chapter 289. I Come from Ling Mountain, Born After 10 Days, Part 2. The young boy had an impressive appearance as he placed his hand on Chun Dowling's forehead. A faint Buddha's light emanated from his palm, and a flow of Bodhi thoughts streamed out, in an instant healing all of Chun Dowling's injuries, even sculpting Arhut bone. Chun Dowling was stunned, completely unaware of what had happened, and then saw the boy turn around, step by step walking back to the mysterious young girl, like an immortal descended to the world. Zhang Fuxing smiled gently. The yellow-teethed old man's expression was extremely serious. The sudden occurrence of this scene was too strange, and most crucially, he tried to use his wristwatch to measure the time particle fluctuations on this child. Nothing was found. The child seemed to be shrouded in a faint mist, making it impossible to calculate, and it was unknown if this Zhang Fuxing was truly the real Zhang Fuxing. No one objected. Under the terrified gaze of the Buddhists, the group of 5 followed behind the crystalline porcelain doll, heading towards Chongyang City. Upon entering the city, the porcelain doll spoke. Its voice echoed over an 800-mile radius, as if making a divine decree. The vast sound rose, causing a momentary silence in Chongyang City. Many strong wills emerged, with lots of gazes cast towards them. The grand sound echoed in the governance building. Hu Zhongli, Li Guoquan, and others walked to the window, looking far into the distance. The recently emerged from the underground pipelines Lin Dongxi and Qin Yuk also raised their heads, listening to the sudden grand sound. As for underground, Hong Tianbao, hiding in a secret chamber, also suddenly opened his eyes. From high heaven, Ling Mountain? The youthful grand sound continued to reverberate. Gazes fell upon them. A celestial human squinted, intending to provoke. A huge palm seal descended from the void. The yellow-teeth old man's expression changed, prepared to act to protect his disciple beside him. But at that moment, the child walking ahead clasped his hands together, lifted his head, quietly observing the huge palm seal falling from the sky. He said, in the calm, youthful voice, the huge palm seal suddenly dispersed like smoke, as if it never existed. The celestial human, unconvinced, attempted a second attack, summoning the catastrophe of wind. The fierce wind blew. Where it passed, some tall buildings turned into dust. The child spoke. The fierce wind, capable of dissipating the body and soul of a celestial human, simply swirled in front of the child, unable to penetrate any further. Zhang Fuxing's clear, youthful voice resonated over an 800-mile radius. The probing celestial human sneered once, then concealed himself. But at that moment, in the horrified gaze of Jiang Feinio and Cui Linglong, under the solemn eyes of many powerful wills, the porcelain doll sighed a third time. He closed his eyes, then reopened them. His eyes seemed to twinkle with 2 great sun-golden lamps. As he spoke, in Zhang Fuxing's eyes, the path of cause and effect reflected, tracing back to the place of that celestial human. Under the opponent's horrified gaze, he reached out, tracing the cause and effect without obliterating the celestial human, only sighing compassionately with a sense of pity. Thereafter, Zhang Fuxing's hand swept, and precisely from the numerous causes of that celestial human, he found the birth and existence cause. Extracting, peeling away. Without the cause of birth, there naturally was no result of existence or living. Under many silent watching eyes, the third declined celestial human was silently erased, as if he had never existed, never lived. The vast Chongyang City fell into dead silence. The extraterritorial gods, previously calmly overlooking here, were all changed in expression. A divine spirit exclaimed in shock, originally expressionless. Kong Shintong also frowned tightly. It is the Tao of cause and effect. The gods looked at each other. Even the white-haired elder at the great divine power user level's expression changed. The Tao of cause and effect is one of the most mystical paths in the world, comparable perhaps solely by time. Time is wondrous. Cause and effect is mysterious. Both are utterly unreasonable phenomena. At the same time, within Chongyang heaven and earth, the porcelain doll, majestic in appearance, clasped his hands together, taking one step at a time, moving forward. No anomalies, no celestial lights, no Brahma sounds. He walked to the very center of this city, amidst the silence of the entire city. The 5 people behind also traveled accordingly. Thereafter, under countless watching eyes, the porcelain doll sat down cross-legged, speaking compassionately. Chapter 407, 289. I come from Ling Mountain, descending after 10 days _3. Chapter 407. Chapter 289. I come from Ling Mountain, descending after 10 days _3. He quietly chanted and sighed. Then amidst the bewilderment and astonishment of countless people, the porcelain doll entered nirvana. That's right. just silently entered nirvana and passed away. He withered first, then cracked, and finally disintegrated into a handful of dust and clay. The dust and clay fell to the ground, forming a small pile from which a small sapling sprouted. With each blow of the wind, the sapling grew taller, stronger. With each blow, getting even taller, even stronger, the sapling exuded a faint Buddha's light, and the tree's texture flowed with an intense Buddha nature and Buddha rhythm. That was the Bodhi tree. Heaven and earth fell silent. Amidst the deathly silence, gaze after gaze fell on the few who stood bewildered before the Bodhi sapling. The yellow-teethed old man's mouth twitched. More and more gazes fell down. Divine realm, above the cloud sea of the celestial realm. Zhang Fuxing sat solemnly at the gate of the great Lane Temple, exhaling a faint breath, his form extremely dim. The recent actions, seemingly casual, were astonishingly consuming. Forcibly tearing away the birth cause of a celestial human almost exhausted Zhang Fuxing, but he had to do it. He needed to know whether the birth cause could indeed be successfully severed, in order to sever his own birth cause, to enter nirvana, to become extinct, to transform and pass away. Of course, the nirvana, extinction and transformation, was only of his physical body, turning to dust and clay, falling to the ground. As for his spiritual will, true spirit, and soul, they were perfectly fine. That was indeed a real Bodhi sapling. Zhang Fuxing glanced aside, looking at an ancient Bodhi before the gate of the Great Lane Temple, the tree having no exotic manifestations, merely emanating a vast purity and tranquility, and that was enough. It was with the power of touching void that he plucked a leaf from the Bodhi tree, then forcibly refined illusion into reality. This nearly led him to spiritual exhaustion and death. But ultimately, it succeeded. It was an extraordinarily bold attempt, letting his physical self become extinct, depriving his own birth cause, then planting a Bodhi tree. Thus, Zhang Fuxing could go through the unavoidable fate events of descent and 49 days under the Bodhi tree. As for what to do if he failed, no big deal, just altering the recent past a little and thinking of other ways. Moreover, he succeeded. Zhang Fuxing's will observe through the small Bodhi sapling, watching the few being gazed at by countless celestial humans and even deities. He did it intentionally. The yellow-teethed old man and the girl named Jiang Feinio had very mysterious origins, their cause and effect obscured. Unclear. Chui Linglong was all right, but that Li Xuan, both a Ling Mountain remnant and bearing such a name, coupled with his peculiar constitution, frequently encountering beings from the old world, Zhang Fuxing couldn't help but think more. He just wanted to see what was going on with these people. Now, though, Zhang Fuxing mumbled to himself, his eyes exuding a deep, obscure light. He was pondering, contemplating, considering. Finally, he had an extremely bold and reckless idea. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. He coughed, then quietly stood up, quietly descended into the human layer of the divine realm, to the dynasty called Hua Country. He walked to the imperial palace, into the grand hall named Hua Palace, looking towards the statue of Hua. A watcher reprimanded. Zhang Fuxing ignored them, walking up to the divine statue that had been a tributor for 4,600 years, holding a Yao cup in his hand. He cast the Yao cup, just as he once inquired of Tai Ching. Zhang Fuxing quietly chanted, continuously casting 9 Yao cups, which turned into 9 holy grails. A wind blew, while a statue flickered dimly and brightly. It agreed. Zhang Fuxing's face broke into a radiant smile, folding his hands in prayer, bowing respectfully towards Hua's statue. Chapter 408, 290. Today, we forge Hua's true body. Chapter 408, Chapter 290. Today, we forge Hua's true body. The sky was as blue as if washed clean. In the city, a celestial human gazed at that tiny sapling, their eyes flickering. The matter of forbidden killing sounded too absurd. Yet everything that happened before was indeed too bizarre, especially that celestial human, who died in such an inexplicable way, completely erased as if a simple drawing rubbed out by an eraser. On top of a certain high building, there was a young celestial human like a blazing sun. He was elegant and detached, dressed in long robes with wide sleeves covering his hands, overlooking the entire city. This exceptional talent from the Celestial Principles sect, known as the youngest celestial human in history, smiled and instructed with a sideways glance. A moment later, a trembling young girl was brought to the rooftop. The exceptional talent calmly issued the order. An upper envoy at the level of a great sect respectfully nodded. He extended his hand, causing the heaven and earth primordial chi to shake and gather, forming a phantom spear. Then, holding the spear, he lightly pierced it into the girl's heart amidst her pleas. The spear pierced through the heart. There was no cover at this place. At this moment, many from various sects were carefully observing this place to see what would happen if one committed acts of killing. They quickly had an answer. The great sect holding the spear piercing the girl's heart suddenly looked up in fear and uttered a startled cry. The youth in long robes raised his head to look, but saw nothing. He frowned slightly and looked at the startled great sect, but froze slightly. The youth saw in the other's eyes a drifting sword energy. Yes, sword energy. Sword energy visible only to that great sect. The youth in long robes muttered, reaching out to intercept the unseen sword energy, but failed. The sword energy seemed to truly not exist, or rather, it seemed to exist only in the eyes of that Grandmaster. Thus, in full view, that Grandmaster suddenly whimpered and split into two halves from the middle. No, not just the body. Even his soul was cut in half at this moment. He glanced sideways, along with many other eyes focused on this spot. Turning to look, seeing only an ordinary disciple, it was the disciple himself who had captured the girl. Afterwards, the disciple also split into two, his soul, spirit shattered, blood flowing. It was him, yet it was not just him. Messengers, door openers, those leading the way upstairs, anyone involved in this seemingly unremarkable murder, even if it was just doing something insignificant, all split into two as if sliced by an extremely sharp sword edge. The youth in long robes finally showed a change of expression because only he was left. He rose into the air, his body beginning to emit light. As a recognized exceptional talent of the past 1,000 years, the youth naturally had his own unique methods. There was an aura of immortal light swirling above his head, within which a new heaven from the Celestial Principles sect was faintly present. The youth spoke loudly, his long robes billowing in the wind, as gazes gathered upon him, observing with silence. Someone focused intently, mumbling the question, while a formidable presence beside them wore a grave expression. Probably not, right? After a pause, the formidable presence continued, before the sentence could finish. People saw the exceptional talent wearing long robes under the protection of the new heaven, suddenly looked up. This time, the youth finally saw. He saw a light, a drifting sword energy floating towards him, very slowly, not overwhelmingly radiant, but wherever the sword energy passed, everything made way for it, be it his own immortal light, the protective array he had erected, or the new heaven's projection overhead. Everything, without exception, naturally avoided that drifting sword energy. The sword energy somehow occupied all of his vision. The youth roared, ascending to meet the sword energy. Head-on, a tragic aura erupting from his body, with heavy visions rising and falling behind him, like a lotus pond blooming, Mingwei illuminating a great river, white rainbow piercing the sun, mountains and rivers swaying. And then he split apart, together with those heavy visions and the reflected new heaven entanglement. Everything split apart. Immortal blood spilled. Impossible? Have I died just like that? What on earth was that sword energy? In the instant just before his soul spirit shattered and he died, the youth saw the girl whose heart had been pierced by a spear, as if time was rewinding. The flowing blood reversed back in her body. The spear withdrew. The shattered heart fragments all reversed their paths, rejoining together. It was not healing, but reversing and retreating, Even the soul spirit drawn away by the six paths of reincarnation quietly returned. Thus, the girl came back to life, or rather, her death was revoked. She looked around in confusion. All the celestial beings and innates observing this place fell into silence, and then decrees were sent down from the celestial humans of various sects. Chapter 409, 290. Today I shall forge Wa's incarnation, Part 2. Chapter 409, Chapter 290. Today I shall forge Wa's incarnation, Part 2. The atmosphere in Chongyang City turned slightly silent. The few people in front of the Bodhi sapling also quietly faded into the silence, concealing their forms. Meanwhile, beyond the heavens, an elder asked gravely, with an incredulous look on his face, "What exactly happened?" After a pause, his expression grew even more serious. Silence filled the celestial vault, the gods' faces more or less showing awe, contemplating what they had just witnessed. After a while, Kong Shintong spoke in a low voice. All gazes turned to him. As he softly explained, a divine spirit asked. Kong Shintong's face finally revealed an expression of admiration. Sighing, as he spoke, Kong Shintong's expression of astonishment deepened. The gods exchanged glances. This one who had lived countless years, seen countless powerful beings, was himself a great divine power user, and his circle was likewise. Yet the mysterious person's mastery of causality, among those Kong Shunong had seen, could be ranked in the top 5? That would be terrifying. The spirit unconsciously used the term, though entering Chongyang heaven and earth signifies he's not divine level. His terrifying methods were even greater than those of ordinary venerates. Let's watch, observe, listen, Kong Shintong simply said. Beside him, another elderly great divine power user also nodded. The gods fell into contemplative silence. Divine Realm. Wa Country, capital's Imperial Palace, Wa Goddess Hall. The Imperial Guard surrounded the entire Wa Goddess Hall. The ancestor Wa Country personally emerged from seclusion, stepping through immortal mists. The ancestor asked in a deep voice, while the current emperor shook his head. The old celestial being coughed, squinting, nodded, his sight piercing into Wa Goddess Hall, falling upon a young man with an illusory form. Spiritual sense trembled. Exhilaration? As if meeting the supreme venerate, having that feeling of bowing from the depths of one's heart to the ultimate ruler, made the old celestial being's heart race. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice. No one should come near, nor disturb the presence within. The emperor, though perplexed, nodded to the director. Meanwhile, within the hall, Zhang Fuxing exhaled lightly, seeming a bit weary, yet with eyes bright as stars. He had indeed reversed a person's life and death, though it was just an ordinary mortal girl, but at least proved that the Tao of cause and effect was truly boundless and profoundly mystical. Zhang Fuxing murmured deeply. He silently contemplated, pondering. Zhang Fuxing's eyes blazed even brighter. Although erasing the cause of death for a mortal consumed enormous energy, the cost and benefits utterly imbalanced. The lost essence, Qi, and spirit were enough to recreate 1,000 martial arts masters, but the significance behind it was entirely different. Moreover, this was not the limit of the Tao of cause and effect. Far from it. Zhang Fuxing softly praised, then looked towards the Wa goddess statue. The statue gleamed faintly under the reflected light of the surrounding furnace fire and incense, appearing both dim and solemnly majestic. The Wa goddess statue, after 4,600 years of incense tribute, had long birthed a trace of divinity lodged within the statue. A trace of divinity belonging to Wa. Divinity supreme, even far surpassing the other 4 divine statues in the mortal realm, which is why Wa Country stands as the strongest among the 5 dynasties. Zhang Fuxing whispered, reaching out to strip the supreme divinity from the Wa goddess statue. Without any obstruction, easily done. The lady had permitted it. He caressed the statue, stepping away from Wa Country, descending in the 9 nether realm, entering the imperial palace on Luofeng Divine Mountain. Daoist friend, the Central Pole sect leader performed a courtesy, and Zhang Fuxing returned it. Please assist me, Daoist friend, Zhang Fuxing said to the Central Pole sect leader. Though both were himself, with hearts completely in sync, yet on a grander scale, they were entirely different individuals. The Central Pole sect leader smiled, raised his hand, causing the enormous carcass of the Jingpeng resting in the imperial palace to float up. Zhang Fuxing, with a thought, relocated the two Jingping carcasses he had previously collected along with Ingtian City. The two stood side by side, carrying the three colossal carcasses up to the heavenly realm, to the clouds of the celestial realm. Here, there was a flowing radiance, 6 divine fire. Zhang Fuxing opened his mouth to bite, now stronger than before, but after biting down, his teeth shattered. He grinned, not angry, and with a thought, his ancestral acupoint at the center of his brow opened wide, blending the founding sword chi with his being. Suddenly, a sensation of extreme sharpness emanated from Zhang Fuxing, so sharp that even the distant 6 divine fire trembled, as if it might be severed. He marveled softly, taking another bite, successfully tearing off chunks of the Jingpeng flesh and swallowing them. The Tao Hie's devouring talent activated, instantly digesting the Jingpeng flesh, with a vast amount of divine essence flooding Zhang Fuxing's senses, his true spirit undergoing transformation. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Then, as he gestured, the founding sword chi resonated. The massive Jingpeng carcass, difficult for even a venerate to divide, was effortlessly sliced in half, leaving half to consume slowly, while the other half, along with the two complete Jingpeng carcasses, was cast into the 6 divine fire. Chapter 410, 291, Divine Enthronement and the Beginning of the Westward Journey, on the 10th day. Chapter 410, Chapter 291, Divine Enthronement and the Beginning of the Westward Journey, on the 10th day. Zhang Fuxing spoke gently. Beside him, the Central Pole sect leader was also wielding the authority of the Lord of the Nine Netherworld, pointing towards the vast 9 nether death chi within the 6 divine fire. Zhang Fuxing picked Bodhi leaves, dug clay from beneath the ginseng fruit tree, and summoned the rich Taiyin chi. All these elements merged with the massive corpse of the Jingpeng, forming a shape under the casting of the 6 divine fire. A total of 250 miles of the Jingping's massive corpse, along with the vast 9 nether death chi and Taiyin chi, amazingly condensed into a size of 10 miles, then several miles, then tens of meters, until everything was melted and refined into a mystical substance the size of a human. Only then did Zhang Fuxing begin to shape it. He recalled the Hua he had seen, carving the mysterious substance little by little. As time slowly passed, the sun rose and set 3 times. Then, a peerlessly beautiful figure, half human and half snake, appeared before Zhang Fuxing. She had only form, lacking a soul, but when Zhang Fuxing infused it with a strand of supreme divinity, it seemed as if thunder resounded between heaven and earth. The peerless half-human, half-snake woman slowly opened her eyes, with a look of bewilderment, as if truly a newborn child. She did not know who she was or where she came from, but in a very short time, she learned words and language. Thus she asked. Zhang Fuxing looked at this peerless woman and softly spoke. He pondered, contemplating what name to give this being he had created with his own hands. Could it be Nuwa or Feng Lishi? The thunder in the sky grew louder, as Zhang Fuxing was in thought. The peerless half-human, half-snake woman softly spoke. I should be named. Zhang Fuxing was startled, then realized, indeed, the goddess had permitted it. This is not considered great disrespect. So he nodded. Hua nodded. A faint smile blossomed on her face, like flowers blooming on a tree. The 6th day, January 5th, 2143. 6 days without a drop of blood spilled in Chongyang City. A rare peace. Yet the undercurrents grew increasingly turbulent. The celestial humans of the Mandala lineage sat upon their thrones, their expressions shifting. Someone sighed. The other celestial humans and listening disciples fell silent. An unknown, mysterious presence from Ling Mountain. Someone inquired, could it be the great belly Buddha who escaped decades ago? What? A celestial human exhibited an expression of amazement. The celestial human with a significant background and high standing, one of the Mandala lineage's Buddha sons, nodded, then spoke. After a pause, this celestial venerate, almost stepping into the venerable level, continued. The Buddha's son nodded gently. A smile appeared on his face. The attending celestial humans were astir, then thrilled. A celestial human's eyes sparkled. A true god is a deity seated with a celestial position, completely different from the current celestial beings without a celestial position. A true god on the level of a great divine power user can easily suppress 10 beings of the same level without a celestial position. The celestial position represents authority, represents function. Under its influence, there have been instances where a great power reversed and slew a great divine power user. A celestial human anxiously questioned. The Buddha's son spoke with a smile. The celestial humans became even more excited. Someone murmured. He pointed to the sky. The Buddha's son's smile widened. Then his expression became serious. Therefore, our task now is to restrain, to endure, waiting for that arrival. It won't be long. All celestial humans fell silent again. City center. In a hotel, Li Shiyuan gazed through the window, staring at the sapling growing taller before the administrative building. He exhaled a murky breath. In the room, Jiang Feinio lay motionless on the bed, and the yellow-teethed old man quietly picked his earwax. Li Shiyuan turned back. We are being watched by countless pairs of eyes in this room. He looked at the yellow-teethed old man and asked solemnly. The yellow-teethed old man glanced sideways at Li Shiyuan and Cui Linglong, then laughed. He sat up straight, dug in his ear, then stared at Li Shiyuan. Li Shiyuan raised his eyebrows, not saying much, simply changing the topic. The yellow-teethed old man chuckled. I told you, we're here for research. Li Shiyuan also laughed. The two exchanged words, neither willing to reveal anything, each staring intensely at the other. Li Shiyuan suddenly asked. The yellow-teethed old man pursed his lips. After a pause, he sat cross-legged on the carpet, staring at the yellow-teethed old man. Old Meng, how about we both be frank? Maybe we can cooperate. Jiang Feinio sat straight up from the bed. The yellow-teethed old man dug his nose, pondered for a moment, then calmly spoke. Li Shiyuan squinted. The yellow-teethed old man appeared indifferent, casually said. A faint smile appeared on his face. After a brief silence, Li Shiyuan nodded. A celestial position? It is related to a person, but... Li Shiyuan also squinted. The yellow-teethed old man spat. Cui Linglong couldn't help but ask. This time it was Jiang Feinio who answered. After a pause, Jiang Feinio did not conceal anything. Straightforwardly said. Li Shiyuan was curious, couldn't help but ask. This time Jiang Feinio remained silent, while the yellow-teethed old man lazily spoke. Li Shiyuan appeared thoughtful. A celestial book, an origin-level Tianming event. The yellow-teethed old man answered straightforwardly. These were not secrets among the Federation's higher-ups. Li Shiyuan pursued. The yellow-teethed old man pursed his lips. Isn't it your turn to speak? His voice suddenly turned solemn and ethereal. Li Shiyuan appeared thoughtful. The yellow-teethed old man said. Li Shiyuan paused briefly, then openly spoke. Actually, we are also experiencing a Tianming event. I am the master of this event. The yellow-teethed old man pursued. Li Shiyuan peacefully replied. Upon hearing Li Shiyuan's words, the yellow-teethed old man and Jiang Feinio exchanged looks. World Venerate. They all knew this name. It is suspected to be a figure from high heaven. The yellow-teethed old man clicked his tongue. Divine Realm. Zhang Fuxing appeared thoughtful, mumbling to himself. Through the Bodhi sapling, his Bodhi thoughts quietly enveloped the entire Chongyang city, eavesdropping on all conversations. Zhang Fuxing mumbled, his gaze growing increasingly profound, finally completing the last step. His true spirit soul, after being tempered by the 6 Ding divine fire, transformed into a vague mist. Therefore, Zhang Fuxing immersed into Wa's belly. Wa's abdomen visibly swelled, like being 7 months pregnant. Another day passed. Wa's belly grew larger, resembling 8 months pregnant. After another day, 9 months pregnant. On the 8th day of January, on the 9th day of the extinction and sitting formulation, Wa seemed like 10 months pregnant. The Central Pole sect leader spoke gently. Wa nodded gently, half understanding. Time flew by. January 9th, midnight. The 10th day mentioned by the Buddha finally arrived. Chapter 411, 292, Supreme Above Heaven and Earth. Chapter 411, Chapter 292, Supreme Above Heaven and Earth, the 10th day, as spoken by the Buddha. 3 days. A form of true spirit, resembling Zhang Fuxing, lay quietly in Wa's womb for 3 days. He truly experienced what birth means. On the first day, an unknown substance beyond his understanding forged for him a body that was once extinguished and turned to meditation. On the second day, something of a higher level, comparable to merit purple chi, merged into the fetus's body. Thus, Zhang Fuxing was 1 step closer to becoming an innate spiritual being. This innate is the innate that is born innately, rather than the innate realm. On the third day, the fetus murmured these 2 words, feeling that he was directly engaging with a mysterious and profound path. He felt even more that his position as human ancestor was quietly ascending. Wa is not truly the Wa Empress. She is merely a creation made by Zhang Fuxing, which developed a soul and self-awareness after merging with supreme divinity. She is like a blank piece of paper, like a newborn infant, only aware that Zhang Fuxing is her creator. At this moment, she is also nurturing Zhang Fuxing. The two are like a tail-biting, endless Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, rotating and cycling. Each is both the beginning and the end. Zhang Fuxing is the creator of Wa, and Wa is the nurturer of Zhang Fuxing. In some sense, they both created each other, forming a perfect closed loop. However, though Wa is not the Wa Empress, she is a soul spirit born from the supreme divinity of the Wa Empress. She both is and is not. At least, on a positional level, she is. Therefore, the fetus in her womb is like it was personally nurtured by the real Wa Empress. At least positionally, it is so. The fetus inside sighed softly. Though Wa's position is akin to Wa Empress, her soul and body are not. Otherwise, the moment I was born, I would likely possess the flesh of a great power, a great divine power user, or even a celestial venerate, the firstborn son personally nurtured by Wa. But even so, there remains an unspeakable mysterious substance that, alongside the growth and development of the fetus, slowly permeates and integrates. Zhang Fuxing moves ever closer to becoming an innate spiritual being. The position of human ancestor continues to ascend. After midnight, the fetus opened its eyes and murmured softly. Outside the sky, Kong Shentong glanced at the moon above, speaking in a deep voice. All the gods were silent, their gaze fixed on Chongyang, heaven and earth, fixed on a sapling in the city. The sapling flowed with Buddha's light and Buddha's rhythm, growing taller, more robust with every breath of wind. After 10 days, the sapling could no longer be called a sapling, but a towering tree. And at this very moment, in the city, followers from various sects have been invited to gather in this vast square. In the governance building, Hu Zhongli observed the scene below through the window, alarmed. Celestial Principle, Ancient Saint, 10,000 gods, Mandala, alongside Western sect and Eastern sect, celestial humans have almost all descended into the lost world. Each sect has 7 or 8 walking under God standing here. That's 50 celestial humans. It's almost enough power to overthrow a province. Standing beside him, Li Guoquan spoke in a low voice. Beside him, Hu Zhongli raised an eyebrow, continuing the sentence. After a pause, Hu Zhongli took a deep breath. Both fell into silence, realizing a very serious problem. If several celestial humans gather for each sect, it's likely they have the capability to initiate a grand sacrifice, not to mention summoning deities, but at the very least, they're able to harness the power of many divine spirits. In other words, at this moment below, each sect is almost equivalent to one true venerate. These were perhaps all prepared for contention over the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron. Yet now, all have been revealed due to the Buddha who is said to be born today. Amid the silence, Li Guoquan suddenly asked. Hu Zhongli turned, asking with doubt. He heard Li Guoquan murmur, "Then where is the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron right now?" Hu Zhongli was stunned for a moment and shook his head. As he shook his head, a commotion arose below. Hu Zhongli and Li Guoquan looked through the glass, their pupils contracting sharply. It was the tree, the Buddha tree, which sprouted 10 days ago and has now risen to towering heights, was glowing. Li Guoquan exclaimed in shock. Hu Zhongli, along with the powerful members of the sect standing below, all looked toward the Buddha tree. They could see on the treetop, at some point, a piece of fruit had appeared. Chapter 412, 292, Supreme Above and Below, None But Myself. Chapter 412. Chapter 292. Supreme above and below, none but myself. The fruit is gradually swelling and glowing, with a boundless Buddha charm blossoming and emanating from within. Hu Zhongli exclaimed. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, a figure in a black robe gazed at the Buddha tree, muttering, Shakyamuni Tathagata. No, it can't be. The shadowy figure narrowed its eyes. But if it's not Shakyamuni Tathagata, then who is being born? A manifestation of his ego? A form of him? Is he preparing for a true return? The figure recalled the Tao Te Ching verses that echoed throughout the world earlier. On that day, the scripture almost frightened him into sealing himself within the depths of the stars. But later, the more he thought, the less it seemed right. Was it really Laozi? Was it really supreme? How could it be? An existence on Laozi's level couldn't return so easily. It must be an imposter, or perhaps merely someone fulfilling the inevitable fate of the day of passing through Hanga Pass. If the guess is true, the Buddha supposedly born today could not be the true Shakyamuni Tathagata. Then perhaps the shadowy figure lightly licked its lips. Breathing became somewhat rapid. The voice of the shadowy figure became increasingly deep, and the darkness on it grew heavier. Coming early, opportunities are indeed everywhere. He was ready to devour the Buddha infant, unless the one descending is the true Shakyamuni. Waiting. The shadowy figure stared at the Bodhi tree, seeing the Bodhi fruit on the tree suddenly fall to the ground. The entire Chongyang was dead silent at this moment, and even the deities from beyond the heavens unconsciously stretched their necks. Time passed minute by minute, when the first ray of sunrise broke at dawn. The huge Bodhi fruit suddenly cracked a line. All celestial humans, and even the deities beyond the heavens, were all focused, and the shadowy figure had already started moving forward, licking its lips. The fruit continued to crack. No earth-shattering divine light, nor endless anomalies. Within the shattered fruit, half of a serpent's body could be seen emerging. Countless celestial humans and deities were stunned. Even the shadowy figure was taken aback. How could it be a serpent? He frowned, intending to make a move to quietly snatch away the serpent within the fruit, and it was at this moment that the fruit completely cracked open. It seemed completely revealed. Compassionate Buddha-san was astonished, eyes widened, looking at the serpent or person inside the fruit. More accurately, it was a half-human, half-serpent being, a stunningly beautiful woman, her abdomen high and swollen as if 10 months pregnant. Just as the shadowy figure was about to act, he suddenly stopped. Oh! He looked and looked again, his body rigid on the spot. Sweat seeped from his forehead, falling in large drops. Then came the chill exploded from the tailbone, instantly rushing to the back of the head, the entire body tingling and numb at this moment. The shadowy figure let out a near groan of a whisper, dumbstruck. He shivered, his legs going soft. Indeed, it's Wa. What grew from the fruit was Wa. The shadowy figure almost wanted to flee immediately, but stubbornly held his steps, his heart pounding violently. He wanted to see clearly. The huge confusion not only emerged in the shadowy figure's mind, but the many onlookers were also bewildered at this moment. This half-human, half-serpent, stunningly beautiful woman. Is she really the Buddha descending? Someone exclaimed. Multiple gazes fell on the half-human, half-serpent woman, who at this moment slowly opened her eyes. Almost the instant she opened her eyes, mortals, grandmasters, inatarum, celestial humans. Each and every one, without exception, each and every one, even the deities beyond the heavens, and even two great divine power users. As long as they were human, as long as they were observing this place, human, all uncontrollably toward that half-human, half-serpent woman, bowed down worshipping, not due to any forced power, but stemming from deep within their heart and spirit, an indelible, irresistible primal impulse. The few who did not bow, including the bewildered old bull in the sky, saw Kong Shuntong below, speaking absent-mindedly. She is... Kong Shuntong didn't know why he uttered the word mother, but it just slipped out, as though we're always like this. Between heaven and earth, it was a silence of 10,000 living beings. All who gazed, all who were human, without exception, were bowing. Even the shadowy figure was now prostrated on the ground, sweat pouring heavily, mind utterly blank. He whispered softly. Then, at this moment, the half-serpent, half-human woman being worshipped by countless people suddenly held her massive abdomen. Skin began to crack little by little, with a deep, grand Brahma sound ringing out, and Buddha's light piercing from within her abdomen. A loud cry resounded. Those prostrating struggled against Buddha's light, turning toward the sound of the cry. The woman's torn abdomen had somehow healed, shrunk down, while in her arms, a newborn baby was held. With the first cry of the baby, the Brahma sound rose vast. With the second cry of the baby, golden lotuses began blooming everywhere. With the third cry of the baby, countless Buddha's light rained down from the celestial vault. A golden river flowed from south to north, with heavenly flowers and immortal flowers gently falling. Then, the infant halted his cry on the third sound. Originally lying in the mother's embrace, he suddenly manifested in a seated posture, face inexplicably solemn, under the terrifying gaze of countless eyes. The newborn infant of 3 cries leapt down from the mother's embrace to the ground. A little slower, while softly beckoned. The infant remained silent, solemnly majestic, only clumsily stepping forth. Each step planting a marvelous lotus and a golden spring. He walked southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast, treading 49 lotuses and 49 golden springs, then smiled, showing great compassion, great purity, great wisdom, great brightness. At this moment, the infant, face devoid of joy or sorrow, sighed with compassion, uttered one boundless. Then he spoke. Gentle voice rose from here, echoing in Chongyang, then across 800 miles, throughout Chongyang, heaven and earth. In Chang'an town, many formidable beings pricked their ears to listen to the spreading Brahma sound. Tathagata, world venerate? Some people gasped, hearing the still resounding Brahma sound. Their cries are so loud, calling from the sea of suffering to the other shore. So, as the infant spoke, reaching out, pointing to the heavens, also reaching to touch the earth. One hand pointing to the heavens, one hand touching the earth, as the morning bell and evening drum sound rang. The Brahma sound vast, as if rightly, naturally, heaven and earth trembled. Chapter 413, 293. The world-honored Tathagata establishes high heaven city. Chapter 413, Chapter 293. The world-honored Tathagata establishes high heaven city. The Buddha's voice was like the great roar of a lion. The earth trembled at the power of the Buddha's words. The celestial vault shone its light upon his robes. Flowers blossomed in vibrant colors. A chorus of birds began to sing. The beasts joined in harmony, and the music of the heavens resounded. Amidst all this, the Buddha simply sat cross-legged, smiling, and a golden spring nearby gushed forth with clear water to bathe him, filling the hearts of all beings with sudden joy. This joy, untraceable to its source, simply arose, and within Chongyang heaven and earth and beyond the celestial dome, the gods all broke into broad smiles, as if involuntarily celebrating the Buddha's descent. Under the glow of the Buddha's light, the devout scribes wrote feverishly. Write single quotation mark. The devout became even more earnest, as if enlightened by the radiance of the Buddha's light, continuing to write feverishly. Yuan Feidao inscribed the last character, tears flowing from his eyes, choking on his words. Only he knew who the descended Buddha was. It was Tathagata, world venerate, and that scroll of morality renowned throughout the world, converging in realms swathed in the purple river of Qi. The Laozi, the celestial venerate had said, only Laozi can sit in the Tathagata celestial position. Today, the Tathagata celestial position trembles, and once it descends, it signifies the arrival of Laozi. Yuan Feidao cried and laughed, bowing heavily and murmuring. In his murmurings, the Buddha's voice, like a great lion's roar or the morning bell, an evening drum, gradually faded. All the wondrous scenes began to dim, not fade, but gather together, forming a lotus platform seemingly both illusory and real. On the lotus platform floated the purple Qi like that day, then slowly sank beneath the earth and emerged again from beneath the Buddha's seat, lifting him. Zhang Fuxing sat calmly on the merit-laden illusory lotus platform, his mind clear. He knew he hadn't truly become the Buddha yet. Perhaps, after 49 days under the Bodhi tree, he would indeed be the Buddha. It was then truly ascending to God and genuinely sitting in the Tathagata celestial position. The merit lotus platform under him would become real and tangible. Zhang Fuxing whispered in his mind, naturally realizing that the seat he was on was the very one the Buddha had sat on at Ling Mountain's great Lane Temple. People heard a sigh from the lotus platform, like that of an infant Buddha. The wondrous scenes concluded peacefully as a half-human, half-serpent woman slithered in softly, asking. The Buddha infant smiled as a breeze swept by, standing up from the lotus platform, taking a step forward, his body growing taller, gaining a year of age. Another step, and again he grew taller, another year older. Thus, in the sight of all, the self-proclaimed Tathagata, world venerate Buddha, took 35 steps and entered the governance building, transforming from an infant to a handsome 35-year-old young man. He halted, turned, and spoke with a calm and gentle voice. Each word Zhang Fuxing spoke was clear and resonant, soothing every ear. He continued. The handsome young man finished his last sentence and stepped into the governance building. As someone looked and saw as the Buddha's step landed, the entire building swayed, transforming, turning miraculously into a mountain. This was Zhang Fuxing quietly using the merit pen, commanding the heavens and earth to conjure the mountain. The mountain's likeness was precisely that of Kunlun. A Kunlun shrunk countless times. The people originally inside the building appeared out of thin air atop the mountain, bewildered as who only saw divine light shimmering on the peak, and then a Buddhist temple, a Taoist palace, and an academy emerged, standing on 3 sides of the peak, shrouded and flowing with mist, unclear and ethereal, but within the encirclement of the Buddhist temple, Taoist palace, and academy, there revealed a seemingly unremarkable grass cottage at the center of the summit, accompanied by an acre of fruit trees, fields, and a fish pond. The Buddha entered the grass cottage, his resounding voice rolling like a great tide, echoing from the summit to the foot of the mountain. After a brief silence, the celestial humans from every sect and faction arose cautiously, then began ascending the mountain. On the way up, someone saw a great light blooming from the grass cottage, forming an enormous canopy, sheltering the divine mountain. Thus, the gaze of all gods was blocked by the canopy. This place shall not be gazed upon, the Buddha declared. The celestial humans continued climbing, without shifting or leaping, taking one solid step at a time up the mountain. Chapter 414, 293. World-honored one Buddha founds High Heaven City today. Chapter 414, Chapter 293. World-honored one Buddha founds High Heaven City today. The heavens and earth are vast and boundless. The shadowy figure, enshrouded in darkness, was frantically running, trying to escape this city. Others did not recognize it, but he did in the end. The shadowy figure trembled as he glanced back, fixating on the 900 Zhang mountain standing at the very center of the city. Kunlun. This mountain was certainly not the true Kunlun. How could Kunlun be merely 900 Zhang? It was exactly the same as Kunlun, perhaps even. The shadowy figure swallowed hard, staring at the temple, the Taoist palace, and the academy at the mountain top. All three were rather blurry, as if all were fond of being shrouded in mist, yet he could vaguely make out the forms of the temple and the Taoist palace. The former was clearly the Great Lane Temple. The latter resembled the Jade Void Palace. Might it not be the Supreme Saint Academy of the Supreme Saint? The shadowy figure mournfully sighed once more. He had schemed for so many years, paid such a huge price to return early. And what was the result? All vanished overnight. No, I don't know who he is, but he must not be the genuine Tathagata. The figure mumbled to himself. The shadowy figure ran out of the city. When nearing Chang'an town, he confirmed multiple times that he was not exposed. Only then did he remove the shadows from his body. His appearance was revealed. Li Shiyuan took a slight, deep breath, looking towards Chang'an town. At this moment, the celestial humans and innate ones in the town were also in a state of panic, still immersed in the terrifying celestial phenomenon that had just occurred. This celestial human took a deep breath, murmuring to himself, "If that is the case, does it mean we have no chance left?" Almost everyone believed that a true Buddha descended at this moment, issuing a mighty lion's roar to claim the opportunity in Chang'an town. Even in the three residences where no celestial humans approached, many thought the same. Wei Bushi paced back and forth. Yuan Tiandao divined incessantly, while in the martial mansion within Yamahal. Emperor Tang murmured, with a look of shock and fear on his face. Only those from the old world truly understood what the world-honored one Tathagata actually meant, the most revered and supreme being of Ling Mountain. Other people residing in the martial mansion were bewildered and surprised. The old master asked. The old master scrutinized this dignified middle-aged man. 1 or 2 months ago, he, along with Wei Lingzhu, Zhang Wentao, and Zhou Shuhua, were brought into the martial mansion by this mysterious person, as claimed by this mysterious person Li Erfing. He acted on Zhang Fuxing's words. The old master mostly believed it, thinking that the other party had no need to lie. This mysterious mansion, solemn and heavy, tens of thousands of souls lined up, and 1,000 or so innate fierce ghosts, like the legendary underworld. Murmuring, he suddenly shivered, recalling an ancient legend. Laozi left Hanga Pass, left behind the Tao Te Ching of 5,000 words, then transformed into Shakyamuni Tathagata, teaching and transforming the common people. Could it be the ancestor? Emperor Tang was suddenly joyous. A smile graced his face. The few beside him were all bewildered by what they saw. After a while, Emperor Tang exhaled a breath, once again sat upright on the seat of Yama, solemnly stating. The old master raised his eyebrows, saying nothing more, his thoughts turning in myriad directions. He pondered. Where exactly did Master Zhang go? Why has he not appeared yet? Amidst his thoughts, outside Chang'an town, Li Shuyuan circled the town, found several people waiting there. The yellow-teethed old man reflected. Jiang Feinio quietly listened, while Ruan Yutu's eyes shined brightly. Cui Linglong asked. Li Shuyuan was silent for a moment, then nodded. The yellow-teethed old man raised his eyebrows. Li Shuyuan lowered his eyelids, hiding his flickering gaze. Everyone fell silent, their thoughts varied. High Heaven City. Only Ruan Yutu continued to have brilliant eyes. Lightly speaking, Jiang Feinio curiously asked, Nowadays, Chang'an isn't that easy to enter. Ruan Yu just smiled. Everyone present was shocked, suddenly realizing, with a start, that they had not noticed. Even before the world-honored one was the world-honored one. 10 days before the Buddha's descent, the glistening porcelain doll was already following this young maiden like an immortal. Li Xuan hung his head, concealing his shifting thoughts, ultimately suppressing the impulse to seize this maiden there and then. Once detected by the terrifying presence in the distant city, even his last route of retreat would be gone. Chapter 415, 293. The world-honored One Buddha establishes High Heaven City today. Chapter 415, Chapter 293. The world-honored One Buddha establishes High Heaven City today. He repeatedly warned himself that he is now Kashyapa, the Buddha's chief disciple, not. Taking a deep breath, Li Xuan looked up, only to see the girl, like an immortal, already striding into Chang'an. With each step she took, celestial music echoed, and behind her, 360 grotto heavens appeared one by one, like 360 resplendent suns. A extreme celestial being? Everyone was stunned, yet they all felt it was natural. She had once embraced the world venerate. At this moment, the entire Chang'an fell silent, and the majority of beings fixed their eyes on that immortal-like figure. An extreme celestial being, even in Chang'an now, is a supreme ruler. No one answered. The immortal just calmly proceeded, not hiding her grand splendor, walking directly to the Yuan mansion. An old voice came from the mansion. Ruan Yu remained calm and, following her adoptive father's instructions, spoke peacefully. Someone in the mansion asked. Ruan Yu replied again. Yuan Tiandao's expression changed. How could anyone just come and know about such great secrets? He stood in the mansion, holding a corner of the celestial book, staring at the immortal stepping in midair, and after a moment of silence, squinted and spoke. Ruan Yu raised her eyelids slightly. The 360 grotto heavens behind her spun around, distorting space under the pull of the terrifying mass. She spoke warmly. Some say that only by doing so can the true major events here be initiated. Her clear voice resounded. Yuan Tiandao gazed at the immortal woman, nodding slightly. Chongyang City, Pseudo-Kunlun. The climber had reached the summit, the young Buddha still in the hut, its door tightly closed. Zhang Fuxing did not hurry out, sitting cross-legged, sensing changes within himself while pondering. He lowered his eyelids. West of Hangu Pass, after the 5,000 words of morality, merit purple chi descended from the heavens, and all participants shared it. So in this event, named The Beginning of the Westward Journey by the Source Point Research Institute, if I occupy a large enough share, could I also gain an immense amount of merit purple chi? Trying once or twice is never a loss. Zhang Fuxing murmured softly. In this situation, how could this series of destined events progress? Just like tens of thousands of years ago, after the so-called beginning of the divine enthronement event, there were indeed sect disputes. Many beings indeed sat on celestial positions, but it seemed that there was no result. The so-called tribulation chi still filled the heavens and earth. How will the westward journey unfold? Zhang Fuxing murmured, his gaze blazing, as two great sun golden lamps flickered, and then he stood up. Today High Heaven City shall be established. He whispered, his eyes deep and profound, standing up, walking forward, peacefully pushing open the hut door. Chapter 416, 294. Conferring the title of Guanyin, the great divine power user beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. Chapter 416, Chapter 294. Conferring the title of Guanyin, the great divine power user beneath the Five-Finger Mountain Creek, Hu Zhongli, Li Guoquan, and others, together with numerous celestial humans, watched as the door of the thatched hut was slowly pushed open. The handsome young Buddha walked out, and through the door, they could vaguely see an unparalleled woman resting inside. Everyone simultaneously saluted, while the compassionate Buddha's son felt a tightness in his heart, and quietly observed this true Buddha, wondering if, Even if the ancestor of land immortals truly descended to the world and came here, could he be a match for the true Buddha? Oh, world-honored Tathagata! The world venerate spoke calmly, with a faint shadow of a towering Bodhi tree behind him. He did not look at the various celestial humans, but instead turned his gaze to the Chongyang high-level members who were trembling with fear. The ordinary girl, huddled in the furthest corner, looked up in confusion, her face full of fear and bewilderment, and took a timid step forward. To put it bluntly, she was the weakest in cultivation here, akin to an ant before these celestial humans and innate beings, still not even a martial artist of 6 refinements. Yet it was this world venerate who first called her name. Thus, the gaze of various sects celestial humans towards the girl carried somewhat seriousness and caution. Lin Changle walked forward trembling, neck shrunk in like a little quail. She didn't really know how powerful the man before her was, but she knew this was a being that could make the legendary celestial humans worship. This was a god. Zhang Fuxing regarded this former assistant from top to bottom, and compared to Hu Zhongli, Li Guoquan, and others, he was more inclined to trust this little girl. Simple, relatively innocent, without many thoughts, she would just be an ordinary girl if it weren't for him. After a moment's thought, everyone saw this world-honored Tathagata smile. Lin Changle was even more bewildered. Take refuge. Zhang Fuxing patiently opened his mouth. Gazes of shock and envy fell upon the girl. Lin Changle herself felt a bit dizzy. Buddha, Bodhisattva? She pointed at herself again, speaking hesitantly. Zhang Fuxing laughed softly, speaking gently. I once appointed you as the director of the public security headquarters, and you did that too, right? The lightly spoken words fell, and the foreign celestial humans were baffled, but the Chongyang high-level members changed color dramatically, looking towards the world-honored Tathagata in shock. Just these words seemed to transform into a massive iron hammer, striking fiercely at their hearts and minds. As Lin Changle's mind temporarily froze, she immediately reacted. Zhang Fuxing spoke with a musical tone. The brief words echoed on the mountain. Some celestial humans showed signs of surprise, especially those walking under God from the original Golden Province. Zhang Fuxing? This name was not very familiar to them, yet not unfamiliar either, and indeed, among the celestial humans present, about half had seen files on this person, but yet, no matter what, they could not associate this earth-shattering, world-honored Tathagata with a young man of 20 years. Especially Hu Zhongli and Li Guoquan. They were completely bewildered, their thoughts stagnating under enormous shock. Hu Zhongli suddenly murmured, suddenly understanding why the true man had placed such importance on Zhang Fuxing, even obeying his words. So that's it. He, Zhang Fuxing, was clearly a Buddha yet to awaken, and a true Buddha at that. At that moment, Lin Changle was about to bow down, but was held up by a warm, jade-like hand. Zhang Fuxing looked at her, speaking calmly. From now on, you need not bow to anyone. Lin Changle nodded vigorously. She heard Director Zhang. No, it was the world-honored Tathagata, speaking softly. Zhang Fuxing's gaze suddenly turned sharp, the great sun golden lamp in his eyes blazing, and suddenly his appearance became solemn and majestic, like a great lion's roar, shaking out the sound of morning bells and evening drums. The people on the mountain and the celestial humans of various sects didn't have much reaction. They didn't know what the two characters Guanyin meant. They just listened silently, while Lin Changle clumsily joined her hands together, mimicking a gesture and saying, Zhang Fuxing looked at this girl only at the martial artist level and suddenly smiled brightly. Because as he gazed into cause and effect, he saw on Lin Changle's body that she truly gained the cause and effect connection of Bodhisattva Guanyin. She genuinely possessed the qualification to be seated at the celestial position of Bodhisattva Guanyin. A word was indeed a decree. Zhang Fuxing always remembered Wa's words, to be oneself first. Therefore, he is the world-honored Tathagata, and the world-honored Tathagata is Zhang Fuxing, and the divine Buddhas of the ancient Ling Mountain should naturally be conferred by himself. Zhang Fuxing reached out his hand, gently stroking Lin Changle's head side. Thus, in Ling Mountain, surpassing many Buddhas, the title of Guanyin was elegantly granted to an ordinary mortal. From this mortal's body, its inherent spiritual light, Buddha nature, and Buddha bone and blood truly emerged. Lin Changle was undergoing a profound transformation. He turned his body. Chapter 417, 294. The Appointment of Guanyin, the Great Divine Power Users Beneath Five-Finger Mountain. Chapter 417, Chapter 294. The Appointment of Guanyin, the Great Divine Power Users Beneath Five-Finger Mountain. Zhang Fuxing looked at the stunned celestial beings and said, "High Heaven City must be established." A celestial being hesitated and cautiously spoke. Zhang Fuxing patiently waited for him to finish, then spoke. The celestial beings of the various sects looked at each other, and finally, each began to form the array and perform the ritual. Within a sect, above the walking under God, is the elder of venerate level. Above that is the great elder and vice-sect leader of the great power level. At the top, naturally, is the Pope, all at the level of great divine power user. And great divine power user is the pinnacle that can be reached in the current world, at least on the surface. In some sense, a great divine power user of the third realm of the divine path is the strongest on earth. The reason is simple. To step into the true saint level of the fourth realm of the divine path, one must achieve a celestial position to advance. But celestial positions only exist in different dimensions. The few that have drifted into the mundane world can be counted on one hand. While pondering, Zhang Fuxing saw the rituals of various sects had begun, with illusionary altars leading to unknown places, communicating with one terrifying being after another. Even Zhang Fuxing, at this moment, could not help but grow solemn. Great divine power user. To be honest, even with all methods at hand, facing a great divine power user would still lead to instantaneous demise, with no second possibility. Even when facing a great power, there would be no chance to resist. After all, a great divine power user, in the old world, would be a true monarch of the celestial court, a bodhisattva of Ling Mountain. No matter the era, even in the most prosperous golden ages, they are true great figures. In the communication through the void altar, a sense of powerful will perceive something. In the outer vault of heaven, Kong Shuntong slightly moved his expression, sensing the ritual directed at him. The information conveyed through the ritual was simple, just a few words. Kong Shuntong quietly glanced, quietly sending a strand of will, restricted to below the divine spirit, to descend upon Chongyang heaven and earth through the ritual. Meanwhile, at the peak of the false Kunlun, on the 6 illusionary altars, emanated a vast brightness. Emerging were 6 blurry figures, their faces shrouded in faint darkness. The popes of the sects, each has an extremely illustrious identity on the surface, and naturally, do not reveal their true appearance. The 6 figures gradually became clear. Behind the Pope of the Celestial Principle sect is a vast sky. The Pope of the Ancient Saints sect is Kong Shuntong, also shrouded. The Western sect Pope seems to be wearing a Taoist robe, a large banner with blood flowing beside him, while the Eastern sect Pope is unexpectedly a woman, barefoot, dressed in a rainbow robe. As for the great Pope of the Mandala sect and pantheon, the former is surrounded by a living purgatory, composed of hundreds of millions of naked people, forming a living purgatory. The latter appears ordinary, merely enveloped in a deep, impenetrable darkness. The manifestation of 6 wills simultaneously open their eyes, instantly understanding the causes and effects. At their level, when doubt arises in their hearts, unless involving great mysteries and high-positioned objects, the world would naturally provide them answers. The Pope of the Mandala sect spoke in a deep voice, the surrounding living purgatory turning. From within arose the wailing voices of millions. Pausing briefly, he continued, "A true Buddha descending, suspected to be from the old world? Yet you have not truly revived." Countless celestial beings were prostrated at this moment. Even Hu Zhongli and others couldn't help but tremble, forced to kneel, while only the world venerate, and a shivering young girl stood on the mountaintop. Lin Changle. She actually withstood the overwhelming pressure of these 6 immensely powerful beings. Zhang Fuxing glanced at her, amazed by the power conferred by the world venerate. He himself had not yet spent 14 days under the Bodhi tree, had not truly become the Tathagata. Gathering his thoughts, Zhang Fuxing looked at those 6 unknown, terrifying wills, spoke indifferently. Since you have arrived, you naturally should know the causes and effects. Why ask questions? I have summoned you, merely for the matter of High Heaven City. Summoning? 1 or 2 great popes squinted slightly, but said nothing. The world venerate before them was mysterious, and the noise of his descent too grand. The world celebrated. Moreover, a pope glanced at the hut with a half-human, half-snake inside, heart palpitating, unexpectedly giving birth to a feeling of prostration and kneeling. This was somewhat horrifying. Zhang Fuxing continued speaking to himself. Pausing, he glanced at the Pope of the Mandala sect. The Pope of the Mandala sect asked in a firm voice. The world venerate compassionately said. At this moment, a Pope from the Western sect spoke. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 418, 294. Bestowing the title of Guanyin, Great Divine Power User beneath the 5-Finger Mountain. Chapter 418. Chapter 294. Bestowing the title of Guanyin, Great Divine Power User beneath the 5-Finger Mountain. The Federation would never allow such a city to appear on the world plateau, the Federation speaker. Zhang Fuxing's expression remained unchanged, replied calmly. The Eastern sect Pope said solemnly. After all, with a foothold established, the Federation would have a target, and if things go awry, all our sect could suffer severe losses. Whereas you paused for a moment, the Eastern sect Pope continued. You wish to build High Heaven City and rally our various sects there. Perhaps we too would need to contribute? The other popes nodded slightly, staring at this mysterious world venerate. Zhang Fuxing seemed to have anticipated this, replied calmly. One pope sneered. Zhang Fuxing calmly corrected. Listening to his words, the Mandala's pope laughed. You wish to play the referee? Zhang Fuxing smiled profoundly, then continued. The 6 popes' expressions tightened, while Kong Shintong said quietly. Zhang Fuxing replied indifferently. The celestial principal sect's pope, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. The pope's eyes flickered slightly. Zhang Fuxing nodded calmly. The celestial principal sect's pope's breathing became slightly hurried, seeming to know some secret. Asked again. The mountaintop was quiet, and the celestial humans prostrated, tremblingly listening to these secrets they usually couldn't touch. At this moment, they heard the world-honored one Buddha speak coldly. The popes of the celestial principal sect and ancient saint sects' faces changed drastically. The world venerate continued. The popes from the Eastern and Western sects widened their eyes. The Mandala lineage's pope's pupils contracted suddenly. Central Pusaka world? He felt a shiver in his heart, recalling having read this term in an ancient text. To the monks of Mandala, the Pusaka world was the Supreme Buddha's place of cultivation. Though they didn't know the specific name of the Supreme Buddha, but if what's said by the world venerate before them is true, then isn't Laozi the Supreme Buddha? The popes from the 5 sects were shocked at this moment, except for the Pantheon Pope, who was shrouded in shadow and not clearly visible. The popes muttered this name. Zhang Fuxing slowly opened. Speaking, he observed the few popes' expressions, which remained unchanged, obviously knowing what's going to happen here, named the initial westward journey of destiny's great event. Thus, Zhang Fuxing continued. The popes quietly listened, their gazes flickering. At these words, the popes finally changed their expression. Celestial positions? In the mortal realm, there are hardly any celestial positions. Each one truly dominates an era. What's shackling them is the celestial position. One pope exclaimed. Zhang Fuxing nodded with a smile, said lightly. He wasn't deceiving the popes. What he said had over 90% possibility. After all, The westward journey involves a series of destiny events. Among them will inevitably involve a series of celestial positions. The celestial principal sex, Pope asked. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyelids, calmly gazed at him. The celestial principal sex, Pope, was silent. After a moment of dead silence, Kong Shintong's eyes flickered. He was the only one who used to, because only he knew the world venerate Tathagata before him was lousy. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. When he spoke, Buddha's light surrounded him. Behind him more faintly, some illusory, blurred scenes were reflected. Through these illusions, one could barely see floating, unknown celestial positions with no masters. The popes decisively responded with nods. The world venerate sighed in compassion, extended his hand in invitation. One by one the popes bowed in respect. One by one the apparitions of the great divine power users withdrew quietly. The mountaintop also gradually calmed down, and one phantasmal altar after another disappeared. But there was one exception. The Pantheon Pope still had not left. Zhang Fuxing looked at him. Shrouded in darkness, the Pantheon Pope suddenly extended his hand and swept it. A thick fog arose, isolating the inside and outside. In the fog, only he and Tathagata remained. Zhang Fuxing clasped his hands together. With the great sun's halo behind his head, spoke no words, quietly gazing at the Pantheon Pope. He watched this great divine power user initially gaze at him, one breath, two breaths. Then, the Pope suddenly opened his mouth and asked. The world venerate nodded, did not speak. The Pantheon Pope took a deep breath. Then you must be quite familiar with destiny events. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows, also grew interested, nodded and said. Amidst his words, phantasmal Bodhi swayed, descending great wisdom light, and the Pantheon Pope spoke solemnly. I fell into a bizarre destiny event. My true self has slipped into a deep abyss from which it cannot escape. Zhang Fuxing's heart moved. A deep abyss from which one can't escape? What destiny event is this? Thinking it over, he couldn't come up with any abyss. What came to mind was the suppressed leopard in the eye of the North Sea. But its counterpart should be at the end of the divine enthronement event. Thus, Zhang Fuxing said. The Pantheon Pope was silent for a moment, then spoke lowly. I've tried all sorts of methods, even sought help from a celestial venerate in different dimension, yet failed. Zhang Fuxing nearly lost his composure, quickly clasped his hands, his mouth slightly twitching side. He revealed a joyful smile. Chapter 419, 295, Fiercely Plucking Monkey Fur, World of the Other Shore, more coming soon. Chapter 419. Chapter 295, Fiercely Plucking Monkey Fur, World of the Other Shore, more coming soon. Amidst the thick fog, the world venerate stood calmly, hands folded behind his back, with the great sun's halo illuminating him. He spoke peacefully. The Pope of the Pantheon suddenly brightened his eyes, his form compressed in a mass of darkness, seemingly without hands or feet. He spoke at this moment. The cost can be negotiated, but are you truly unaware that you have not returned to your former self, and that even a celestial venerate could not break through the five-finger mountain? The Pope of the Pantheon still harbored doubts, not understanding the transaction mechanisms above the high heavens, nor was he certain whether after paying the cost, he would definitely receive gain. Zhang Fuxing noticed the doubts of this great divine power user, and with a smiling face, a dignified appearance, his voice resonated like the morning bell and evening drum. The Pope of the Pantheon turned pale. Only the conjectured Daluo, fruit position? He didn't have time to ask, as he gazed at the handsome form of the world venerate, who was performing the flower-picking smile, and spoke leisurely. Daluo is not the end. Above it lies the supreme fruit position and the Tao fruit. Zhang Fuxing himself was unsure which level the Buddha truly belonged to, but he speculated it was likely above Daluo. So, he continued, the heart of the Pope of the Pantheon, like a mass of darkness, quivered at this. If what this world venerate Tathagata said was true, wasn't the implication that even at his peak, this world venerate also surpassed the Daluo fruit position? After a long silence, the Pope of the Pantheon finally asked tentatively. He heavily emphasized the words never weakening. Zhang Fuxing naturally heard his deeper meaning and calmly replied. What he spoke were indeed truths. Only 10 days ago, he had willingly entered extinction, attained nirvana. But as it reached the ears of the Pope of the Pantheon, another meaning entirely was inferred. After another long silence, the Pope of the Pantheon spoke lowly. I choose to believe you, an ancient one returning from past glory. Zhang Fuxing's expression remained unchanged, quickly weighing the options, then said, Zhang Fuxing recounted this while being astonished. 23,000 years. The Pope of the Pantheon remained silent for a moment. Zhang Fuxing, with dignified, treasure-like appearance. This time, the Pope of the Pantheon agreed straightforwardly. Zhang Fuxing fell silent once more. A six-eared macaque indeed. If you're not the one being pressed under the five-finger mountain, then who is? It's just that, given a six-eared macaque, shouldn't there also be a Lingming stone monkey and other divine monkeys? A sudden realization clapped through Zhang Fuxing's mind. He felt he might have uncovered some hidden secret. Since it's the six-eared macaque suppressed under the five-finger mountain, if a true and false Monkey King destiny event were to occur in the future, would the false monkey be? Startled internally, his exterior showed no change, he solemnly asked. Zhang Fuxing didn't want this thing. Who knows if the destiny of suppression by the five-finger mountain and the scripture-obtaining mission is imprinted on this bloodline? If it is, would taking it upon himself cause the destiny to fall upon him? After a moment of contemplation, the Pope of the Pantheon answered. After a pause, he spoke peacefully. However, I have heard that the Western sect seems to have discovered a destiny event capable of acquiring the Fire Eye's golden gaze. Zhang Fuxing laughed and nodded in response. His heart stirred. Fire Eye's golden gaze indeed. Zhang Fuxing continued. The Pope of the Pantheon was bewildered. Zhang Fuxing smiled as he explained. Chapter 420, 295. Fiercely plucking monkey hair, the world of the other shore. More to come. _2. Chapter 420. Chapter 295. Fiercely plucking monkey hair, the world of the other shore. More to come. _2. The Pope of the Pantheon realized and tentatively asked. Upon hearing this, the Pope of the Pantheon quickly weighed the pros and cons, then decisively nodded. The world venerate nodded peacefully. Zhang Fuxing explained calmly, and then focused on reaping benefits. Reaping monkey benefits. His voice stern. The fourth sacrifice. I want your unwavering allegiance for 100 years. This time, the Pope of the Pantheon pondered for a long time. To a being like him, 100 years is not long, but allegiance? After a long time, the Pope of the Pantheon reluctantly nodded. Zhang Fuxing said quietly. The Pope of the Pantheon was shocked. Zhang Fuxing replied slowly. The Pantheon is essentially formed by some deities without celestial positions, correct? After a pause, he quickly explained, the Pantheon is not solely mine. They also are masters of the Pantheon. Before he could finish, the world venerate interrupted peacefully. The Pope of the Pantheon was stunned, hearing the world venerate speak softly. During the peak years of Ling Mountain, 33 Buddhas, 88 Bodhisattvas, 500 Arhats. The Pope of the Pantheon? He was shocked and blurted out. Zhang Fuxing nodded. In his memory, the named Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats approximately matched these numbers, like the celestial court immortal gods and the Western Buddha assembly. The Pope of the Pantheon suddenly breathed heavily, staring at the world venerate. Zhang Fuxing said calmly. He was painting a grand picture. At any rate, he mentioned ultimately, but when exactly? It completely depended on his discretion. The Pope of the Pantheon was silent. After a long time, he spoke in a low voice. Zhang Fuxing said the Pope of the Pantheon contemplated, still filled with some hesitation, but when he saw this world venerate manifesting a Tao scripture in his hand, he immediately nodded. He stared intently at that Tao scripture. The scripture wasn't thick, just 81 pages, enveloped with vast purple aura, and on the cover, only 2 words. Tao and virtue. This is the Tao Te Ching of that day. This is the Tao Te Ching of that day. Zhang Fuxing sighed lightly. raising the Tao Te Ching with one hand, while the other stood upright before his chest, calling out. The Pope of the Pantheon instinctively looked. From the void emerged streams of chaotic fog. Amidst the blur, reflecting an ancient Taoist palace, the Taoist palace surpassed the limits of thought seen by the eyes, yet unable to be retained in the mind. At this moment, the palace doors opened wide. From within someone sat at an infinite height, stroking thousands upon thousands of lights with a wave of the hand. Light and shadow intertwined, forming a heavenly contract. The Pope of the Pantheon was filled with trepidation, scrutinizing the contents of the heavenly contract, only confirming it was flawless before saying. It was as if a muffled sound of a drum resonated, and the Pope of the Pantheon was astonished to find his past 7,000 years of arduous cultivation was being forcibly stripped away, irrevocably removed. It was not forgotten, but lost directly, along with that portion of arduous spiritual cultivation. Next, 3,000 years of cultivating techniques was also stripped away. The final thing to be stripped away was his pair of fire eyes' golden gaze, capable of viewing the different dimension above and observing the vast void outside the universe. Zhang Fuxing concealed his inner joy, speaking without revealing his emotion. The Pope of the Pantheon immediately asked. Zhang Fuxing pondered briefly and then spoke. Saying so, he pointed to the illusory light cast by the contract. Chapter 421, 295. Fiercely plucking monkey fur, world of the other shore. More to come. Chapter 421, Chapter 295. Fiercely plucking monkey fur, world of the other shore. More to come. The Pope of the Pantheon solemnly nodded, and in the darkness, hands emerged, making a respectful bow. He then faded away, departing. The thick fog, summoned by him, rose anew, surrounding the mountain summit where all celestial humans still prostrated. Lin Changle quietly stood aside, his head bowed. They looked towards the dignified World Venerate. The World Venerate smiled and raised his head, gazing at the canopy intertwined with the Bodhi tree and immortal light. The canopy blocked the view from beyond the heavens, yet could not obstruct his gaze. He spoke calmly. Each sentence from the World Venerate's mouth resounded like a great lion's roar, issuing a divine decree through the powers of the Tao Te Ching's pen. The pen of Tao Te Ching, which wrote the Tao Te Ching, seemed to have the power to directly move the rules of heaven and earth. Thus, Zhang Fuxing could feel that the pen seemed to be integrating with heaven and earth appeared to be weighing something. Then, heaven and earth indeed acquiesced, as if Zhang Fuxing had fulfilled some precondition, and this small heaven and earth truly began to separate from the Federation. Chongyang City, no, High Heaven City, and even the whole lost world started to rumble softly. The grand sound like a lion's roar also spread to all directions under the amplification of heaven and earth. Beyond heaven, across the world plateaus 48 cities, and even to the provinces connected by each ancient city. Finally, the capital. On the Mother Star, this place of circular sky and square earth resonated with this sound everywhere. Within the echo of this sound, the lost world became an independent entity. Zhang Fuxing even witnessed in the wilderness a great beast that had been hunted. Yet after the beast perished, what emerged was a complete soul. He was first stunned, then overjoyed. 6 paths of reincarnation. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, truly exhilarated, as countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. For instance, constructing a new reincarnation system within this small heaven and earth, or building cities across vast lands to accommodate tens of hundreds of billions of civilians. In that case, how many complete souls would be handled and grasped by him? This former Chongyang heaven and earth, now the lost world, wouldn't it essentially become his territory? The World Venerate smiled, turned, and walked into the grass hut, his voice like a reverberating bell. Thus, under the gaze of stunned eyes, High Heaven City remained unchanged, but in the wilderness, new cities emerged from the ground. No more, no less, precisely 81 great cities, guarding around high heaven's city. Everything within was complete, yet empty, without a trace of human presence. The world venerates final words, accompanied by the lingering resonance of heaven and earth, echoed in the cities of the mother star. He then walked into the grass hut, gently closed the door, observantly reviewing the myriad gains within the contract. In this moment, after a brief silence, the world plateaus 48 cities, 49 great provinces, and even the capital. All were in a fervent uproar. Chapter 422, 296. Zhang Fuxing surpassing the limits of thought. Chapter 422, Chapter 296. Zhang Fuxing surpassing the limits of thought. Golden Province, Purple Bamboo Forest. Su Qinshuan and the golden-armored creatures listened to the vast sounds echoing in their ears, both somewhat puzzled. They were aware of High Heaven City, as Brother Fuxing had mentioned establishing such a city to become independent from the Federation. But Su Qinshuan browsed through the news about Chongyang Heaven and Earth, or rather the other shore world, exchanging glances with the golden-armored creatures. As divine spirit entities, with their own special channels of information, the two venerates naturally knew about the 10-day Buddha's birth event. The golden-armored creature's eyes shone. How coincidental can it be? From the heights of high heaven, the world-honored one Buddha. He clapped his hands in amazement. If I'm not mistaken, it's Brother Fuxing who invited the world venerate walking among the mortal world to personally establish High Heaven City. Su Qinshuan nodded heavily, perusing the information. The more he looked, the more his eyes widened. He took a deep breath. After pausing, Su Qinshuan continued. In this way, the entire Federation will experience a great upheaval. The golden-armored creature's eyes gleamed. Indeed, I can feel the tremors of the earth, clearly perceiving the changes in the great void. As he spoke, he saw Su Qinshuan stand up, pacing back and forth with excitement, speaking as he walked. Su Qinshuan turned to gaze at the golden-armored creature. The golden-armored creature was visibly stunned, then decisively nodded. Now is the best time. The Golden Province can watch and help each other with High Heaven City and the other shore world. As he spoke, an overwhelming force rose from the golden-armored creature, murmuring, "The capital!" The mighty roar of a great lion echoed. The capital was boiling, one head after another sticking out from this realm, gazing at the world plateau, shrouded in fog. In the rare dimensions of reality, terrifying beings possessing celestial position awakened. He was entangled with 6 chains, linking with the 6 paths of reincarnation. Opening his eyes from the deep darkness, the solemn voice echoed, and the billions of soul spirits in the 6 paths prison wailed and lamented. Yet the suffering these souls experienced transformed into his strength every moment. A divine spirit cautiously approached. The great director's gaze was flat and indifferent, speaking coldly. The mist of the world plateau, which even great divine power users couldn't penetrate, was seen through by him. Gazing at the so-called other shore world blossoming with Buddha's light, he murmured. After a pause, this deity bound by the 6 paths continued, allowing sects and factions to act openly. The divine spirit beside him was taken aback. The great director stood silently in the darkness, his feet plunging straight into a chaotic sea, occasionally struck by great chaotic tides. He then said, the great divine power user serving by his side pondered. The great director nodded, his enormous body standing as the only beacon in the depths. The great divine power user cautiously asked, only to see the great director glance at him lightly, instantly sending chills down his spine. He fell silent. Yet the great director spoke again. Naturally, it depends on who can unify the different dimension, forging the supreme divine court within it. The great divine power user nodded, trembling, suddenly remembering something. Chapter 423, 296. Zhang Fuxing Beyond the Limits of Thought _2. Chapter 423, Chapter 296. Zhang Fuxing Beyond the Limits of Thought _2. With these words, the Grand Director calmly nodded. The deity was slightly taken aback and cautiously asked, Saying this, the Grand Director waved his hand and watched the deity respectfully retreat. In this profound place, only he remained. He stood quietly, listening to the countless wails of soul spirits in the Six Paths prison, then suddenly lowered his eyelids. This majestic figure murmured to himself, "The beginning of the westward journey. Who exactly are you?" He closed his eyes, and in the obscurity could see nothing clear. There was fog blocking the view, not just one layer. In the lowered eyes of the Grand Director, a deep sense of apprehension flashed. The celestial steel erected by the former Emperor Tang couldn't stop him at all, but he was unwilling to test it, as it was too dangerous. "Yu Qing?" It could be seen that the deity had gone to report, but the old undying creature did not step out, evidently thinking along the same lines as he did. The Grand Director snorted coldly, then turned his eyes towards the world plateau, towards the other shore world. The more he gazed, the more apprehensive he became. Shakyamuni Thagata, the supreme, primordial, the shadows of these fellow Taoists could all be seen on that person to some extent. But which one specifically? It was impossible to know. He sighed lightly, anxiety-filled, and then once again went back to sleep. In the other shore world, within High Heaven City, many celestial humans on the Pseudo-Kunlun Mountain had quietly descended from the 900-Jong Divine Mountain, as did Hu Zhongli and others who voluntarily went down. On the mountaintop, only Lin Changel remained, standing sincerely. Inside the thatched hut, Zhang Fuxing, while examining various items in the contract, turned his head to ask, "Wah," coiled with her serpent body on the ground, lifted her head and said softly. Zhang Fuxing was surprised. Wah's gaze was pure, like that of a newborn infant. In a sense, she was indeed a newborn infant. She said, "Federation." Zhang Fuxing was startled. Right single quotation mark. Zhang Fuxing widened his eyes, faintly having a terrible guess, whether everything known by people, Wah, knows them all. He asked this question and received Wah's affirmative response. Wah spoke softly. She paused and then calmly asked, "You seem to have a layer of fog on you, blocking everything?" Zhang Fuxing scratched his head. Indeed, it was a good question. At this moment, his relationship with Wah, with this one was very complex. In some sense, each was both the creator and the child of the other. After thinking for a while, Zhang Fuxing said. Wah nodded and tilted her head. Zhang Fuxing nodded, watching Washington close her eyes again, seemingly absorbing endless information. He marveled, contemplating briefly whether to acquire this ability, only to dismiss the idea immediately. The massive cause and effect of the heaven and earth chessboard had nearly overwhelmed him to death several times. The knowledge of all people, that amount of information was not something he could bear. At least not as he was now. As for Wai was fine. Zhang Fuxing thought she not bearing it would indeed be strange. Zhang Fuxing sat cross-legged, temporarily casting myriad concerns aside. He immersed himself in the divine realm, back to the Eight Sceneries Palace. After more than a month, it was almost time to reopen High Heaven, but he could wait a little longer, Zhang Fuxing did not touch the 2 sets of 7,000 years of cultivation. At this moment, they were either useless or too wasteful. He could not ascend to God now, and spiritual cultivation would span 7,000 years within the divine realm. Using it now would be somewhat wasteful. He needed to capture some star beasts, try breeding them to maximize benefits. With this thought, Zhang Fuxing took out the 30,000 years of technique cultivation and began contemplating. Zhang Fuxing pondered for the heaven-opening chapter. He had already learned heaven and earth reversal and chaos seal, and had only begun the 3rd form of the Panga banner, developing a wisp of heaven-opening sword chi. The current problem is that a wisp of heaven-opening sword chi seems to be my current limit. The first 2 techniques of Tai, cause and effect parallel, and hand imbued with cause and effect, both have brought me great benefits. Chapter 424, 296. Zhang Fuxing transcends the limits of thought _3. Chapter 424. Chapter 296. Zhang Fuxing transcends the limits of thought _3, especially the hand imbued with cause and effect. To some extent, it is absurdly perverse. Zhang Fuxing murmured in a low voice. He held no hope. 30,000 years for ancient immortals and Buddhas was too short to possibly comprehend all things are void. He needed to seek someone else to trade for better enlightenment. The orb of light merged with his body. In the first year, I began to study all things are void. By the 1,000th year, I had no clue about all things are void, but my attainment in the Tao of cause and effect grew deeper. In the 5th millennium, I was immersed day and night in the Tao of cause and effect, and I seemed to have a vague concept of all things are void. By the 10th millennium, I had grown numb, cause and effect, and more cause and effect. I almost turned into a demon every day in the Tao of cause and effect. Every few decades, I almost experienced transformation into the Tao, being assimilated by the Tao of cause and effect, but each time I was corrected back, the contract absolutely correct. Zhang Fuxing's form repeatedly became illusory, each illusion representing transformation into the Tao. For normal beings, transformation into the Tao is the extreme manifestation of falling into a demon state, becoming one with the Tao they practice. But this was not a good thing. Those weaker than the corresponding Tao who transformed would merely become a part of the Tao, losing their self-will. But Zhang Fuxing was different. He had the contract, which ensured absolute correctness. Each time he directly transformed into the Tao of cause and effect, Zhang Fuxing's understanding of the great Tao of cause and effect deepened. Then he was immediately corrected, separated from the great Tao of cause and effect, returning to normal. In this way, repeating every few decades, cycle after cycle. In the 20th millennium, I had transformed into the Tao over 200 times. I seemed to have found a supreme shortcut. I seemed to somewhat understand what all things are void means. In the 8 Sceneries Palace, the surroundings of Zhang Fuxing began to become empty. A true emptiness in the literal sense. No matter, no rules, no space, not even time. He sat poised in absolute nothingness, or rather, in the absolute vacuum, before the birth of all things. Unconsciously, a smile appeared on his face. In the 25th millennium, I touched the threshold of all things are void. This is an infinite, marvelous technique that can temporarily restore the absolute vacuum before the creation of heaven and earth. In the 30th millennium, through 2 millennia of transformation into the Tao, at last, I had grasped the rudiments of all things are void. 30,000 years of time slipped away in an instant. Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes, and the void around him suddenly dissipated, yet he remained seated, woodenly seated, utterly still. All causes and effects detached from Zhang Fuxing's body. As all things are void, cause and effect also became void. He was no longer weighed down by cause and effect. Feeling an unprecedented lightness, Zhang Fuxing gently panted. In his eyes, there was a deep void. The great sun golden lamp and Kunlun Yushi were nowhere to be seen. He sat positioned, suddenly rising from the meditation mat, spreading his hands. In the palm of his hand, within its bounds, all matter, all space, all concepts, all time, were repelled from the confines of his palm. What he held was the absolute vacuum before the dawn of creation. In an instant, Zhang Fuxing began to wither, begin to desiccate. It consumed too much. But in that instant, he slumped, pressing the absolute vacuum in his grasp onto the ground of the 8 Sceneries Palace. A palm-sized pit appeared on the ground, though it restored immediately after the hand moved away. But that pit had undeniably existed. The withered Zhang Fuxing once again sighed lightly. In writing, this technique allows one to be free from all cause and effect, outside the celestial secret, immune to all calculations and gaze. In martial arts, this technique can create an absolute vacuum, devoid of space, matter, concepts, and time, capable of shaking even the 8 Sceneries Palace. Zhang Fuxing devoured jingpong meat in large mouthfuls, his withered self rapidly recovering, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Zhang Fuxing once again marveled at the terror of the contract, that under absolute correctness, even a state of transformation could be reclaimed. Zhang Fuxing murmured, thoughts returning to his original self, opening his eyes. Then he stepped out of the hut, taking a second step off the faux Kunlun, and by the third step down, he had already walked out of the other shore world, back to the world plateau. Scorching gazes descended from the sky, the gods bewildered. How did he simply walk out? Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, hands folded, sighing. Every gaze that fell upon him was erased without exception, free of cause and effect, untouched by the celestial secret, let alone the gazes. Thus, in the eyes of the gods, that world venerate vanished into thin air. They could see him, yet they also couldn't see him. Once their gaze shifted, they unconsciously forgot him. All things are void, void in cause and effect, void in the celestial secret, and void in thoughts. Feeling the terribly enormous consumption, Zhang Fuxing chewed on jingpeng meat while barely maintaining the state of all things are void. Zhang Fuxing withdrew the state of all things are void step by step. The consumption was too great even for him now. It could only be sustained for a maximum of 10 breaths before completely withering. Consequently, the one after another gaze fell again. Watching him, these gazes, all of which were utterly horrified. The gods remembered the world venerate, and also that brief moment that couldn't be seen, couldn't be remembered, thoughts couldn't touch it. The divine spirits became silent. A white-haired elder murmured in a low voice, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Clearly seen, yet unseen, it surpasses thought entirely, unimaginable, contradictory, conflicting, strange, terrifying. The great powers who originally intended to take action quietly stopped, silently watching the world-honored one Buddha, who had been listed as a high-risk evil god by the Federation, just like that, under countless watchful eyes, indifferently walking step by step into the great mist. The howls of star beasts echoed from the mist, rising and falling continuously. Chapter 425, 297. Fire eyes conceal the golden sea. Innate supreme treasure appears in the world. Chapter 425. Chapter 297. Fire eyes conceal the golden sea. Innate supreme treasure appears in the world. More to come later. In the dense fog, Zhang Fuxing pressed his hand on a level 3 star beast, gently severing its head. He didn't capture these star beasts, but killed them one by one. Zhang Fuxing put his palms together and sighed softly. He was sending off these star beasts, truly sending them off, attempting to purify their fractured souls to free them from the suffering of wandering the world. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. It's still too difficult. Not impossible, but not worth it. In the most ideal state, employing the open sky, sword chi, and all things are void, indeed allows for the possibility of counterattacking and killing venerate-level entities, but consumes too much and easily exposes one's vulnerabilities, outweighing the benefits. Zhang Fuxing murmured, turning towards the direction of the other shore world, and upon approaching, once again used, all things are void. He briefly became void of cause and effect and thought, as the gods above cast their gazes only to see nothing. Even the memories related to the world-honored one Buddha were fading, disappearing, not existing in the heart, not leaving traces in the spirit. Until the world venerate entered the other shore world, this characteristic beyond the limits of thought gradually dissipated. Above, a white-haired elder sits cross-legged, divine radiance cascading down from his body, unknowingly murmuring. Indeed, this move is truly terrifying, surpassing thought. The celestial vault was silent. No one could provide an answer. After a long time, a deity whispered, "What meaning is there for us to sit here?" The gods looked at each other. A terrifying presence, suspected to be from the old world, a powerful being with unknown depths. They surely wouldn't foolishly risk their fall by charging at the forefront for the Federation. The white-haired elder remained silent for a moment and turned to the side. Kong Shuntong came to his senses and shook his head lightly. The appearance of High Heaven City and the other shore world is an inevitable result. His clear voice echoed in the celestial vault, causing many gods to falter. They never expected one to openly utter such heretical words. Kong Shintong, however, was very calm. Speaking in a low tone, the white-haired elder nodded, evidently agreeing with Kong Shintong's perspective, yet could not help but say, the gods eyed their noses and kept their thoughts to themselves, hesitant to join in such discussions. The gap between venerate, great power, and great divine power user was immensely frightening. Such a conversation can only be held by one who stands at the top of the Federation, who is already one of the Federation's rulers, the great divine power user, at least ostensibly. Kong Shintong was silent for a long while, then softly spoke. After a pause, he lightly sighed. Isn't the present Federation also in the end of a dynasty? The gods were silent, Old Bull gazing with interest at this middle-aged man named Kong Shintong, while as for the white-haired elder, he only sighed gently. The elder murmured to himself. Kong Shintong said. The elder nodded quietly, contemplating unknown thoughts. Meanwhile, outside the Kunlun thatched cottage in the other shore world, Zhang Fuxing held the merit pen in his hand, each swing causing the vast other shore world to shift its mountains and rivers according to his will. Chang'an Town and Thousand Mile Jiaoling were moved to the world's edge by him, while High Heaven City was entirely relocated to the world's center, its city area expanding more than tenfold. The earth was rumbling. In High Heaven City, people watched as distant peaks grew farther away, seeing the city's boundaries expand crazily, new empty buildings rising from the ground. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the transformed heaven and earth, speaking peacefully. Chief, Lin Changle cautiously observed this. Dignified figure, entirely different from the past world-honored one Buddha, as he turned to focus on him. World Venerate said. Lin Changle nodded quickly. Zhang Fuxing continued to modify the mountains and rivers within what once was Chongyang heaven and earth, now the other shore world, saying, Chapter 426, 297, Golden Sea hidden within fiery eyes, the innate supreme treasure appears in the world. Chapter 426, Chapter 297, Golden Sea hidden within fiery eyes, the innate supreme treasure appears in the world. In the east, let the civilians dwell in peace. In this domain, all killings are forbidden. In the south, let various sects and schools reside. Lin Changle nodded repeatedly, his expression serious as he meticulously noted down the matter. Zhang Fuxing's planning had reached its final stage. He cultivated two mystical techniques and divine abilities, celestial calculation and star count. At this moment, under his arrangement, the mountains and rivers within the other shore world were aligned into a great celestial array, using celestial calculation combined with the all things are void technique. This grand formation had no other purpose. It served only one. Entering the other shore world would obscure one's fate, making it difficult to calculate. With Zhang Fuxing's current capabilities, the celestial array could at least thwart the extrapolation of even great divine power users, even those at the fourth realm of the divine path, such as a true saint, unless they were particularly skilled in the path of divination, would be unable to deduce the fate of the creatures within. As for the lakes and inland seas within the other shore world, Zhang Fuxing gathered them into 365 giant lakes, exactly matching the count of stars in the sky, or one could say, the earthly heavenly starry formation. This formation can serve as protection and also reflect the stars above, drawing down the light of slaughter below the level of a venerate. Anyone caught in it will surely die. As for those of venerate level existence, Zhang Fuxing exhausted himself 300 times to condense another strand of heavenly sword qi, merging it into this earthly heavenly starry formation. When necessary, it can unleash a starry light of slaughter infused with heavenly sword qi. If a venerate is not careful, there is also a possibility of perishing and their path extinguished. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, feeling regretful that he had not yet achieved ascension to God. Thus his capabilities were limited. If he achieved ascension to God, he could perfectly integrate the path of cause and effect into both formations, and even take away the heaven and earth chessboard, then integrate the heaven and earth chessboard into the other shore world. If an enemy enters, In the light of slaughter, endless cause and effect information would wash down, leaving 10 dead among the venerates. And great powers would probably face 9 deaths and 1 life. For now, this is the utmost he can achieve. Zhang Fuxing casually instructed, about to return to his cottage. Lin Changle cautiously spoke. The world venerate halted. Lin Changle took a deep breath. Zhang Fuxing first paused, then recalled there was indeed such a matter previously. He encountered an attack while traveling with Li Yi and Luo Cheng by plane to Chongyang Heaven and Earth. The attacker's methods were strange, but left fingerprints on the aircraft and the giant stones used for throwing. Zhang Fuxing asked calmly, not particularly concerned about this trivial matter now. The process was somewhat convoluted. Lin Changle fished out his phone, pulled up a file, and handed it over. Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyes and glanced, slightly taken aback. The owner of the file was somewhat familiar to him, Li Shiyuan. Zhang Fuxing's expression turned solemn as he took the file for careful examination. Note: low possibility as suspected cultist. Note 2: low possibility as suspected evil god possession, listed in Level 2 observation list. As Zhang Fuxing browsed through the archive information, he couldn't help but look grave. Disappeared for half a year, personality drastically changed, reappeared just a month ago. In other words, at the time of the attack, this Li Shiyuan was in a state of disappearance. Zhang Fuxing quietly traced the cause and effect, found the result of that attack, and pushed forward to find the cause, only to find his vision blurred. He furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes, silently merging fire eyes' golden gaze with himself. Instantly, his eyes suddenly felt burning and scorching, an intense pain straight to the soul. Even Zhang Fuxing now couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Minute by minute passed. A stick of incense later, Zhang Fuxing could clearly feel a special rhythm emanating from his eyes, flooding through his entire body, with fire eyes' golden gaze bestowed upon him. The change affected not only his eyes. The burning and scorching sensation at this moment suffused his entire body after a long while. A gentle breeze brushed across the mountaintop. Lin Changle, standing cautiously by, saw the world venerate, seemingly lost in thought with closed eyes, slowly open his eyes. Lin Changle was suddenly mesmerized, staring intently at those eyes. There was no fire or gold in the eyes, only a deep abyssal chaos, as if the surrounding light was collapsing towards those eyes. A moment later, the dense chaos suddenly melted away, and crimson gold appeared, growing heavier and heavier, until it transformed into 2 melting seas of molten gold. Lin Changle instinctively took several steps back, shivering uncontrollably, his breathing heavy. As for Zhang Fuxing, he stood there quietly, letting the 2 golden seas fill his eyes. The original great sun golden lamp became blurred. The radiance of the golden lamp appeared dim in the golden sea. Another moment passed. Blazing golden light, like substantial flames, burst forth from his eyes. Amidst the bursting golden light, there seemed to be strands of flowing glow, akin to 6 ding divine fire. Heart pounding with shock, Zhang Fuxing could clearly feel this golden light reaching everywhere, as he instinctively raised his head. Chapter 427, 297. Golden Sea hidden within the fiery eyes. Innate supreme treasure appears in the world. Chapter 427. Chapter 297. Golden Sea hidden within the fiery eyes. Innate supreme treasure appears in the world. The golden light was about to pierce into the different dimension, to stir the sea of clouds there. But likewise, the consumption was terrifyingly large, not quite as much as the state of all things are void, but not far from it either. Zhang Fuxing immediately closed his eyes, concealing the fire eyes' golden gaze. He whispered to himself, realizing that this was not a simple divine technique of sight. These eyes themselves were a supreme weapon of attack. But that's for them. Zhang Fuxing kept his eyes closed, quietly sensing these eyes, able to feel the boundless power hidden within the fire eyes' golden gaze. He recalled the myth where the stone monkey was born. Just as it was born and opened its eyes, there were two beams of golden light shooting straight into the star palace. Those beams of golden flames even shot up to the celestial court, up to the Milo celestial palace. But since then, in the mythical stories, the monkey never displayed a similar divine technique again. Zhang Fuxing's mind raced, but he could only make a vague guess. He calmed himself, deliberately reined in the fire eye's golden gaze. And when he opened his eyes again, there was no golden sea surging out, but the view he beheld was still different. The thick fog of the world plateau was no obstacle at all. When he looked up, he could faintly observe the continuous different dimension. It was just too far away to be seen clearly, and when he looked down, his gaze could penetrate the profound yellow land, the cosmic star sea, and he could glimpse the void beyond the grand universe. There, Zhang Fuxing saw one universe, an ancient world after another floating in the great void. This was while the fire eye's golden gaze was restrained. This was still without Zhang Fuxing being able to fully activate these eyes. He even wondered if the monkey had ever truly activated these eyes. Zhang Fuxing murmured, immediately arising with great doubts. Given such enormous and unimaginable power within the fire eye's golden gaze, why would there be two pairs? He had obtained one pair from the Pope of the Pantheon. Yet there was another pair, hidden within the predestined events, waiting for Chun Wanyu's heart to nurture a Western sect venerate for 49 days. That Western sect venerate would obtain another pair of fire eyes golden gaze. The doubts arose, but Zhang Fuxing quickly suppressed them. He once again explored the cause and effect of his previous ambush, tracing it back. This time, the foggy mist of cause and effect could no longer obscure Zhang Fuxing's vision. He saw at that time the assailant indeed resembled Li Xun vaguely, with a hand seemingly plunged into a massive scroll. Zhang Fuxing could even see that the content of the scroll was in progress like a movie screen, wherein the scene was the very plane from before. He saw Li Xun reaching into the scroll, first grappling the plane to shake it, then picking up stones from the ground to throw at the plane, just like what had happened before. Within Zhang Fuxing's eyes floated the golden sea and the great sun golden lamp, reflecting fine star lines of cause and effect, in a manner unfathomable. Zhang Fuxing realized it must be a supreme treasure, perhaps famously known in mythological stories. He then observed closely at the one labeled Li Xun in the cause and effect reflection, discovering a heavy aura of youthful inexperience on this person's face, completely different from the Li Shuyuan he had seen before. Zhang Fuxing concluded, the shell may be the same, but what's inside, however, is not. So, as his thoughts turned and twisted, the golden sea in Zhang Fuxing's eyes gradually dimmed, reverting to normal eyes. He refined Lin Changle's body, even imbuing her with his true blood, forging a pinnacled foundation for her, transforming her from a mere martial artist to a grandmaster in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fuxing calmly instructed, watching Lin Changle descend from the mountain, then striding into the thatched hut. Zhang Fuxing called, Wah, coiling on the ground, opened her eyes in confusion. Wah purely asked, since you know what humans know, and see what humans see. Zhang Fuxing spoke gently, eyes reflecting divine light, manifesting the past scenery traced from cause and effect. While looked at the virtual scene and saw the scroll within. She nodded. Zhang Fuxing's eyes suddenly brightened. She truly recognized it? Before he could inquire, he heard Wah continue. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback, not fully understanding Wah's words, instinctively asked. Wah softly spoke. Zhang Fuxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 428, 298. The giant hand that sees the golden crow in the starry sky. Chapter 428, Chapter 298. The giant hand that sees the golden crow in the starry sky. In Yingtian province, Zhu Xiaoming lay in the dazzling medicine pool, utterly confused. Buddha's son shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, it's quite strange. Yingtian city on the world plateau suddenly vanished, and the only route to the outside world is cut off. He took a breath, his face showing a heavy expression. Now Zhu Xiaoming is not what he used to be. Having been by Buddha's son's side for nearly half a year, he naturally knows the specifics of Buddhism. He couldn't help but ask. The withered woman lying on Buddha's son's back pouted. Zhu Xiaoming lay in the splendid pool, reached out to touch his bald head, and exhaled. Buddha's son did not hide it, speaking peacefully. After pausing, he continued to narrate in detail. According to the divination, the core of this destiny event lies with these two people. Zhu Xiaoming vaguely spoke. Raise the pole. Sounds like those two are going to rebel, or something. Buddha's son said calmly. Yingtian province itself is already a rebellious province. Zhu Xiaoming realized. So we're here to find these two people? But rebellion. Buddha son choque lightly. Suppresse. Now each province is restless. How can the Federation manage it all? Zhu Xiaoming fell silent. A long time. He mulled over these 4 words, remembering the people from the past, feeling a bit lost. I wonder how old Zhang, Lu Yao, and the others are doing. Buddha's son smiled. As for now, you're no longer in the same world as them. Zhu Xiaoming suddenly became excited. Old Zhang. Buddha's son shook his head. He spoke calmly. Zhu Xiaoming pursed his lips, his face blossoming into a radiant smile. He looked at his golden hands. As Buddha's son had mentioned, he was also undergoing a minor destiny event. Once everything is in place, he could step into the innate realm directly towards the Arhat level. Though Zhu Xiaoming still wasn't quite sure what exactly an Arhat was. Buddha's son spoke softly. After all, to be wealthy and not return home is like wearing fine clothes at night. Pausing, Buddha's son's face rarely showed a heavy expression. Zhu Xiaoming nodded heavily, couldn't help but ask. Buddha's son nodded. Zhu Xiaoming listened somewhat entranced. Lousy world venerate. He softly marveled. Other shore world, Chang'an Town, Yuan Mansion. After making a betting agreement with Yuan Tiandao, Ruan Yutu came to reside at Yuan Mansion, along with Yellow Teeth Old Man, Jiang Feinio, Cui Linglong, and Li Shuyuan. A quiet room. Cui Linglong gently kneaded Li Shuyuan's shoulders. Li Shuyuan snapped out of it, patting Cui Linglong's hand. His eyes still retained a look of shock, reflecting on the world-honored one Buddha he saw. And, Wah, was that the real Wah? How could it be? But if not, who in heaven and earth dares to impersonate that visage? Most crucially, those who gaze upon Wah instinctively prostrate, as if seeing the primordial mother. Li Shuyuan couldn't help but swallow, confirming in his heart that it's most likely not the real Wah. Perhaps it's an avatar without awakened memories? Is it a contingency left by Wah? He sighed, lamenting in his heart for not finding the true supreme treasure scroll, wondering where the real Li Shuyuan had hidden it. Chapter 429, 298. The Giant Hand Seizing the Golden Crow in the Starry Sky, 2. Chapter 429. Chapter 298. The Giant Hand Seizing the Golden Crow in the Starry Sky, 2. Cui Linglong softly asked again at this moment. Li Shun just shook his head and gently replied. Cui Linglong didn't press further, instead said. Li Shuyuan's eyes flickered for a moment before he continued. Cui Linglong nodded silently, but then said. Li Shuyuan casually replied. Cui Linglong frowned. It is a higher-level blood connection, Li Shuyuan said indifferently. Cui Linglong hummed in response, just slightly furrowing her brows. Thatched hut. Zhang Fuxing felt a bit parched. He couldn't help but speak. Are you saying? Wan nodded gently. Zhang Fuxing breathed rapidly. Map of mountains and rivers. No wonder, at that time, the scroll displayed the real heaven and earth. It could even be directly influenced from outside the painting. Zhang Fuxing sighed inwardly, tracing through causality. He could sense that back then, Li Shuyuan was just an ordinary person, not even a martial artist. But because of this, it was even more terrifying. Even an ordinary person could use the map of mountains and rivers. If it were me, Zhang Fuxing's heart trembled slightly as he tried to trace the location of the map of mountains and rivers, but failed, even suffered backlash, with bright golden blood streaming from his eyes. Wa exclaimed, reaching out to gently wipe away his bloody tears, and blowing softly into the handsome young man's eyes. She was very gentle, and as a cool breeze blew over, the cracks that had begun to form during the massive backlash on Zhang Fuxing immediately healed, and the terrifying backlash disappeared as well. He looked at Hua with uncertainty. Hua's eyes were pure beyond measure. She tilted her head slightly, spoke hesitantly. Zhang Fuxing was silent for a moment. Hua smiled happily. She was constantly receiving all the knowledge known to countless humans, yet she was still like a newborn child, her mind clear like a blank sheet, very innocent. Zhang Fuxing said softly. He did not intend to seek out Li Xuan immediately. This guy had a lot of issues, and even if he did possess the map of mountains and rivers, he certainly would not hand it over. Zhang Fuxing whispered in his heart, his thoughts gradually sinking into the divine realm. He stood above the cloud sea of the celestial realm. His eyes revealed fine star lines, reflecting the various causes and effects upon himself with those star beasts. This is why Zhang Fuxing only kills but doesn't take. Killing a kind of star beast inherently creates a great cause and effect with that star beast clan, and through causality, Zhang Fuxing, along the cause and effect with the fearless lion, gained insight into one after another fearless lions in the cosmic star sea. He chose the best 100, reached out to grab them, and forcibly captured those star beasts back. 1 type, 2 types, 3 types, until almost all the types of star beasts that had a causal connection with him were captured 100-fold. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath. Killing can give birth to cause and effect. Eating can too. He perceived the causality between himself and the level 4 star beast. Mixed blood golden crow, selected the weakest one, and then followed the thread of causality, his gaze tracing back. He wanted to catch a golden crow, a living golden crow. Deep in the star sea, the captain shouted hoarsely, his expression extremely pale, as the entire interior of the starship flashed red, sounding alarms. A crew member spoke despairingly. That level of energy source. Everyone on this hunting ship held their breath. Even their hearts skipped a beat. A level 4 star beast. They were just a hunting team for level 1 and level 2 star beasts. The captain murmured in despair as he looked at the terrifying energy source getting closer on the screen. A crew member, still maintaining basic sanity, was doing the last tasks, shouting, "Unknown level 4 life form is about to enter our observation horizon. Countdown 3. Light." It was an incredibly dazzling, incredibly bright sunlight, surging in from afar, layer upon layer like a great tide. Despite having shields and light filters, the captain's eyes were almost blinded by this extreme light. He murmured but did not turn away or close his eyes, just stared dumbly at the spectacle in the distance. A grain of sun, a tiny micro-sun, was speeding in from afar, causing the void to shine, evaporating a nearby, small asteroid. A crew member shouted in despair. "It's not coming for us, just passing by. But the heat wave from it is coming. The ship is expected to withstand for 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Everyone was silent, quietly watching the sun god bird streak across the starry sky. The other was just passing by. But that extreme heat was enough to doom the entire ship. No one spoke, all staring dumbly at the beautiful sun bird flying through the star sea. Suddenly, someone murmured. The captain looked towards the extreme sunlight. Vaguely, he could see chaos light suddenly surging out in a piece of void. And then, it was a hand. A giant hand as large as a planet. Someone muttered dumbly, seeing a giant hand fall from the void, pressing down on that sun god bird. The divine bird raised its head and screeched, the great sunlight like a tide, striking back against the giant hand. But that hand emitted chaotic light, pressing down with the great sunlight. "I seem to hear," a crew member murmured. The captain listened closely, distinctly hearing Brahma sounds faintly chanting, reverberating in the star sea. He saw the giant hand, as big as a planet, pressed on the divine bird's back, then gently flipped over. He couldn't help but retch, because when that giant hand flipped over, that piece of starry sky actually flipped over with it, as if everything was tilting. It was starlight, it was planets, it was the sunbird. That piece of starry sky, with the overturning of the giant hand, collapsed with a bang, suppressing the divine bird, as if sword light flashed by. And then the divine bird wailed, the great sunlight dimmed, it struggled powerlessly, divine blood spilling across the starry sky. Before that terrifying giant hand, it had no effect whatsoever. The divine bird was captured by the giant hand. Everything returned to stillness. The alarms in the starship quietly disengaged. No one cheered. Everyone dumbly watched that piece of starry sky, battered and shattered from the inversion, watching the disintegrating and collapsing planet in the starry sky. Chapter 430, 299, Spiritual Ascension, Reopening High Heaven. Chapter 430, Chapter 299, Spiritual Ascension, Reopening High Heaven. Scorching, burning, blazing pain. This was all Zhang Fuxing could feel. The golden crow, even if it was just a mixed-blood golden crow, its terrifying heat was enough to scorch through his palm. The mixed-blood golden crow was shrieking, each of its radiant golden feathers like divine spears, piercing Zhang Fuxing with streams of blood. He remained expressionless, just clutching the golden crow as he stepped to the six-ding divine fire. Ever since obtaining the Fire Eye's golden gaze, his resistance to the six-ding divine fire seemed to have greatly increased. Standing beside the flowing rosy light, he remained completely unaffected. But this golden crow couldn't stand it, furiously curling into a ball, letting out low whimpers and cries. Zhang Fuxing calmly inquired, then recalled that star beasts possessed no wisdom. So he retreated slightly. The golden crow bristled again. Zhang Fuxing stepped to the six-ding divine fire again. Repeating this cycle many times, the sun god bird finally learned its lesson, its giant figure shrinking to the size of a common bird. Only then did Zhang Fuxing nod, applying the same method, capturing another relatively weak venerate-level golden crow. Two divine birds of different genders were held in one hand. Then he swept up more than 100 other star beasts with a flick of his sleeve, murmuring to himself. It is about how to transform these star beasts into beings within his divine realm. According to theory, it requires entities like a Buddha country or blessed land forged from a small world to merge the star beasts with his divine realm. But since he has yet to achieve ascension to God, he cannot fish worlds in the great void. However, Zhang Fuxing solemnly uttered, gazing at the cause and effect on each star beast, attaching their cause and effect related to belonging one by one to his divine realm. It was very slow and very difficult. Common star beasts were manageable, at most consuming some energy, but when it came to the two golden crows, Zhang Fuxing truly felt numb. They lacked wisdom, fighting purely by instinct, not possessing any marvelous techniques or divine techniques. Thus, even if they were venerates, they weren't his match, and with some effort, they could be suppressed, but at least in terms of realm, the two mixed-blood golden crows surpassed him. And shaking their cause and effect became extremely difficult. The consumption was astonishing. With every difficult move of their belonging cause and effect, Zhang Fuxing had to swallow a mountain-sized amount of jingpeng meat to compensate for the loss, until all the belonging cause and effect of the two golden crows were fully transferred. All the jingpeng meat was consumed. That was half a giant carcass stretching 100 miles. The loss was great, but the gain was equally immense. Zhang Fuxing closed his eyes, sensing, vaguely feeling like he grasped the innate divine technique of rock feather transforming into sword furnace. With a mere thought, illusory rock feathers appeared around him, thousands upon thousands, and he discovered that, after the golden crow transformed into a living being of the divine realm, his divine realm unexpectedly gained an unprecedented vitality and reality. It was like the entire divine realm had edged closer to the real world. Zhang Fuxing realized the more real the divine realm became, the more terrifying the power bestowed upon him. He sat cross-legged on the celestial sea of clouds, glanced at the 5 major dynasties of the mortal realm, banishing all the star beasts to a corner of the celestial sea, forbidding them from entering the mortal world. Thus, 7,000 years of spiritual cultivation had silently merged with himself. In the first year, I continued to advance towards breaking through the second spiritual limit. Zhang Fuxing's spiritual world began a vast transformation. Behind him, a towering Bodhi tree emerged. This was a great Bodhi tree, formed by the steaming of spiritual divine thoughts. It was not real, but surpassed reality. I sat under the Bodhi tree, suddenly enlightened. The Buddha attained enlightenment under the Bodhi. This Bodhi was never a real Bodhi tree, but rather a spiritual Bodhi like myself. Zhang Fuxing understood, after the second spiritual limit, his true spirit had resonated with the great heaven and earth. In a certain sense, he had become part of the great heaven and earth. Because of this, the things reflected by divine thoughts, even if not refined into reality, already possessed real characteristics. Like this Bodhi, Zhang Fuxing murmured deeply. He briefly opened his eyes, gazing at the old Bodhi tree in front of the great Lane temple, suddenly pondering whether this Bodhi was excerpted from the Buddha's spiritual world, whether it was the site of the Buddha's enlightenment, and whether it was a contingency by the Buddha. Zhang Fuxing continued to immerse himself in cultivation, 100 years, 1,000 in an instant. In the first millennium, I continued to climb upwards, attempting to glimpse the great power-level spiritual domain. It seemed not difficult. In the first 1,100 years, my spiritual accumulation thoroughly broke the millennium barrier. My 1,000-year refining spirit position was ascending. It transformed into the position of 10,000-year refining spirit. In the fifth millennium, I immersed myself in the mysteries of the spiritual world, suddenly comprehending the truth. If the world is a sea of suffering, I am crossing it, whereas I am the spirit, soul, and true spirit. They're my essence. The physical body is merely the precious raft on which I rely to cross. In the seventh millennium, I gradually ceased cultivation. My spiritual thoughts combined with Bodhi. I also discovered I had enlightened for 7 days, a millennium for 1 day. Chapter 431, 299, Spiritual Ascension to God. Reopening High Heaven, Part 2. Chapter 431. Chapter 299. Spiritual Ascension to God. Reopening High Heaven, Part 2. In 42 days I will have achieved total perfection in my merits. Opening his eyes, 7,000 years of change in the mortal realm. Even heaven has become dramatically different. Zhang Fuxing sat upright above the cloud sea of the celestial realm. Behind him, a gigantic Bodhi tree, upon which 3 sacred birds perched, 2 large and 1 small, like 3 radiant suns illuminating all directions, golden and resplendent like clouds, while in the distance, countless star beasts roamed within the cloud sea. A mere cursory glance. The number of level 1 star beasts had already exceeded 8 million. Level 2 star beasts numbered in the tens of thousands, and level 3 star beasts had now reached 10,000. The higher the bloodline, the harder the reproduction. Zhang Fuxing murmured, clearly sensing that in a moment of 7,000 years later, his divine realm had become stronger. The more numerous and powerful the life forms residing in the divine realm, they provide vast feedback to one's spiritual domain. He now truly could be referred to as he. Zhang Fuxing murmured deeply. He looked down toward the human world. The population number hadn't increased much. This was now the limit of what the mortal realm could sustain, yet the number of strong ones had changed drastically. Those 2 venerate-level divine spirits had each established an ancient Taoist lineage in the mortal realm, one known as Martial Lodge, the other as Divine Temple. With a venerate providing teachings, 7,000 years have passed. The celestial humans in the mortal realm have exceeded 100 in number, and over 50 of these celestial humans have appeared in the past 1,000 years, showing an exponential increase in the number of strong individuals. Understanding the cause and effect, Zhang Fuxing was clear of the various things. Once he ascends to godhood, the life forms in his divine realm will at least bolster more than 20% of his strength in his essence, chi, and spirit. Over 10 million star beasts, more than 100 celestial humans, and a mixed-blood golden crow, along with the masters of Martial Lodge and Divine Temple, which mean 5 venerate level boosters. At that time, he would equivalently gain the combat strength of a venerate-level entity. Ascend to godhood, ascend to godhood. 42 days remain until I gain enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. Zhang Fuxing murmured deeply, sensing the fundamental change after promoting to the 10,000-year refining spirit position. In a sense, he was already one of the masters of the great heaven and earth. Each who broke the second spiritual limit will grasp a part of the special authority of the great heaven and earth. If the great heaven and earth were likened to a grand temple, this authority would be the key to the entrance, whereas the celestial position would be ownership of things within the temple. I am now considered to have spiritually ascended to godhood. Once both my essence and chi ascend to godhood, my divine realm will transform into a domain. He slowly rose. The three sun god birds atop the Bodhi tree startled up, and the gigantic divine tree swayed, gradually dissolving into pure Bodhi thoughts, flowing into Zhang Fuxing's body. The sacred birds circled Zhang Fuxing, like three little suns revolving around him. After 7,000 years of companionship, the three sacred birds appear to recognize him as their master, especially the newly born little sacred bird, which was extraordinarily intimate with Zhang Fuxing, even perched on his shoulder, gently nuzzling him with its head. This little sacred bird was also venerate level, a level 4-star beast, born as a divine spirit, but seemed to have been cursed, unable to develop its spiritual intelligence or progress further. Zhang Fuxing stroked the little golden crow's head, placed it in his palm, then gently lifted it, making it soar and chirp. He chuckled softly and then stepped into the Eight Sceneries Palace, the age-old aura gradually fading from him. Once seated again on the meditation mat, the aura of age, treasure-likeness, and Buddhist charm had all dissipated, leaving only solemnity. He murmured, knowing that there was already absolutely enough star beast flesh. Over 10 million star beasts. No matter how much the effect dwindles, it will suffice for a very long time of use, even within the High Heaven Association, where frequent transactions could begin. Zhang Fuxing softly ordered. Several avatars strode out, following the cause and effect connection, heading towards the Golden Province. With the expansion of the High Heaven Association, it is impossible for him to personally preside over and witness every transaction. Avatars with some degree of autonomy are the best choice. Zhang Fuxing murmured, thinking first of the Pantheon. 42,000 years, if spread out, is only 42 millennia, while 1,000 years of spiritual cultivation might be significantly large for a celestial human. But for a divine spirit, it seems not so vast anymore. Zhang Fuxing first thought of Lin Changle. In the eyes of all, he appointed Lin Changle as Guanyin, should the other have undergone a dramatic change in a short time, even achieved a celestial position. Zhang Fuxing pondered. In a narrative of the westward journey, Guanyin Bodhisattva holds considerable weight. Even during the starting point of this westward journey, Guanyin had participated substantially. Zhang Fuxing made a decision. February 9th. He had made a decision in his heart, intending to obtain the Guanyin celestial position to bestow it on Lin Changle, and then have him journey to Chang'an Town to reveal himself to all living beings. However, the beginning of the westward journey, this fated event lacks a crucial character. Mongtang. Who is Mongtang? Zhang Fuxing instantly locked onto a candidate. Li Shihuan. Li Xun, living Buddha Jigong, Kasayapa venerate, also a disciple of the Buddha, though nowadays Shiyuan is replaced by an unknown presence. But the recurrence of a fated event doesn't necessitate everything being the same, just like when he left Hanga Pass westward, riding a Red Bull, arriving from the east amidst pestilence. As long as the main aspects align, small details can completely change. At that time, it still counts as fulfilling the fated event. Zhang Fuxing murmured, knowing this in his heart, extended his hand, gently knocking on the void, saying, this soft knock echoed through the divine thought and the cause and effect connection, simultaneously in the ears of each holder of the high heaven order. As the grand sound rose, there were shadows one after another outside the Taoist palace. They stepped on white jade steps, walking side by side, coming to meet. 9 figures in succession. All spoke in respectful voice. Yet Zhang Fuxing slightly furrowed his brow. One person was missing. Kong Shintong also held the high heaven order. There should have been 10 seats for those coming to meet, but now there were only 9. Shi Zhengyuan, he was missing. Tracing back the cause and effect, given Zhang Fuxing's current fire eyes golden gaze, ascended spiritual realm, and mastery of the cause and effect of all things are void, yet what he saw remained hazy, impossible to see clearly. Very strange. Moreover, the one missing or disappearing happens to be Shi Zhengyuan, who has the 9-ring scepter. The great celestial venerate gently squinted his eyes. Chapter 432, 300. Arriving on the dragon boat, Brocade Kasaya. Chapter 432. Chapter 300. Arriving on the dragon boat, Brocade Kasaya. It seems, on the white jade steps, the Buddha's son looked around. Despite everyone being shrouded in a dim and mysterious aura, their appearances indistinguishable, but based on their physiques, one could still discern which seat each held. At this moment, a person he had never seen before was clearly added, yet the 4th seat was missing. Eyes fell upon the newcomer, who was gazing at the 8 sceneries palace intently. Kong Shintong sensed something amiss, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and respectfully addressed the shadowy figures whose depths were unknown. The seats exchanged glances, confirming indeed it was a newcomer, and not the 4th seat transforming their appearance. Chun Wanyu displayed a trace of worry on her face. Since ascending to the high heaven, this was the 2nd time a member was absent, the last time being the 7th seat, who faced a great calamity, nearly perishing. Could it be the 4th seat also faced a perilous ordeal, or perhaps had already perished? The seats remained silent. The Taoist palace doors had yet to open. The 5th seat Buddha son exhaled softly, looking at the newcomer. He recounted the backgrounds of the seats, 1 from the Western sect, 2 from the Mandala lineage, 3 from the Eastern sect. The Buddha's son spoke softly. Seats 6, 8, and 9 do not belong to any specific sect. Kong Shintong visibly hesitated, and the seats noticed, prompting the curious 7th seat Shun Bao to ask. Kong Shintong stroked his chin, nodded with a peculiar expression. Shun Bao laughed. What a coincidence! I didn't expect someone from the same sect to join us in the high heaven. Kong Shintong pondered, considering whether to keep a complete secret or... Though he was the Pope of the ancient saints sect, no one ever knew who the Pope truly was, except himself. Upon reflection, Kong Shintong spoke frankly. My status in the ancient saints sect is quite special. The seats were momentarily stunned. Pray? The word pray was usually associated with divine spirits. Thus, another divine spirit had arrived in the high heaven. The seats instinctively glanced at the mysterious 8th seat. Shun Bao was visibly taken aback, hearing the newcomer continue. Of course, when praying, high heaven must be added. Shun Bao licked her lips. Could this be a major figure from his sect? An elder venerate? She stated bluntly. You have just arrived in the high heaven. You probably don't understand our situation. After a pause, Shun Bao continued. She was reminding this high-ranking member of the same sect not to reveal their true identity lightly. After all, she had already experienced a major incident, being pursued by the Federation. If such a thing happened again, and if someone couldn't withstand interrogation but knew the real identities of other members. Shun Bao emphasized this point, then softly added. Having finished, she saw the newcomer smile. I see, but for me, it's not a concern. What? How many years? Even Miss Mingyu was astonished. They saw the newcomer bow again. Regarding my invocation, divine name, the seats widened their eyes in unison. Pope? Shun Bao's mind was blank for a moment, then suddenly realized, feeling tingling at the back of her head. She stammered. Kong Shintong nodded peaceably. In front of the Taoist palace, the white jade steps fell into a deathly silence. The Buddha's son involuntarily rubbed his nose. Chun Wanyu, Du Mingsheng, and Huang Qiuxian, who first joined the high heaven, were all dazed, feeling an unreal sensation. Half a year ago, the high heaven first opened. Half a year later, a legendary pope has come to the high heaven to stand alongside them. Chun Wanyu's heart was pounding, increasingly feeling everything around was illusory, as if falling into a dream, for that was indeed a pope. That terrifying elder from the Western sect was nothing before a pope-level figure. In the dead silence, the Taoist palace doors gradually opened, pulling the seats back to reality. They were speechless, only walking side by side into the Taoist palace, thoughts in chaos, shouting. Kong Shintong followed suit, quietly observing the figure seated in the mist, feeling apprehensive. Just a glimpse, and he was overwhelmed by a sense of immeasurable height, immeasurable grandeur, as if the presence before him was not a person, but the way itself, the vast, boundless way. Amidst the reverent voices, the great celestial venerate seated in the mist raised his eyelids, his gaze cold, still attempting to divine Shi Yuan's situation. Chapter 433, 300, Arriving at the Dragon Boat, Brocade Kasaya, _2. Chapter 433, Chapter 300, Arriving at the Dragon Boat, Brocade Kasaya, _2, but he only caught a vague glimpse of a treasure robe radiant with glorious light, and nothing more. The robe blocked all discerning gazes. Golden-threaded robe. The legend says, the robe that prevents one from falling into reincarnation. Why would it appear beside Shi Yuan? Zhang Fuxing's mind raced with thoughts. Was it a coincidence? What a hammer of coincidence! The nine-ring scepter was already in old Shi's hand, and now the golden-threaded robe appears beside him. Though he didn't know exactly what happened, someone had to make a trip to the dragon boat. Mulling over his thoughts, Zhang Fuxing used his mind in two ways simultaneously. One part was controlling the true man, reading out to Kong Shintong, the high heaven principle of heavenly path, supply the insufficiencies with excess, while the other part of his mind quietly returned to reality itself. When he opened his eyes, he sensed this peace of heaven, and earth became exceptionally clear in his thoughts. The many foundational authorities between heaven and earth were completely accessible to him, to be summoned at will. Wind, rain, cloud, fog, earthquake, mountain shift, all such elements were within a single decree, and he could even call forth the wind, fire, and thunder, the three disasters, to wipe out a small world with one command. This is the ascension to God. God united with heaven, replacing heaven's mind with one's own heart. Zhang Fuxing did not dwell much on sensing the changes after breaking the second spiritual limit. With a gentle thought, Lin Changle's figure appeared out of thin air before him. The latter first looked around in a daze, then awoke in shock, hurriedly paying respect. Zhang Fuxing nodded, walked forward, stretched his hand to Lin Changle's forehead, and solemnly intoned. Each sentence spoken was a decree of heaven and earth. Each decree of heaven and earth turned out to be true. Behind Lin Changle emerged a sea of Buddha's light. Around her resounded the incessant great Brahma sound, in conjunction with Zhang Fuxing's decree, granting her the position of Guanyin. While it did not constitute a true celestial position, under the enveloping Buddha's light, she indeed embodied a semblance of the compassionate and merciful Bodhisattva Guanyin. The world venerate spoke, his voice like a morning bell and evening drum. Lin Changle paid her respects. Her expression was exceptionally solemn. After all, after years at the public security headquarters, she understood that when the leader called by title rather than name, there was serious business to attend to. Thus, she heard the world venerate's low command. Lin Changle initially nodded in response, then cautiously asked. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Lin Changle carefully exited the thatched cottage, turned around, and tentatively took a step. With one step down, she was outside the other shore world, having traveled 100,000 miles. All kinds of divine gazes fell from the celestial vault, yet in the sea of Buddha's light behind the young woman, a 10,000-foot Bodhi grew, its canopy like a floral cover, dispelling all gazes that tried to look down. Lin Changle murmured, took another step, and arrived at Jin City, and another step back within the Golden Province. Dragon Boat City. In the spacious office of the governor, an elderly figure spoke gently, a virtual figure playing with an ancient token in his hand. In front of him, Shi Jingyuan sat in the chair, unable to move, just staring intently at the virtual figure. Shi Jingyuan spoke with difficulty. The old man's virtual figure smiled peacefully, glanced at the calendar, and said lightly. Shi Jingyuan gasped with difficulty. The virtual figure smiled, playing with the high heaven token, staring down at this ordinary grandmaster. "Who am I?" he murmured lowly, his voice like a great bell and a majestic drum. Reaching out, the nine-ring scepter slowly floated into his hand. Shi Jingyuan desperately tried to struggle, tried to communicate with the nine-ring scepter in Dragon Boat Buddha country, but was completely unable to do so. The shadowy figure emerging from the nine-ring scepter so effortlessly took everything away from me. The Buddha staff, the Buddha country, even the high heaven order. Shi Jingyuan inquired once more. The shadow maintained a chant-like tone, its voice rising high. A radiant smile appeared on his face, as if he was intoxicated by the joy of returning to the mortal world, casually tossing the mysterious token aside and carefully caressing the nine-ring scepter. The old man murmured to himself, his eyes almost overflowing with excitement. He actually didn't know why it was him. But the heavens played an enormous joke, and it just had to be him. The old man roughly understood the state of the present world. The once dazzling immortals and Buddhas had vanished, leaving only himself. Only himself. The old man spoke in a deep voice. Right single quotation mark. Shi Jingyuan's eyes widened. His breathing rushed, only to see the phantom-like old man, merely his soul spirit, leisurely rise. Above the high heaven? What is that? He raised an eyebrow, draped in a treasure that returned with him. A monk's robe. A dreamt of monk's robe. The robe is made of ice silk, adorned with 7 precious jewels, reflecting the principle of the 7 treasures. Just wearing it isolates all prying eyes, and the wearer of the robe will not fall into reincarnation. The bearer of the scepter will not be poisoned. The two, in a sense, are one. And at this moment they seek to add to him. He is destined to become a Buddha? The old man sneered, speaking coldly. In this current world, who dares demand an audience of me? I have returned from reincarnation. I am the oldest of the present age. He sighed softly. Shi Jingyuan's heart pounded. Dizzy, at this moment he understood. The figure that suddenly emerged from the nine-ring scepter seemed to have an intimidating origin. The oldest one, supreme of the old world. Shi Jingyuan thought. Such an existence might even call the great celestial venerate a friend. He spoke. Above the high heaven. The old man sneered once more. Having awoken for only a few hours, he already grasped the state of this world, speaking lightly. He turned his head, gazing at Shi Jingyuan. Do you know the Buddha? Do you know the world-honored one Tathagata? Shi Jingyuan was stunned again. The world-honored one Tathagata. Wasn't that the voice that resounded across the world earlier? He blinked in confusion. The old man continued loudly. He raised the nine-ring scepter, lifting it high, about to smash it down towards the high heaven order. Shi Jingyuan's eyes widened, yet he was powerless. Outside the window, suddenly, an immeasurable light surged in like a tide, grand and mighty, covering the sky and hiding the sun. Along with it came a faint, continuous sound of Brahma sound. Elder Jin Shi was surprised, holding the nine-ring scepter, wearing the brocaded monk's robe, opening the door to look beyond the glass curtain wall. He saw an expansive sea of Buddha's light, saw a Bodhi tree reaching the sky and earth, saw a dignified and graceful woman stepping on lotuses with each step. The woman was solemn and serious, chanting profoundly in Brahma sound. Elder Jin Shi was dumbfounded, his legs softened, and he actually prostrated, calling out, Guanyin. The sea of Buddha surged. The Bodhi was pure. The woman standing beneath the Bodhi only clasped her hands together, sighing. Chapter 434, 301. A conversation across endless ages, Celestial Emperor, Celestial Position. Chapter 434, Chapter 301. A Conversation Across Endless Ages. Celestial Emperor, Celestial Position. In the purple bamboo forest, Su Qinswan squinted, gazing at the woman who arrived with the sea of Buddha's light. Her aura didn't seem strong, more like it was empowered by the decree of a divine spirit. Yet she did not act recklessly, because behind the woman, there was a towering Bodhi tree. At this moment, she was heading towards Dragon Boat Heaven and Earth, suspected to be from the other shore world, coming because of the world venerate. Su Qinswan took a deep look at the Dragon Boat Heaven and Earth submerged in the sea of Buddha's light, which had already become blurred, covered by golden light. Only the celestial divine tree could be seen. He stepped down from the purple bamboo forest and arrived in Golden City. At this moment, within the governor's mansion, a number of golden-armored generals were kneeling on one knee, all waiting for the decree. Su Qinswan spoke in a deep voice. More than 30 golden generals kneeling on one knee responded heavily, each one with several or even 10 grotto heavens rotating behind them, all of them big figures at the innate level. An ancient horn suddenly sounded from Golden City, echoing throughout the tens of cities in the provinces Heaven and Earth. One city after another stationed troops were gathering urgently. Some cities' golden legislators were under house arrest, except for Zhou Muniu waiting in the queue. Communication has been dispatched. The whole province has entered a state of readiness. Su Qinswan slowly rose high above, reigning over Golden City and the various cities Heaven and Earth, closing his eyes. Then there's luck, as the news of independence spread out and conveyed to the various provinces. The Golden Province trembled, strands of grand momentum and great fortune, thunderously empowering him. Now I use the grand momentum of one province as medicine break. The celestial sound was mighty. Su Qinswan's heart shone, expanding into a blessed land, refined by some ancient world. The golden fortune tangled into an illusory, celestial medicine, piercing straight into the blessed land. Thus, the great power arises. The province shakes. Right at this moment, inside Dragon Boat Heaven and Earth, the woman treading the magnificent sea of Buddha's light raised her head, feeling the intense tremor of heaven and earth. Expressionless, she clasped her hands together, merely sighed once more, world-honored one Tathagata, then cast her gaze upon the prostrate illusory elder. She did not know who this person was. She was just here to deliver the decree. Lin Changle indifferently repeated. Shi Jingyuan's throat surged. Had he just heard? Bodhisattva Guanyin? He did not know what Guanyin was, but he understood the meaning of the word bodhisattva. A deity has personally descended, serving the decree of the world venerate. As for the elder lying prostrate on the ground, or rather the elder Jinshi, at this moment he was trembling. He too was pondering whether this Guanyin is the actual Guanyin, yet too much alike. The most crucial point is, elder Jinshi tremblingly raised his head, gazed at the venerable bodhisattva, gazed at the ancient Bodhi tree behind her, feeling dizzy. From the Bodhi tree, elder Jinshi could vaguely see a supreme silhouette, seemingly sitting in an infinitely high place, eyes flowing out from the branches of the Bodhi tree, quietly gazing at him. World venerate. It is truly the world-honored one Tathagata. He had never seen the world venerate, but after peeking at the silhouette hidden by the Bodhi tree leaves, seated at an infinitely high place, elder Jinshi was entirely certain. It is the Buddha, exactly, the Buddha. The Buddha was looking at him. He tremulously removed the brocade cassock, handed over the cassock and the 9-ring scepter, and after Bodhisattva Guanyin received them, elder Jinshi couldn't help asking, Am I? The woman merely looked at him. Inexplicably, holding the brocade cassock in one hand and grabbing the 9-ring scepter in the other, motionless, while behind her, the ancient Bodhi tree gently swayed. Meanwhile, Zhang Fuxing sat in the 8 Sceneries Palace. Before him were many seats, but his eyes followed his own spiritual Bodhi, quietly gazing at the elder. The brocade cassock was removed from the back. Everything that had been obscure was now visible once more. Zhang Fuxing saw the appearance of the elder, even traced the other's cause and effect, seeing his past. It was a sea of fire. It was the past of the sutra takers and disciples. It was a temple. Zhang Fuxing murmured in his heart. His expression grew heavier. How could such a minor character revive and return in this era? To put it bluntly, even if the true self of the elder Jin Shi from the old world came back, rather than just this mere fragment of true spirit, to him, it would be no more than an ant. The other party has cultivation, but is so low it can almost be disregarded, merely just a martial arts master. Yet this person bore a strange empowerment, a power not belonging to himself. The chaos fog quietly churned and flowed. Fine star lines emerged in Zhang Fuxing's eyes, precisely finding the cause and effect of Elder Jinshi's revival. Following this causation, he traced all the way to find that the other's fragment of true spirit was placed inside the nine-ring scepter. Much like a fragment of true spirit hidden within the human species bag's yellow eyebrow. But unlike Yellow Eyebrow, who hid himself, Elder Jin Shi was placed inside. The two were incomparable. Zhang Fuxing continued to trace further. Chapter 435, 301. Dialogue Across Infinite Ages. Celestial Emperor, Celestial Position. Chapter 435. Chapter 301. Dialogue Across Infinite Ages. Celestial Emperor, Celestial Position. Time flows forward, onward, and further on. He felt some pressure, as if he were currently seated in the Eight Sceneries Palace, with a position both high and infinite, otherwise pursuing cause and effect across such an endless expanse of time that pressure might have crushed him to death. But even with the infinite high position to share the burden, Zhang Fuxing still felt everything in the world becoming heavier and heavier, just as he was approaching his limit of endurance. Zhang Fuxing saw it. It was a hand, a jade-like hand, lightly placing Elder Jin Shi into the nine-ring scepter, and the owner of that hand was initially blurry, yet gradually becoming clear and clearer, until fully revealed before Zhang Fuxing's eyes. A middle-aged man? A middle-aged man draped in a magnificent emperor's robe, crowned with a 12-streamer crown, sitting in immeasurable palatial halls. Zhang Fuxing saw him. He lifted his head and looked towards Zhang Fuxing. Who is this? Is it a certain emperor-monarch of the celestial court, or the celestial emperor of the four directions, or perhaps the Jade Emperor Celestial Venerate? Zhang Fuxing did not know, and as they gazed at each other, he was shockingly aware that they were at eye level. No, more accurately, it was that middle-aged emperor looking down on him while he was looking up. That is, the other's position was higher than his, seated on the meditation mat, supported by the Eight Sceneries Palace. A gentle voice echoed from ancient times, piercing through time, rolling down the long river of ages, exploding in Zhang Fuxing's mind. Its might was unfathomable. Zhang Fuxing's mind was briefly captured, wanting to close his eyes, wanting not to gaze upon this terrifying existence that transcends time. But when he closed his eyes, he was frightfully aware that that immeasurable palace and that imposing middle-aged man in the emperor's robe were still as clear as ever. Zhang Fuxing's heart skipped a beat, suddenly looking around, but found himself no longer in the Eight Sceneries Palace. He was sitting cross-legged above a vast and surging river at the end of the river, and as he glanced back, the river was rushing towards an unfathomable void, vaguely glimpsing nine netherworld in the void. The void the river was rushing towards is the future. Then, Zhang Fuxing turned his head back, sitting cross-legged at the end of the river, facing the distant figure in the upstream, immeasurable palace. He observed the river, discovering that in each drop of river water was buried immeasurable great worlds, countless. Zhang Fuxing murmured, clearly seeing small heads occasionally peeking out from the river, and seeing the river occasionally changed, as if being interfered with, altered. During some of these interferences and alterations, amazingly, he saw his own figure. It was himself, altering past events by knocking on the gate of the past, all reflected in the river, the altered history sinking to the riverbed, the new reality floating on the surface. He murmured to himself. The emperor seated upstream in the river peacefully said, Zhang Fuxing asked the middle-aged man from afar. The middle-aged man gently smiled. The supreme, heavenly will, the most ancient, the witness of all. Zhang Fuxing suddenly understood. The Fully chapter has 7 major chapters, corresponding to 7 major fruit positions. The 6 realms of the human path as the first fruit position. The Venerate and Great Power as the second fruit position. Great Divine Power User and True Saint are the third fruit position. The Celestial Venerate and Buddha serve as the fourth fruit position. The Daoyuo level as the fifth fruit position. And above Daoyuo is the Supreme fruit position. As for the seventh fruit position, it is called the Way. Zhang Fuxing asked solemnly, bowing his head, seeing the 8 sceneries palace beneath himself, the perspective of the transcended being, or supreme, heavenly will, is higher than the falsely surpassed 8 sceneries palace that transcends thinking limits. He saw the chairs in the illusory 8 sceneries palace seemed to be in a stagnant state, as if the flow of time had been paused. The being upstream on the river spoke peacefully from afar. Zhang Fuxing felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, it is this legendary one. He remained calm, knowing fear is useless, as the other party had summoned him, even allowing him into the perspective of a presence of heavenly will level, meeting eye to eye, which already explained many things. For example, in the other's eyes, he had the qualifications to be on equal footing. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts swirled, and he spoke. The living being upstream smiled. Pausing for a while, the living being upstream continued. Pausing a moment, the Celestial Emperor, who did not seem very majestic and even a bit gentle, mused to himself, and then, in his eyes, a brilliant light shone, as if scanning the events that occurred at the end of the long river, and blood tears flowed down from his eyes. Zhang Fuxing's heart was stirred. Why did blood tears fall? Clearly it's due to backlash. But where did the backlash come from? Connecting it to the disappearance of the immortals and Buddhas, Zhang Fuxing speculated whether it's due to some significant event. Chapter 436, 301. Dialogue Across Endless Ages, Celestial Emperor, Celestial Position. Chapter 436, Chapter 301. Dialogue Across Endless Ages, Celestial Emperor, Celestial Position. Have these ancient beings all become incapable of setting foot in the present time? Yet earlier, the Cyan Emperor came and offered me a salute. Zhang Fuxing found it increasingly difficult to understand. For a long time, he saw the being upstream gently wipe away blood tears and exclaimed. Zhang Fuxing asked in a deep voice, "Are you?" The being upstream simply smiled. "Do you call it contract?" After a pause, sitting in the past, the Celestial Emperor gently inquired. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, thunder in his heart, his face like a calm lake, asked in a deep voice. Listening to the Celestial Emperor's words, Zhang Fuxing remained silent for a moment and nodded. The Celestial Emperor nodded slightly. "It's easy to say, but how difficult it is to do." The Celestial Emperor smiled, his gaze extremely deep. Zhang Fuxing was a bit confused, pondered for a moment. The being upstream raised its eyelids slightly. Its voice lengthened. Zhang Fuxing's mind turned rapidly. Up to now, he still couldn't fully understand the words of the being upstream, only vaguely aware that he was caught in a gigantic whirlpool. He hesitated for a moment and asked. The being upstream smiled without answering, just said. Zhang Fuxing's heart relaxed slightly. He asked a second question. And why has all this come to be? Why are past events reoccurring in a different form? The Celestial Emperor still smiled without answering, but narrated another matter. Zhang Fuxing replied frankly. The Celestial Emperor was not surprised, just waved his hand. His voice drifted from upstream, not overwhelmingly, not heavily, but lingering endlessly in Zhang Fuxing's ear. Following the sound, it seemed something also drifted along the river of time. Zhang Fuxing had no time to react. He saw something crash in his body, and when he wanted to examine it, he heard the being upstream speak again. The imperial voice was like a tide, incessant, and Zhang Fuxing perceived himself falling. The river of time also began to blur. During the fall, the being upstream was sighing softly, the sound echoing in his ears. lingering unceasingly. Zhang Fuxing ultimately fell back into the Eight Sceneries Palace. In the final moment, in the last fleeting glance, he saw the being upstream, seemingly coughing violently, seemingly cracking, suffering a great wound. Afterwards, the river of time vanished from sight, and all around was once again chaotic fog. In front of him, the various seats. The stagnant time began to flow slowly again. The Taoist palace lay in silence, the various seats still in reverence. Again for a long time, the seats heard a gentle sigh. They, along with the first arriving Kong Shuntong, instinctively looked up towards the great celestial venerate, only to see that, under the cover of the chaos fog, the originally indescribably lofty figure of the great celestial venerate seemed to have grown even taller, seemingly exuding an unspeakable majesty. Once again, the seats proclaimed. The great celestial venerate said nothing, only stared blankly, inwardly viewing the ancestral acupoint at his brow, observing the object gifted by the being upstream. It was a fragment of a celestial position, exuding a faint light. The name of the celestial position was Celestial Emperor. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself in his heart, "It's not something good either. Celestial Emperor. It is the Celestial Emperor of the Jade Emperor above Hutu. Is it not the Jade Emperor? Saying they would help me maintain my true self, but then immediately sent something like this? Just, what exactly is the contract that makes so many terrifying supremes fixate upon me?" Zhang Fuxing did not comprehend, nor could he understand, why such a mysterious artifact chose to fall upon him, embedded within his brow's ancestral acupoint. An idea flashed in Zhang Fuxing's mind as he silently sensed the vast and immeasurable majesty of the cracked Celestial Emperor, celestial position at his brow. As he sensed, he noticed something seemed amiss. Within the celestial position, something was clearly lying. He tried to communicate with the celestial position, attempting to understand, trace back, yet couldn't clearly see what the item was. If he wanted to use it, it would likely have to wait until after ascension to God. Ultimately, it must come to ascension to God. His thoughts tumbled, sinking into his heart. Thus, the great celestial venerate raised his gaze, fixing it upon the seats within the Taoist palace. The seats again offered their respects, bowing once more. Chapter 437, 302, Saint's Golden Body, the Westward Journey must begin. Chapter 437, Chapter 302, Saint's Golden Body, the Westward Journey must begin. Taoist Palace remains silent. No one knows what the great celestial lord is waiting for. Moment by moment passes, footsteps come from behind. Everyone instinctively turns to look, seeing a dimly lit silhouette, moving step by step, entering the Eight Sceneries Palace. Shi Jingyuan calls out loudly. The celestial venerate nods. The attendees breathe a sigh of relief, while Kong Shuntong observed the sudden arrival with curiosity. The third figure Huang Qiuxian asked, "Fourth figure, have you?" Shi Jingyuan nodded frankly, consulted with the celestial venerate and true man, and once the true man signaled that free communication was allowed, he briefly narrated the cause and effect. The attendees were startled, especially Kong Shuntong, recalling the feeling of helplessness when faced with the terrifying will within the Buddha's statue, shuddering inwardly. "Miss Ming, you couldn't help but ask." Shi Jingyuan nodded and said. The attendees were each alarmed. Kong Shuntong couldn't help but lick his lips. Supreme among the heavens, savior on earth. Miss Ming, you frowned in thought, unable to think of any corresponding figure. Shi Jingyuan continued. Miss Ming, you was surprised. The attendees' gazes turned to this mysterious eighth figure. Shi Jingyuan's eyes brightened. Kong Shuntong raised his eyebrows again, taking on a serious expression, scrutinizing this so-called eighth figure. Miss Ming, you nodded. The attendees began to discuss amongst themselves. The Buddha's son curiously asked. Shi Jingyuan looked toward the quietly flowing chaotic mist, bowing. Kong Shuntong immediately perked up his ears. The attendees also turned their attention to the great celestial venerate, Previously, heavenly sound engulfed the entire mother planet. Now everyone knows the world venerate comes from high heaven above, forging high heaven city and the other shore world amidst earthly life. The great celestial venerate remained silent. It was the true man who spoke. The attendees understood, yet Kong Shintong couldn't help but appear puzzled. Yuan Fei Dao in the corner swallowed hard. Shi Yuan noticed an extra member, curiously asked. The attendee's expression became somewhat strange. Eventually, it was the ninth member Yuan Tiandao who explained, "Oh, turns out to be." Shi Yuan's eyes widened suddenly. Who? Ancient Saint Sect? Pope? Kong Shintong also regained awareness, casting a wary glance at the mist-concealing great celestial venerate, then smilingly cupped hands towards Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan remained stunned, and he can't be blamed. The elders and venerates in the various sects are already remarkable figures to them. Not to mention a pope. A person at the pope level represents great divine power user, an individual standing at the pinnacle of the entire federation. Shi Yuan quickly regained composure, cautiously making a hand salute towards the newcomer. Kong Shintong nodded with a soft smile, but within the chaotic mist, Zhang Fuxing slightly frowned. He could sense that since Kong Shintong entered high heaven above, the number of times he sized him up exceeded 10. His gaze was more of wary than reverent. This guy has a wild, ambitious heart. Zhang Fuxing became instantly alert. This old control, after all, is a genuine great divine power user. In the old world, he would be equivalent to a true monarch, bodhisattva-level existence, holding the entire ancient saint sect. Such a person doesn't merely aspire sky high, not to mention terms like invincible heart, but likely close. Zhang Fuxing suddenly realized, this guy, even in high heaven above, won't truly bow before the great celestial lord like the previous attendees. Indeed, he directly revealed his identity as the ancient saint sect's pope, likely already planning to root his own force above high heaven. Anyone can encounter great danger. Members in high heaven need only seek help from Kong Shintong, easily falling under his control. A surge of impulse flashed in Zhang Fuxing's mind to kick this guy out of high heaven above, but he quickly halted. This guy is quite useful after all. As long as usefulness persists, he can accept disloyalty. Through the thick, chaotic mist, Zhang Fuxing took a deep glance at the calm Kong Shintong, a reminder echoing in his heart once again. In this withering era, to reach such heights is akin to achieving celestial venerate, Buddha, even attaining Daluo fruit position in the old world. Such individuals must not be underestimated. Thus, first squeeze some benefits. Meanwhile, the attendees began exchanging the information they've gathered. Chen Wanyu softly said, Chapter 438, 302, Saint's Golden Body, the Westward Journey begins too. Chapter 438, Chapter 302, Saint's Golden Body, the Westward Journey begins too. Kong Shintong glanced at her. The second seat, Du Mingsheng, spoke. I have noticed nothing unusual here. The third seat, Huang Qiuxian, and the fourth seat, Shi Yuan, both shook their heads, indicating nothing special. The Buddha's son wanted to say something, but after a covert glance at Kong Shintong, he eventually remained silent and shook his head, suggesting there was no anomaly on his side. Yuan Fei Dao also kept his silence, while Shun Baobao nodded and said, she paused a moment before continuing, this substance is said to be integral with the root base. Yuan Tiandao curiously asked, I know it's the area supporting the entire mother planet. Shin Baobao shook her head. After pondering for a moment, she continued, this figure from the old era, according to the Research Institute's surveys, possessed a very special position, identified as. The term human ancestor caused shock among all the seats, while Kong Shintong squinted his eyes, and Miss Mingyue's pupils contracted as she asked, the root base. She did not know what the root base was. Shun Baobao paused momentarily, then truthfully answered. Chen Wanyu was momentarily stunned, then thought nothing more of it, recognizing it could only be a namesake. The remaining seats, who knew Zhang Fuxing, also thought the same. In the chaos fog, the great celestial venerate sat quietly. Shun Baobao continued, I have encountered some unexpected events. Shun Baobao's voice turned grave. Zhang Fuxing in the fog lifted his eyelids. Smelt it? The mysterious yellow fragment. He speculated it was a fragment of Buzhou Mountain, smelted. Heaven-flipping seal? This thought flashed in Zhang Fuxing's mind as he listened to Shun Baobao continue. She paused again and continued. The seats were generally indifferent, considering it merely starry ruins or remnants left by an ancient human a few thousand years ago. Only the great celestial venerate hidden in the fog squinted his eyes. He silently noted it. But now was not the time to go. Even if it was truly related to the heaven-flipping seal, he must wait until after ascension to God to discuss it. After the seats exchanged, the true man, as customary, drew light and shadow, allowing Kong Shentong to make an offering. This fellow was not stingy, ruthlessly cutting out 5,000 years of spiritual cultivation. During this high heaven gathering, the great celestial venerate never spoke, only watching quietly. As it came to its conclusion, the seats exchanged glances, all except Miss Mingwei, saluting Kong Shentong with a respectful gesture. At this moment, too, the celestial venerate lifted his eyes and lightly exclaimed, All 10 seats thus departed from the Taoist palace. The Taoist palace returned to tranquility. The celestial venerate softly muttered, World plateau. Above the other shore world, Kong Shentong sat poised on the celestial vault, his drooping eyelids slightly raised, sweeping an unnoticed glance over the assembled gods. After a moment of contemplation, his thoughts returned to his true self. Here, only a projection of light and shadow. As for his true body, it was currently in the capital. Kong Shentong summoned an attendant, calmly ordering, Request a recent report from the Research Institute regarding the root base be submitted to me. The attendant nodded, about to leave, but was stopped by Kong Shentong. After a moment of reflection, Kong Shentong waved his hand, cloaking the area in vague mist to isolate it from within and prevent any form of spying. He continued, The attendant was puzzled. World venerate? That world-honored one Buddha? Wasn't this recently categorized as an evil god by the council? Why relay a secret order when a direct command would suffice? The attendant, although confused, did not question, merely responding with respect. Kong Shentong stroked his chin. The attendant once again took his leave quietly, leaving Kong Shentong sitting alone, his gaze profoundly deep. He softly murmured before retrieving the high heaven order sealed in the void, fondly tracing it. Kong Shentong muttered to himself, Divine realm. The 10 sacred grotto heavens rotated, merging with the last sacred grotto heaven and the celestial emperor celestial position, and the 10 holy scriptures were jubilant. The saint's golden body was about to be achieved. Zhang Fuxing's face bore no joy, utterly calm and indifferent. The 10 sacred grotto heavens became increasingly radiant and dazzling. The world venerate, central pole, followed by the 8 great celestial positions, Xitigarbha, Cyan Emperor, Granny Ming, Ghost Emperor Judge, Impermanence, and additionally the subsequent Laozi celestial position and Celestial Emperor celestial position. Though the world venerate was not a complete celestial position, it held the form. Thus, the 10 grotto heavens each housed a celestial position, completing the 10 holy scriptures' merit. The saint's golden body, with words and laws follow, and gold mouth, jade words. Zhang Fuxing remained neither joyful nor sorrowful, silently perceiving the earth-shattering transformation within himself, while reminiscing over the words of that upstream being. He mused silently, suddenly feeling a burst of agitation. Spiritual sense was warning him. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a breath of turbid air, squinting his eyes. Someone is plotting against me. Is it Kong Shentong, or the ancestor of land immortals? The resplendent golden body was constructed bit by bit. Judging by the time, Lin Changle should soon return to the other shore world with a nine-ring scepter and the brocade cassock. The westward journey would also commence at this moment. As for February 9th, Zhang Fuxing muttered deeply, the dark shade in his eyes growing thicker. He was to ascend to godhood. Chapter 439, 303. Past Buddha, Celestial Position Revealed. Chapter 439, Chapter 303. Past Buddha, Celestial Position Revealed. Capital, Multi-Strategy Research Room. A researcher calmly reported. The elderly man listening to the report nodded slightly. The researcher remained methodical. The remaining 5% uncertainty lies in the possibility that the other party may have undisclosed strange techniques. After all, the old man closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said. The researcher lowered his head and answered. The old man frowned slightly. Ancestor of land immortals? After pondering for a moment, the old man finally decided. Perhaps we can use this collaboration as a stepping stone to seize their special supreme treasure. Ultimately, the old man spoke. The researcher hesitated, rubbing his chin, and said, Perhaps something from the old world? He took a deep breath. The old man was stunned, thoughts racing, and suddenly understood. World Plateau, Other Shore World. It has been 10 days since the voice of the world-honored one resonated across the 49 provinces. At this moment, January 21st, the entire Other Shore world was enveloped in a special radiance. Even the gods in the sky could not see within and could only wait for February 9th to arrive. High Heaven City, underground. Hong Tianbao was panting heavily. A Vajra pestle was still lodged in his head. His injuries were overwhelmingly severe, so severe that he had reached the point of exhaustion and depletion. Even as someone in the innate realm, he was but a step away from death. As for the furnace fire of the body that granted the divine technique of blood rebirth, it had long been extinguished. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, the things before him fading into darkness, almost impossible to discern. Hong Tianbao pondered quietly, feeling no significant regret. Chen Yuk, that child, had the aptitude of being innate. Lin Dongxi might become a celestial human. And as for Fuxing, Hong Tianbao felt that the child had a certain chance of becoming a divine spirit. Though the chance was slim, the difference between having and not having was absolute. Hong Tianbao murmured tiredly, quietly feeling the swift decline of life force. He faced death with composure. Tap, 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 footsteps echoed, and Hong Tianbao opened his eyes with effort, looking calmly, knowing that it was most likely the hyenas from the Mandala lineage coming. Sure enough, an aged hand pierced through the door of the chamber, effortlessly tearing apart the stone door imbued with great mana. Then walked in an elderly figure, with a head full of void and a body emitting a faint Buddha's light. Hong Tianbao immediately recognized him as a walking undergod from the Mandala lineage, a celestial human. There was no change in his expression. He simply chuckled lowly. Come to claim my life? Hong Tianbao coughed violently, gazing peacefully at this walking undergod, speaking calmly. Upon these words, the chamber fell silent, and he saw this celestial human being merely looked at him in a peculiar way. After a moment, in Hong Tianbao's bewildered gaze, the celestial human clasped his hands together, sighed, and mentioned world-honored one Buddha, then respectfully performed a salute. Hong Tianbao was a bit perplexed. The world-honored one? He recalled the booming voice from a few days ago about High Heaven City, Other Shore World, originally thought to be an incarnation Buddha from Ling Mountain, but now it appears to be from the Mandala lineage. However, the world-honored one surely is a venerate divine spirit, right? Why would he want to meet someone like him who is on the brink of death? As his thoughts whirled back, Hong Tianbao saw that celestial human approach slowly, using a respectful and cautious demeanor to support him to stand. After a moment of silence, Hong Tianbao spoke in a low voice. After a brief pause, he continued. Saying this, the old celestial being gently supported Hong Tianbao, step by step, out of the chamber out of the underground. Chapter 440-303 Past Buddha, Celestial Position Manifests, Part 2. Chapter 440. Chapter 303 Past Buddha, Celestial Position Manifests, Part 2. At the instant of touching the ground. Hong Tianbao couldn't help squinting until he adapted to the bright light outside, and only then did he look around bewilderedly. Is this? Hong Tianbao was shocked. Looking around, some tall buildings in the city seemed unchanged, but the entire city had clearly expanded many times over. Moreover, in the center of the city, there was a divine mountain 900 zhang high, shrouded in splendid light, both divine and bright. The most crucial thing is, Hong Tianbao glanced around. Everyone walking on the street, without exception, turned out to be cultists. And they were all above board, at best covering their faces, but their cultist characteristics were not concealed at all, full of tattoos, pantheon followers, Taoists holding talismans, Buddhists clutching treasures, and Confucianists loudly discussing the way of benevolence and the method of heaven. Hong Tianbao rubbed his eyes. Next to him, the old celestial being softly spoke. This is the South, the converging place of various religions and sections. Hong Tianbao swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but ask. The old celestial being responded. Hong Tianbao followed his finger to see the 900 zhang divine mountain enveloped in brilliant light. The old celestial being whispered, helping Hong Tianbao walk towards Other Shore Mountain. Along the way, Hong Tianbao looked around and saw Eastern sect followers trading talismans with Western believers. He could also see ancient saint followers and celestial principle cultists friendly debating Confucian reasoning. Followers were eloquently discussing. Even there were numerous innate realm divine, favor envoys, and celestial human realm walking under God. Not everywhere, but almost at every stretch, one could spot a figure. Hong Tianbao murmure. As they spoke, he had been guided to the foot of Other Shore Mountain. Hong Tianbao responded woodenly, seeing many people at the mountain's base, all worshipping towards Other Shore Mountain. Below, halfway up the mountain, there were many climbers, all bowing every 3 steps, each bow accompanied by 3 praises to the world-honored one Buddha, called climbers, more like pilgrims among them. Most were ordinary people, with only a few normal cultivators. The old celestial being generally supported Hong Tianbao up the mountain, speaking gently. During these 10 days, Buddha's light shimmered. Countless people awakened in the Buddha's light, serving the world venerate. Hong Tianbao responded woodenly again, his heart stirred, wondering what kind of existence the so-called world-honored one Buddha really was, acting in such a manner. And yet the Federation is turning a blind eye? He voiced the doubts from his heart. Yet the old celestial being just laughed. As they spoke, they had already climbed past halfway and continued upward. The old celestial being continued. As for the Federation, Hong Tianbao widened his eyes. Great divine power users? He felt absurd and strange. Even the great divine power users were fearful of the world-honored one Buddha. Such a terrifying existence. Where did it emerge from? Is it possibly the one who helped Fuxing, shooting merciful divine arrow? He didn't know. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, Hong Tianbao had already reached the top of Other Shore Mountain with the old celestial being. The summit was vast, with a Buddhist temple, a Taoist palace, and an academy, but all were blurry, not clearly visible, while amidst these 3 structures stood an apparently ordinary thatched cottage. Beside it were fields and waterways, like a scene from an ordinary countryside. Hong Tianbao instinctively asked, only to see the walking under God beside him not joining hands, but prostrating on the ground, calling out. Then, with the sound of a creaking door, the cottage's entrance was opened. Hong Tianbao looked instinctively. His heart skipped a beat. From the cottage walked out an extremely handsome youth, a radiant sun halo behind his head, flowing with indescribable divine mystery. Around him seemed to be the revolving divine worlds of 10 directions, amidst which echoed scripture chants, yet indistinct. Hong Tianbao stared blankly at the handsome youth. Two words spontaneously emerged in his heart. One was in the world saint, the other world-honored one. He saw the handsome one smile. Walking towards him, stepping down, golden spring eyes appeared, lotus blossoms unfolded, fragrant. Hong Tianbao trembled, about to prostrate when, like a hand of immaculate jade, held him up. The world venerate was before him without him realizing. The gentle, familiar voice sounded. Hong Tianbao dizzily lifted his head, staring blankly at this handsome face. He was certain he had never seen it before, yet why? There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Hong Tianbao cautiously asked. He saw the world venerate smile. Flowers and grass blossomed around, hearing the gentle words of this world-honored one, in the world saint. Chapter 441, 303, Past Buddha, The Emergence of the Celestial Position, Part 3. Chapter 441, Chapter 303, Past Buddha, The Emergence of the Celestial Position, Part 3. The word master echoed loudly in Hong Tianbao's mind. He widened his eyes and suddenly saw the world venerate's head transform into three. One head was obscured by a mist of chaos and Tao charm, unclear. Another head was indescribably beautiful, surrounded by Buddha's light and resonating Brahma sound. The last head seemed quite ordinary, yet it was deeply familiar to him. Hong Tianbao stood frozen in place for a moment. Fu. Zhang Fuxing withdrew his fully Dharma body, reverting back to the appearance of the world-honored one Buddha, and gently waved his hand. The Vajra pestle above Hong Tianbao's head dissipated like smoky clouds, and the severe wounds on his body rapidly healed, making his body as pure as crystal in an instant. In the brain's crash, Hong Tianbao heard the beautiful one softly say, long before the Buddha's birthday, the two had already escaped from the other shore world. At that time, it was still known as Chongyang Heaven and Earth. Their paths never crossed. Naturally, they remained unrecognized. Master, Ling Mountain is about to rise again, rising from my hands. Will you? Listening to the beautiful one, Hong Tianbao suddenly awoke, staring blankly at the face full of profound purity, wisdom, and brightness. He murmured. Zhang Fuxing replied. Hong Tianbao tightly tugged at his long beard, suddenly laughing until tears welled up, yet he waved his hand, shaking his head. I cannot return to Ling Mountain. If I were to revert to the Ling Mountain lineage, how would you position yourself? Zhang Fuxing understood, realizing the master was worried about returning to the Ling Mountain lineage and affecting his own authority. He smiled peacefully and said, I have reserved a place for you in Ling Mountain. Hong Tianbao hesitated but saw the exceedingly beautiful youth make a decision. As soon as Hong Tianbao was about to respond, the 10 sacred grotto heavens surrounding Zhang Fuxing thundered simultaneously. His smile faded, and he suddenly became dignified, chanting grand sounds like a tide. There is Hong Tianbao, the Buddha's master, now returning to Ling Mountain, becoming with each word and phrase. Each statement like golden utterance, and words and laws follow. Thus, in Hong Tianbao's bewildered gaze, he was already qualified to sit on the lamp-lighting Buddha ancestor celestial position. And in that very moment, he transformed from an innate realm into the limit of a celestial human, adorned with 360 grotto heavens. Having endured the 5 declines, great trials, and over 30% of his mind transformed into Bodhi thoughts, manifesting as a Bodhi tree behind him. Saint's golden body, words and laws follow. Unfortunately, this was Zhang Fuxing's current limit. If he wanted to command and create a divine spirit with words, he estimated that it might require him to reach the levels of a great divine power user or even a true saint. But it was enough. Buddha's light surged atop Other Shore Mountain. Hong Tianbao gradually embodied dignity. He clasped his hands towards Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing returned the gesture, smiling, and said, Past Buddha meets the now Buddha. The world-honored one's expression returned to calm. Through 3 historical Buddhas, past lamplighting, now Tathagata, future Mithria. Lamp lighting is present, Tathagata is here, but Mithria remains a little child for now. Yet Ling Mountain truly possesses the essence of Ling Mountain. What is missing are the various celestial positions. Tathagata, celestial position. After another 42 days, under Zhang Fuxing's Bodhi tree, shall naturally descend, but as for the other celestial positions, only Ksitigarbha is held in Zhang Fuxing's hands. All others, their whereabouts remain unknown. A vast majority vanished into the void after the gods of the Ling Mountain lineage were besieged decades ago. But just as Zhang Fuxing completed the Tathagata mandate, the Tathagata celestial position would naturally manifest. Fulfilling the mandate of the Ling Mountain celestial positions will naturally cause the corresponding positions to emerge and descend from the void. Just like now, Hong Tianbao stared dumbfounded at the celestial vault. The void surged, chaos rolled, clearly revealing a corner of a different dimension, emerging and descending. Chapter 442, 304, Divine Descent, the True Dragon's Long Chant, the World Venerate Approaches. Chapter 442, Chapter 304, Divine Descent, the True Dragon's Long Chant, the World Venerate Approaches. Beyond the other shore world, all the gods were simultaneously alarmed, sensing the vast Buddhist charm like a smoky sea surging out from this now inscrutable other shore world. The white-haired elder gazed intently, murmuring to himself, "I seem to see the boundless great illumination." Beside him, the light-shadow avatar of Kong Shantong was equally solemn. All the gods changed color. The old bull shrouded in mist had eyes like torches. This Buddhist charm feels somewhat familiar. He remembered the great divine battle decades ago, one that he personally participated in, to besiege the gods of the Ling Mountain line. In that large-scale divine battle, there was a bright light Buddha, seated on the bright light celestial position, whose aura was identical to the Buddhist charm of this very moment. Yet, that bright light Buddha was one of the two venerables of the Ling Mountain line, truly possessing the Buddha fruit position in the fifth realm of the divine path, comparable to a celestial venerate. The old bull murmured, swallowing hard. That Zhang Fuxing, he was finding him more and more inscrutable. First writing the Tao Te Ching, then becoming the world-honored One Buddha, and now directly summoning a great celestial position from a different dimension. In a trance, the old bull suddenly felt that being used as a mount might not be such a bad thing. He sighed. At this moment, in the other shore world, at the top of the other shore mountain, Zhang Fuxing quietly watched this scene, gazing at the great celestial position falling from the void. The celestial fate of the Rangdang celestial position has indeed unfolded as he anticipated, leading the Tathagata into the Buddhist path, watching the Tathagata prove himself Buddha. This celestial fate had been completed by Hong Tianbao long ago. In present times, having received Zhang Fuxing's decree, he now had the qualification to sit on the Rangdang celestial position. Thus it appeared. The celestial position descended, and 10,000 miles of Buddha's light arose from it, illuminating all directions. Hong Tianbao was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly dignified and solemn, in great enlightenment. Zhang Fuxing instructed the old celestial being, then turned to Lin Changle, who walked out of the cottage, and calmly said, "With destiny and chaos, the originally scheduled westward beginning event between February 9th can naturally be advanced." Zhang Fuxing softly recited Buddha's name, again looking at his master, seated motionless on the ground. Though bestowed with the celestial position, it couldn't truly merge, only because Hong Tianbao had not yet ascended to godhood. But it wouldn't be long. The day of his ascension might be within a few days. Why not ascend together with his master then? Zhang Fuxing murmured lowly, leading Lin Changle step by step down the other shore mountain, the door of the cottage slowly closing, with a 9-ring scepter and the brocade robe placed inside. And there was a trembling, true spirit of the old world. Jin City, originally an exit for the Golden Province on Earth, but at this moment 3 Jinping ships were suppressing from above the celestial vault. The Golden Province had already rebelled. For various reasons, the Federation did not directly deploy troops to attack the rebellious province, but instead surrounded them. As long as the exit leading to the World Plateau is sealed, only divine spirits can freely tear through space to enter and leave below divine spirits. None can leave their respective provinces. So at this moment, when the people of Jin City were in fear, with the sound of one prayer after another, first a house, then a long street, a city block, and finally the whole Jin City area, all the land sparkled with a faint gray light. The light grew stronger. One by one, bewildered citizens were dragged underground by the earth's glow, swallowed and submerged by the ground, be it ordinary civilians or martial artists, martial arts masters, grandmasters. None were spared. By the time the 3 Jinping ships above realized the abnormality, the vast Jin City was suddenly deathly silent. Only the earth continued to emit gray light, with fewer than a tenth of the creatures in the city surviving. Exclamations echoed from within the Jinping ships. On the 3 colossal corpse ships, countless golden rock feathers dropped, each turning into a sword furnace. And then, the 3 sword furnaces merged into one, forming a massive sword furnace of 3 million rock feathers. Amidst the resounding of swords, within the leading Jinping ship, the old celestial being in charge of the great ship, its own nervous system connected to the ship's rock carcass, was fixatedly staring at the silent Jin City. The land of the city was tumbling, high-rise buildings collapsing. Amidst the massive dust clouds, blood and flesh could be seen mixed in the earth, none other than the creatures devoured by the land. These blood and flesh, coalescing under the upheaval of the earth, the void torn asunder, a section of crystal-clear finger bones emerging and falling from the void. Divine descent. The old celestial being's complexion changed, desperately issuing warnings while maneuvering the Jinping ships. Ordinary small-scale divine descent merely guides the will of divine spirits from different dimensions, but authentic great divine descent brings down a part of the divine spirit's body in unison, just like that crystal-clear finger bone. Energy level calculation. A crew member shouted, his face pale as ever. Chapter 443, 304, Divine Descent, True Dragon's Long Croon, World Venerate Approaches, Part 2. Chapter 443, Chapter 304, Divine Descent, True Dragon's Long Croon, World Venerate Approaches, Part 2. At the onset of divine descent, it was merely of the celestial humans. Yet the deity that descends through the limbs is by no means comparable to one born of will. Such as now, in the shattered land of Jin City, flesh slowly emerges from the underground, surrounding an exquisitely translucent finger bone, forming a respectable middle-aged man. He stands silently there, clearly only showing an energy level of the celestial humans, but causes the 3 Jinping ships to sway slightly, the sword furnace to wail. The respectable middle-aged man murmured softly, his face revealing a faint smile, whispering to himself. The great sword furnace in the sky roars down, tearing the entirety of the city ruins apart once more, as 3 Jinping ships launch their strikes. Even the venerates must retreat. Nonetheless, the respectable middle-aged man, though of merely the celestial human's level, only raises his head, gently exhales mysterious yellow qi, saying, the great sword furnace collapses loudly. Along with it, the 3 Jinping ships also disintegrate. The giant beast carcasses that can withstand the slaying means of the venerates simply break down into dust. Ancestor of land immortals, or simply the ancestor of land, silently raises his head, gazing at the scattered fragments of flesh across the sky. The whole city ruins are drenched in a blood rain. He calmly declared, the void ripples, from which 3 figures emerged, led by an exquisitely beautiful woman whose gracefulness blossoms with each step. Behind her were 2 stalwart men, each exuding divine spiritual light, all of them venerates. The graceful woman spoke lightly. The ancestor of land lightly gazed at this woman of the great power level, calmly speaking. Pausing briefly, he caressed the Tao scripture in his hand, or perhaps the earth book, speaking lightly. The graceful woman listened to his words, without feeling it arrogant. Indeed, just so. A great divine power user possessing a celestial position can almost obliterate those of the same level without it, even possibly counterattacking the true saints. Before him is merely a celestial, human-level divine descent body. Upon liberation will not exceed the level of venerate. However, the woman glanced at the Tao scripture in the hands of the middle-aged man, her expression solemn. She took a breath, speaking softly. The ancestor of land maintained a calm expression, merely lifting his eyelids slightly, beneath which the earth surged. He coldly inquired. Guolinju solemnly stated, or should I say? The ancestor of land raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The middle-aged man nodded lightly. He quietly listened to the narrative, world-honored one Buddha, high heaven city, other shore world. The ancestor of land revealed a faint smile. Guolinju solemnly nodded. Hearing Guolinju's words, the ancestor of land fell into contemplation. He spoke casually. He paused, his brow suddenly sharpening. He chuckled, his gaze profound. Guolinju felt a chill in his heart. The true form of this entity is not merely equipped with celestial position, a great divine power user. According to information obtained from the different dimension, this entity, relying on a single Tao scripture, stands almost innately invincible. It is said, even supreme beings at the level of celestial venerate and Buddha fruit position struggle to contend with him. Guolinju asked in a deep voice, the celestial garment upon his body swaying in the wind. The ancestor of land smiled serenely, with a thought, casually capturing a small worm, as he gazed at the little worm. As he spoke, the ancestor of land immortals lightly brushed the earth book, then extended his hand, pointing towards the worm. The earth book quivered, he uttered the vast heavenly sounds. The earth book turned a page. The ancestor of land's face showed elation. This Tao scripture can seal land immortals, or earth deity, yet in the different dimension, he was entirely unable to accomplish it. This is why he insists on descending into the mortal realm. Gazing over the names of various earth deities, he ultimately had a notion, his finger resting once more upon a distant river. The worm twisted, shone, under the aghast gaze of Guolinju and two venerates. This ordinary little worm transforms into a dragon at the venerate level. A venerate exclaimed, yet sees the true dragon hum softly, lowering its head towards the ancestor of land immortals. The ancestor of land's face bloomed with a smile, gently stroking the dragon's head. The true dragon whispered. Other shore world, Chang'an Town. Within Yuan Mansion, Yuan Tiandao fumbled a corner of the celestial book, calculating repeatedly, at last exhaling a breath. He cautiously put away the celestial book, exited the inner hall, and walked straight to his side courtyard. Yuan Tiandao gazed at Ruan Yutu, who seemed like an immortal, peacefully speaking. Ruan Yutu nodded calmly. Yuan Tiandao squinted. Ruan Yutu merely smiled, turned her head, pointed with her hand. Yuan Tiandao turned his gaze. At the horizon, Buddha's light surged forth like the sea arriving. In Chang'an Town, Li Yi, Luo, Cheng, Li Shun, and even the celestial humans and Emperor Tang within a martial mansion, all gazed toward the horizon, toward the sea of Buddha's light, a girl bearing the ancestral tablet on her back, gazing brightly, gently stroking the vibrating tablet on her back. Cui Baihua whispered. The tablet trembled again. Cui Baihua's eyes shone brightly, silently gazed as Buddha's light approached, watching the figure step by step be drawn near. Beyond Chang'an Town, the 1,000-mile mountain suddenly shuddered lightly. Chapter 444, 305. Wei Zheng, why haven't you gone to slay the dragon yet? Chapter 444, Chapter 305. Wei Zheng, why haven't you gone to slay the dragon yet? Buddha's light poured in like an ocean, vast and majestic. Within the sea, figures were faint and blurred, moving step by step upon lotus blooms. Yet, as it approached Chang'an town, that Buddha's light, that ocean, those figures, all vanished into thin air. The townspeople looked at each other in confusion, searching around, unaware of what had transpired. At the same time, in a corner of the town, a young man and woman walked side by side on a desolate long street. The street was very quiet. Traders and residents had long been driven out of town, and of the celestial humans and innates occupying the town, few bothered to come to this secluded place. Lin Changle looked bewilderedly at the youth beside him, who no longer appeared as beautiful as an immortal. Zhang Fuxing did not respond to Lin Changle's question, but simply extended his hand with a gentle press. Lin Changle seemed to hear the buzzing sound of countless thin threads being plucked simultaneously, yet also seemed like an illusion. Meanwhile, 10 days ago, at the summit of Other Shore Mountain, Zhang Fuxing openly declared that the world venerate was Zhang Fuxing himself, and the widespread dissemination and whispers created a massive cause and effect, with over 90% of the cause and effect being suppressed at this moment by a single hand. The direct result was that, beneath venerate, those who originally knew the world venerate, as Zhang Fuxing no longer did. If I use all things are void, perhaps I could truly erase the consequences of this past time. Now, even with the spirit's ascension to God, saint's golden body, the position above the human ancestor, Zhang Fuxing's mind raced with thoughts, his Tao of cause and effect gradually deepening. And in a sense, he already possessed the ability to do some unimaginable things, akin to interfering with time. For instance, at this moment, Zhang Fuxing forcibly cut off the consequence of knowing the world venerate as Zhang Fuxing. But he did not intend to truly rewrite this result through the Tao of cause and effect. All Zhang Fuxing wanted was to see how many deeply hidden figures there truly were in Chang'an town. After all, divine spirit-level figures and certain special people. Even he could not easily influence the lines of cause and effect upon these individuals. Zhang Fuxing silently sensed. 10 days ago, when Zhang Fuxing spoke of this at Other Shore Mountain, he did not shy away from the celestial humans of various teachings and sects. This matter had long been spread, at least within the Other Shore world. Those at the level of celestial humans almost all knew. But after Zhang Fuxing suppressed the knowledge clause and eradicated the fruit of insight, he could sense that, in Chang'an town, excluding Lin Changle beside him, there were still several people whose cognition remained unchanged. Li Xiaoyuan, Yellow Teeth Old Man, Li Erfeng. Zhang Fuxing looked at the fourth person whose cause and effect had not been altered, a young girl, carrying on her back something enveloped in black cloth, imperceptible. Who was she? Zhang Fuxing tried to probe and trace through layers of cause and effect, only to find the lines upon her body were vague and indistinct, either suppressed by some treasure or her position and life plate were extremely special. Or was she a divine spirit above venerate? For even venerate could not obstruct Zhang Fuxing's gaze. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, looking at the fifth person whose cause and effect remained intact, a small old man, shabby and untidy, resembling himself during his 5 declines. But it was clearly apparent that the cause and effect on the small old man could be partially perceived, indicating at most a creature at the venerate level. As for how he entered the Other Shore world, most likely, this was a special puppet body. What's worth noting is that this shabby old man was tagging along with Li Yi and Luo Cheng. This indeed was interesting. As he pondered, Zhang Fuxing, with Lin Changle, moved forward, walked out of this secluded alley, and reached the bustling area. At this time, the many celestial humans and innates on the road were still looking around in confusion, not knowing what had happened. "Where is?" someone asked. As the world venerate strode forward, the Buddha's sea like a tide, now vanished, unseen and unreachable. The celestial humans discussed in whispers. Zhang Fuxing seemed oblivious, leading Lin Changle past. Many gazes fell upon them with an inquisitive flavor. After all, 2 seemingly young individuals were rare in today's Chang'an town. They must either be elderly monsters preserving their youth or descendants at the limit of some celestial human. Only the extreme celestial human level was entitled to bring small creatures below innate into Chang'an Town. This was a consensus. Thus, under the watchful eyes of many, the handsome youth remained unfazed. Leading Lin Changle across the long street where Marshall Mansion was located, he glanced sideways at this mansion, peering through the gate, gazing at his parents munching on sunflower seeds in the yard. Chang'an Town was about to become a center of chaos. But truly, not just Chang'an, with a world of great contention beginning, perhaps instability would be everywhere. Zhang Fuxing did not know where to place his parents. Perhaps the other shore world is the best choice. If any mishap were to occur, it would first befall him. Zhang Fuxing softly sighed and continued forward until he stood in front of Yuan Mansion's door. He paused and gently knocked thrice. On the long street, gazes fell upon him. The three mansions in town, even these celestial humans were wary of them. Chapter 445, 305. Wei Zheng, why haven't you gone to behead the dragon yet? _2. _2 now that someone is knocking at the door. Naturally, many people are paying attention. A moment passes. The mansion gate slowly opens, and a servant curiously asks. The servant is taken aback, then speaks. He runs off, and shortly after, Zhang Fuxing clearly senses a divine thought sweeping over the outside of the gate. Soon, Yuan Tiandao personally comes out to greet him. Not just him, Wei Bushi is also accompanying him. The expressions of the two elders are grave. Wei Bushi is the first to bow. So, it is Mr. beside him. Although Yuan Tiandao is blind, he stares directly at Zhang Fuxing, a clear look of apprehension on his face. Though their cause and effect was suppressed, making them unaware that Zhang Fuxing is the Buddha. When multiple parties previously rescued Shen Baobao, Zhang Fuxing used the dream dragon slaying technique, transformed into an immortal shadow, and rode the divine chariot to the rescue. After which, Yuan Tiandao and Wei Bushi concluded that the immortal shadow capable of wounding divine spirits that day could only be this Mr. Zhang, because of the dream dragon slaying technique. Naturally, Yuan Tiandao also knew this one has a significant connection with the Central Pole sect leader. In other words, also has a significant connection with the high heaven. At this moment, Zhang Fuxing, with Lin Changle, steps into the mansion, the gates slowly closing, blocking the probing eyes of the celestial humans from the long street. Mr. Wei Bushi courteously bows. May I ask what brings Mr. as he speaks? He curiously glances at Lin Changle, who seems like an ordinary little girl. Zhang Fuxing's expression is calm, speaking peacefully. Indeed, he is searching for old Yuan, certain that the other party is within the other shore world, but strangely, with his current abilities, he cannot find the other's whereabouts, not even with the high heaven order. This old master seems to have vanished in a thin air, unable to be located by divine thought or cause and effect. The blind old man raises an eyebrow. Though unable to see, his vacant eyes still fixate on Zhang Fuxing. In spiritual perception, he sketches the image of this young man. A person closely related to the high heaven, with significant ties to the master of the nine netherworld, a person capable of wounding a deity. Now, however, comes for Yuan Fei Dao. He couldn't help but be cautious. The 1,000-mile Zhaoling is about to open. Though my brother and I have differing opinions, we are both orchestrating a major plan. The appearance of the world-honored one Buddha is already a major variable, and now this person comes to visit. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Tiandao speaks in a low voice. Zhang Fuxing gazes at Yuan Tiandao, suddenly smiling, speaking profoundly. Yuan Tiandao slowly nods. As the conversation continues, guests temporarily staying in the courtyard walk out. The yellow-teethed old man, Zhang Feinio, and the couple Li Shuyuan. The latter two do not recognize Zhang Fuxing. Although Li Shuyuan has not been affected by cause and effect, he has never seen the true face of Zhang Fuxing, and thus cannot recognize him. As for the yellow-teethed old man and Zhang Feinio, both of their expressions change simultaneously. Both have seen photos of Zhang Fuxing. The yellow-teethed old man knows the world-honored one Tathagata is Zhang Fuxing. Sweat bursts on his forehead, but evaporates in an instant. Jiang Feinio is slightly better, unaware of the truth, still believing this Zhang Fuxing is merely a core member of the high heaven, achieving terrifying leaps in just half a year through the so-called heaven-interchangeable Tao. Yuan Tiandao perceives the four walking out, his expression unchanged, only speaking solemnly. I've already made it clear that I do not know my brother's whereabouts. May I ask if he is clearly giving an eviction order? Yuan Tiandao thinks very clearly, although the person before him is significantly related to the high heaven, business is business. Now, the most important thing is the opening of the grand tomb. Unless the great celestial venerate personally issues a decree, he will not allow anyone to interfere with the opening of the grand tomb. However, Zhang Fuxing seems not to catch the blind old man's implicit meaning. Still smiling, he speaks. Wei Bushi speaks in a deep voice. Please speak, mister, as the dialogue continues. Not far away, Cui Linglong is visibly surprised, muttering under her breath. Who is that person? Li Xian shakes his head slightly, frowning. Pausing, he turns to ask. The yellow-teethed old man remains silent, doesn't dare to speak. As for Jiang Feinio, she only frowns slightly, shaking her head. As she speaks, she sees that extraordinary young man asking with a smile. The light and airy words spill out. Li Shiyuan's pupils constrict. Yuan Tiandao and Wei Bushi's expressions drastically change, followed by a long silence. Wei Bushi's hands are folded in his sleeves, his head slightly lowered, his expression unseen. He asks in a deep voice. Chapter 446, 305. Wei Zheng, why haven't you slain the dragon yet? Chapter 446, Chapter 305. Wei Zheng, why haven't you slain the dragon yet? Mr. Zhang Fuxing made no sound and replied, honestly. Wei Bushi's tense nerves slightly relaxed. He said in a deep voice, These matters involve secrets of our two families, Mr. His tone intensified, unequivocally showing the guest out. Yuan Tiandao, beside him, also gripped his cane tightly, his hollow eyes ominously dark. The atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became tense. Zhang Fuxing's smile remained. Before obtaining an answer, how can one leave first? Must it be Miss Li? Or does Yuan Feidao know this secret? With every word, the expressions of the two elders grew exceedingly grim. In the backyard, Ruan Yutu walked over, widened her eyes upon seeing Zhang Fuxing, but did not speak, merely watched silently. Beside Wei Bushi, the dragon-slaying sword suddenly appeared. He said in a low tone. Mr. Wei Bushi's tone was particularly firm. Despite caution, it lacked the initial tremor. Moreover, there was a kind of great edge restrained within, ready to burst forth at any moment. The dragon-slaying sword had grown stronger than before. Was it because the 1,000-mile Xiaoling was about to open? Or was it due to some other reason? Thoughts whirled in Zhang Fuxing's mind as he realized that to initiate the westward journey begins event, he had to complete the crucial nodes, Guanyin gifting the robe and Zen's staff, Emperor Tang entering the underworld, hosting the water and land ceremony, and Wei Zheng slaying the dragon in his dream. From the logical replay of the predetermined events, the grand scheme remains unchanged, details overlooked. Thus, this sword might not need to slay a dragon, but it must slay some living being. Could not be himself? Zhang Fuxing thus spoke with a smile. Yuan Tiandao stepped back. Wei Bushi then raised his head, staring fixedly at Zhang Fuxing. Mr. Beside him, the dragon-slaying sword emitted a soft hum, ripples spreading out. The yellow-teethed old man nearby swallowed nervously. Zhang Fuxing's smile faded. As he spoke, black mist churned behind him, skeletal figures floating and sinking within, not lacking the aura of celestial human and innate level. The entire Yuan mansion was on the brink of eruption. Wei Bushi suddenly closed his eyes, holding the sword. Moments later, an immortal shadow emerged from the void, taking the dragon-slaying sword from Wei Bushi's unmoving hand. Li Shiyuan's eyes shone. The yellow-teethed old man held his breath, concentrated. The immortal shadow's voice floated ethereally as the dragon-slaying sword hummed. An ancient figure seemed to float within. Zhang Fuxing stared at the long sword, calmly said. The immortal shadow drew the sword from its sheath, its light like a long rainbow. But as the rainbow pierced through the day, above the other shore world, suddenly there was a booming sound. The sword light abruptly halted. Everyone in the courtyard lifted their eyes in surprise, gazing at the celestial vault, only to see that celestial steel suppressing the heavens briefly lose luster. In this tremor, dragon chant echoed. A true dragon entered the realm, accompanied by 100-mile celestial light and 1,000-mile mist, crashing straight into the other shore world. The celestial steel glowed again, the rule barring immortal gods from entering reactivated, but the dragon, within the domain, venerates grand momentum swept across the entire world. No sooner had the beings in the other shore world shown signs of shock. In Chang'an Town, the celestial light dimmed. The true dragon had already reached above the town's celestial vault. Zhang Fuxing murmured, but soon sensed something amiss, for the true dragon swirling in the sky was glaring directly at him, its eyes colored differently from a mindless star beast. Not a star beast. This was a dragon with consciousness, a purposeful dragon aimed at him. Arrived, Zhang Fuxing sighed in wonder, gazing at the immortal shadow wielding the dragon-slaying sword. He spoke lightly, his tongue lashed like a lotus, body shimmering in golden light, holding a vaguely large seal with great dignity, like a human emperor in person. Saint's golden body, human ancestor position, human emperor's seal, words and laws follow. It was a decree akin to an emperor's mandate. The dragon-slaying sword resonated. Within it an ancient figure briefly awakened, stepped out from the sword, took up the sword edge from the immortal shadow. Then, under the bewildered gazes of all in the courtyard, the ancient figure mutely stepped forward, ascending to the heavens. The true dragon roared. Sword light erupted again, briefly tearing through the celestial canopy above the other shore world. Lines of divine spirit's sight abruptly penetrated downward. The courtyard fell silent. So this is the Wei family's trump card? The light voice echoed. The immortal shadow bereft of the dragon-slaying sword looked at the youth in horror. How did he do it? The ancestor. How did he truly heed his words, emerge from the sword, and ascend to the heavens? Chapter 447, 306. Search high and low, only to find it effortlessly. Chapter 447. Chapter 306. Search high and low, only to find it effortlessly. World plateau, in the middle of the sky. The god's gaze pierced through the sword-light divided celestial canopy, once again seeing the scene from the other shore world, and also witnessed the ancient figure wielding a long sword, battling against the star beast. A multitude of eyes looked over. All saw that true dragon roaring, stirring up a storm, its 5 claws glowing, commanding the vapor across millions upon millions of miles. This dragon clearly possesses self-awareness. Moreover, just now a Tao scripture suddenly appeared in the sky, dimming the celestial steel for a brief moment. The gods exchanged bewildered glances. Meanwhile, within the other shore world, the ancient figure was dull, clearly not truly awakened, just a hint of spiritual light holding the sword, obeying the human emperor's will, ascending to the heavens to slay the dragon. It instead seemed like a mindless star beast, acting on instinct. This rise and fall, the ancient figure gripping the dragon-slaying sword was locked in a stalemate with the true dragon, both engaged in fierce battle, unable to determine the winner. Yuan Mansion. Jiang Feinio saw the immortal shadow speak in a low tone, watched the youth carrying the vague great seal with a smile. After a pause, Zhang Fuxing spoke indifferently. The immortal shadow cautiously retreated. Yuan Tiandao's expression was tense, staring at the youth standing with hands behind his back. The opponent gave him an extraordinarily terrifying pressure, a spiritual sense frantically warning. This fellow, what is his origin? Is it because of the central pole sect leader behind him? In the deathly silence, Zhang Fuxing still maintained a smiling appearance, but his gaze was incredibly profound. His own spiritual sense was also warning. Although he couldn't discern the cause and origin of the true dragon, he sensed keenly that this was an earth deity. The first thought Zhang Fuxing had was the ancestor of land immortals. Or rather, ancestor of earth immortals. The ancestor of earth immortals, inherently worshipped by all earth deities, similar to Emperor Hudo, earth deity. Overseeing the land and earth deities, now a true dragon appears in the world and is an actual earth deity that shouldn't exist in this era. The ancestor of land immortals most likely descended into the mundane world. This true dragon is probably here to test the waters. A sense of urgency rises in Zhang Fuxing's heart. Since the opponent can suppress the celestial steel, they can naturally enter the other shore world directly. Is he a match for them? Zhang Fuxing was uncertain. No matter what, he hadn't truly stepped into the Venerate domain, though he could fight and suppress ordinary Venerates. But facing a great divine power user's divine descent, facing someone holding the Earth Book and possessing the great celestial position, Zhang Fuxing reached out to Old Bull, inquiring about the ancestor of land immortals. After all, they once waged divine wars and were mortal enemies. Old Bull's voice echoed in Zhang Fuxing's mind. But fortunately, although this old, unkillable thing is innately unbeatable, even true saints and suspected fifth realm of the divine path, celestial venerates, or Buddhas find it helpless. His own methods of combat are quite ordinary. I couldn't deal with him, and he also found it difficult to suppress me. While listening to every word of Old Bull, Zhang Fuxing's expression became more somber. Since an earth deity has appeared in the world, this fellow has most likely brought the Earth Book into the mortal realm. In other words, even if it's just an avatar, it is innately undefeated. He himself has no ability to break the Earth Book's defenses. Right? As thoughts spun and twirled, Zhang Fuxing suddenly felt a bit dazed, as if all this was predestined. He was destined to form a great enmity with the ancestor of land immortals. He was destined to confront this person. The Five Mansions Temple was inherently a landmark event on the journey west. He whispered, raising his head, looking at the fearful immortal shadow in Yuan Tiandao. Suddenly finding them mundane, finally glanced at the sky at the still battling true dragon, an ancient figure. Zhang Fuxing said calmly, "Ascension to God is imminent. He must find Yuan Feidao, obtain the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron from this ancestor. Since the other party is hidden, then force them out." Zhang Fuxing was certain Yuan Feidao's plans were not merely for ascension to God, surely linked closely with thousand-mile Xiaoling. Therefore, demolish this Xiaoling. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Zhang Fuxing's gaze moved beyond Yuan Tiandao and Wei Bushi's formed immortal shadow. His gaze paused on yellow-teeth old man, Wan Yutu, and others before finally landing on Li Shiyuan. Li Shiyuan was slightly stunned, narrowed his eyes, spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Fuxing's voice was solemn, akin to a morning bell or evening drum, or like a startling blow. In the booming sound, Zhang Fuxing gave a flower-picking smile. No manifestations, no Buddha's light, no Brahma sound resonating. He simply gave a flower-picking smile. Li Shiyuan's head buzzed, his nape tingling, immediately understanding who the person before him was. "Mr. Zhang, this is Zhang Fuxing. This is the world venerate." Li Shiyuan's heart beat wildly. Had the other party not seen through his disguise? Did he truly consider him to be Kasayapa? Thoughts churned, and without hesitation, he prostrated himself, amidst the bewildered gazes of others, calling out. He was master and also world venerate. Zhang Fuxing gently stepped forward, reached out, and lightly patted Li Shiyuan's head thrice. He spoke in a somber tone. Li Shiyuan's heart quivered. What does this mean? Before he could react, he saw the youth already turning to leave, leaving behind a light statement. Zhang Fuxing walked away with Lin Changel, without looking back, out of Yuan Mansion. He was going to Xiaoling. He was going to demolish Xiaoling. Their figures faded. Li Shiyuan rose from the ground, his expression both horrified and contemplative. He wasn't a fool. He discerned the implied meaning in Zhang Fuxing's words, and this world venerates underlying intention. The world-honored one Buddha seems to not truly wish for the return of the real venerable Kashyapa. He was truly inviting me to replace venerable Kashyapa, inviting me to cooperate? But why? Li Xiaoyuan was baffled and couldn't understand. At what point did the other party see through his true form? World Plateau. The ancestor of Earth immortals slowly lifted his eyelids, his thoughts no longer attached to the true dragon, and spoke in a deep voice. I saw Zhang Fuxing. He paused for a moment. This middle-aged man holding the Earth book squinted his eyes, thinking of the scene he had just witnessed. That Zhang Fuxing, with a command, summoned an ancient-looking figure, wielding a sword, to fight against the Earth spirit he had personally decreed. The true dragon is at the venerate level. In other words, Zhang Fuxing summoned a venerate with a single word. Interesting, truly interesting. After pondering for a moment, the ancestor of Earth immortals looked at the three people beside him and spoke serenely. Guolinju's face blossomed with a smile, and he spoke softly. The other shore world has undoubtedly become the stronghold of the world-honored one Buddha. The ancestor of Earth immortals interrupted. Guolinju paused for a moment, unaffected. No worries, we were not planning to hunt in the core. The ancestor of Earth immortals raised an eyebrow. Guolinju's smile faded. He extended a hand, and light began to surface. He spoke in a deep voice. The ancestor of Earth immortals gazed at the supreme treasure in Guolinju's hand, his face showing a look of surprise. After a while, he sighed softly. This item ended up in your hands, in a different dimension. We've been pursuing it for a long time. Guolinju's expression remained unchanged, just chuckling, then calmly put away this special supreme treasure. Other shore world, 1,000-mile mountain ranges. Chang'an town nestled against the continuous Jiuzhong mountain range, beneath which is buried the 1,000-mile Zhaoling mausoleum. Li Yi and Luo Chang followed behind the scruffy old man. Panting as they escaped from Chang'an town, they looked up at the sky, where a true dragon was battling an ancient-looking figure, their fight threatening to topple heaven and earth. Li Yi shrank her neck, looking at the scruffy old man beside her. The scruffy old man replied with a smile, and Li Yi and Luo Chang exchanged a skeptical glance. Half a month ago, this scruffy old man had suddenly sought them out, revealing Li Yi's hidden great secret, a tomb of her ancestors. He even claimed he could help her open the grand tomb. After a moment of silence, Li Yi employed the Qi observation technique, looking toward this 1,000-mile mountain range, where purple aura soared ceaselessly. She licked her lips. The scruffy old man shook his head, speaking serenely. The celestial secret indicates the old traces will appear on February 9th. Li Yi curiously asked. The scruffy old man nodded serenely, with a long sigh. Li Yi and Luo Chang exchanged glances. The former couldn't help but press further. She pointed upwards, daring not to look, as she was using the Qi observation technique. If she looked at those two terrifying beings in the sky, she would not go blind, but her eyes would hurt for a long time. The scruffy old man pondered, seeming to hesitate, then finally spoke. I only know there is a method, but specifically, you must ask old Yuan. Li Yi was taken aback. The scruffy old man chuckled, his face suffused with a sense of nostalgia. Old Yuan, he's no ordinary man. He's planned innumerable schemes and might accomplish an extraordinary feat on February 9th. Li Yi and Luo Cheng looked at each other, even more confused. Remnants of Ling Mountain? How is it related to her ancestors? She couldn't help but ask. The scruffy old man smiled. 3 question marks appeared on Li Yi's forehead. The scruffy old man nodded with a smile. Old Yuan said there's no need to hide it from you. He extended his hand, brushing through his hair to pull out a golden needle. Li Yi leaned closer, curiously examining the golden needle, instinctively asking. The scruffy old man replied calmly. As his words fell, the 3 of them suddenly tensed. Where did the voice come from? They simultaneously turned their heads to see the void gently torn open, and a pair of young boys and girls emerging from within. Li Yi exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Fuxing didn't answer, smiling, his gaze focused intently on the golden needle in the scruffy old man's hand, his eyes shining brightly. See stabilizing divine needle iron, gold cudgel. It could reach into a different dimension, a treasure allowing instant ascension to God. He softly praised, but the scruffy old man grabbed Li Yi and Luo Cheng, turned around, and ran. Chapter 448, 307. Slaying Divine Spirits in 10 Breaths. Silence falls upon the Celestial Vault. 5K. Chapter 448, Chapter 307. Slaying Divine Spirits in 10 Breaths. Silence falls upon the Celestial Vault. 5K. Run, run, run. The shabby old man felt a chill all over his body, for the opponent's arrival was too abrupt, and he hadn't detected it at all. This indicated the gap between him and this person was enormous. He grabbed Li Yi and Luo Cheng, wielding great power. Celestial music played without being struck, and divine light paved a splendid road beneath their feet. Following this brilliant road, just one step brought them to the edge of the other shore world. One more step, and they would charge straight out. As long as he leaves the other shore world, the shabby old man had a way to immediately hide, and returning wouldn't be difficult, using the teleportation road mark. The exit of the other shore world was right in front of them. An instant, another instant. They were out. Gray fog shrouded the world plateau, and above the celestial vault, gaze after gaze fell like lightning. The shabby old man was unafraid, knowing the god's eyes wouldn't linger long on an ant like him. He could leave any time, escape any time. However, reality seemed a bit different from his imagination. Li Yi, held mid-air like a chick, dumbfoundedly watched the giant hand descending from the sky. It wasn't just one. The thick fog parted, and countless mighty divine spirits sat atop the fog, more radiant than the sun, wider than the starry sky. Over 20 deities simultaneously reached out their enormous hands to seize them. It's over. The shabby old man's mind went blank. He was stunned, wanting to escape, but realized the air had become incredibly sticky. Even space was locked. The teleportation road mark failed. The void could not be torn nor crossed. At this moment, he couldn't even move a finger. He could only watch powerlessly as the more than 20 gods sitting above, with the momentum of breaking through the fog, came to seize and destroy. A gentle voice sounded from behind. Familiar, it was that mysterious young boy Li Yi referred to as Brother Zhang. He actually followed them out. He was really bold. The only thought that passed through the shabby old man's mind, before he could think further, was interrupted by an astonishing scene. Above, the giant hands breaking through the fog actually stopped. This scene was breathtaking, one giant hand after another suspended in mid-air, poised to fall, but not falling, hanging without descending, like great swords stabbing down from the heavens, suspended in the sky, not dropping. Amidst the three people's mental freeze, a crisp sound of footsteps arose. Someone stood behind them, stood beyond the ghost gate, just a step away from leaving the other shore world. Then, that gentle voice sounded again. Silence, silence. A divine spirit spoke from the celestial vault. A questioning voice rippled down from above, sharp enough to sting the skin. The shabby old man, stiffly raising his head, looked up at the deities. He saw a divine spirit bearing a long sword, sitting unmoved, towering like a mountain, with long hair tied high, wearing garments seeming woven from starlight. The gentle voice rose again from behind. The young man did not answer the divine spirit's inquiry, or rather test, but countered with a question. The venerable god raised an eyebrow, his stunning face full of caution, unwilling to speak first, but with two great divine power users commanding, he had no choice. Thus, under the gaze of the shabby old man, Li Yi and Luo Cheng, the mighty divine spirit spoke in a low voice, just started to speak. The voice from behind peacefully interrupted. A string of incomprehensible words fell. The shabby old man saw a hand, reaching from behind, crossing between him and Li Yi, extending towards the celestial vault. The stunning divine spirit squinted. Speaking, the divine spirit wielded a sword, slashed down, tearing the firmament, the sword light illuminating hundreds of thousands of miles. The gentle voice sounded. The raised hand and the descending divine sword clashed. Just before the clash, the pure, white, jade-like palm, with a divine glow, trembled with sword cries. Thus the divine sword was ripped in half by an invisible sword light, shattered, the sword light still rising, passing through air, through the mist, upward, upward. The shattered pieces of the divine sword began to fall to the earth. The stunning divine spirit changed color, removing the hairpin from their high-coiled hair, letting long hair fall, fluttering with the wind. The hairpin also transformed into a sword. With a gentle pull, a streak of starlight was drawn, pouring downward. Afterward, the starlight was parted, the hairpin also parted. The seemingly ordinary sword energy was unstoppable. The stunning divine spirit exclaimed in terror. Mighty powers were dispatched to intercept, but their hands were pierced by the sword light. The white-haired elder raised his eyes, pointed down, seemingly with vast cosmos turning at his fingertip, intending to crush that thread of sword energy. But as the point neared, closer, the sword energy suddenly vanished, appearing directly above the stunning divine spirit's head. The white-haired elder roared in anger, the stunning divine spirit, being his kin, unwilling to let them be lost here. Thus, the elder wielded the truly great means, great divine techniques to decree to the heavens, to all paths. Chapter 449, 307, Slaying the Divine Spirit in 10 Breaths. The Celestial Vault Falls Silent. Chapter 449, Chapter 307, Slaying the Divine Spirit in 10 Breaths. The Celestial Vault falls silent as the calm voice fell. An iron rule was momentarily established. In Qinghe City, thousands of miles away, the Chui family, celestial human, who was practicing swordplay, was suddenly bewildered, realizing that the overwhelming sword light he had raised disappeared, and afterwards, no matter how he tried to manipulate the long sword or perform intricate sword techniques, he could not stir even a trace of sword light, sword energy, and even when he flicked the steel-forged longsword with his hand, not a sound was produced. He was skeptical, lightly flicking the nearby trees, which made a dull sound, but when he pulled out the tree to use as a sword, the sound of the tree being flicked was utterly silent. It was not just him. The entire Qinghe City, and even the land within a radius of 10,000 miles, was the same. Whether they were mortals, innate beings, celestial humans, or even deities, none could evoke sword energy, sword light, or sword sounds anymore. It was as if these things had been prohibited from the most fundamental rules. Meanwhile, outside the other shore world, the celestial sword energy was similarly influenced by the iron rule, suddenly weakening, and weakening further, about to dissipate. Yet, just before dissipating, the celestial sword energy still descended. Cause and effect parallel. Cause has been initiated, and therefore the effect followed, unstoppable, unchangeable. Thus, the celestial sword light slowly dissipated. A faint, bitter smile emerged on the beautiful divine spirit's face. They lowered their head and asked. The young man said gently. The divine spirit sighed softly, head, body, mind, and soul, all split from the center. A venerate fell. The world for miles rejoiced. The earth was filled with spring color, and the celestial vault was tinted with golden light. Likewise, blood fell like torrential rain. The world fell silent. It was at this moment that the fragments of the disintegrated divine sword finally fell to the ground. Everything before and after happening within 10 breaths. A disheveled old man's throat moved for a moment, his face showing disorientation and bewilderment. He suddenly realized that the sticky sense of the air and space around him and the feeling of being insurmountable had vanished without a trace. The snow-white hand rested on his shoulder, gently patting it. The disheveled old man, with Li Yi and Luo Cheng, turned around wordlessly, walking into the ghost gate, entering the other shore world. The deities above the celestial vault, there were none who spoke, none who obstructed. All quietly watched the four figures walk into the other shore world. Just at this moment, a sky-shattering lamentation echoed from within the other shore world. A deity looked, seeing that the true dragon had its head severed. Dragon blood sprayed forth. Another venerate had fallen. The celestial light and canopy within the other shore world gradually merged, making this realm once again impossible to be penetrated and seen. The deities remained silent. The divine corpse, split in half, plummeted to the earth, stirring a sky-high cloud of dust and a muffled sound, amidst which a great power gazed absently at the shattered hand, recalling the moment his own hand was pierced through like tofu by that tenuous sword energy. He murmured, "World venerate." The divine spirits remained silent, instinctively looking at the white-haired elder with a somber expression. The latter pressed his lips together, silently rescinding the iron rule he had established in this place. Thus, sword light, sword energy, and sword sounds were once again possible here. The white-haired elder lowered his gaze to the divine corpse, his eyes chillingly stern. A divine spirit hesitated for a moment, then spoke. The divine spirit paused, reaching out, pointing at the immense divine corpse on the ground. The celestial vault fell slightly silent once more. The white-haired elder closed his eyes for a long time. He spoke deeply. The divine spirits exchanged looks, for the elder's attitude had shifted too quickly, from cautious probing to now intending to employ iron-fisted measures, even willing to activate the war sequence, willing to pay a brutal price, all to suppress the world-honored one Buddha. But it was understandable. Previously, the world venerate had never truly acted. But now, the world-honored one Buddha, though still unfathomable, had at least shown some cards and remained within a killable, suppressible realm. Yet now, what the future may hold is uncertain. Long pain is worse than short pain. A divine spirit slowly nodded, then asked, "Which part of the war sequence do you want to mobilize?" The white-haired elder's face suddenly revealed a faint smile. Kong Shintong suddenly looked sideways, staring at the white-haired elder, suddenly understanding his plan. This guy wants to use this opportunity to openly weaken the power of the provinces. The world-honored one Buddha has established the other shore world and openly slew a Federation deity, which is the best reason, whether or not dozens or hundreds of venerates succeed in hunting him down, it's not a loss. Success could eradicate the world-honored one Buddha. Failure could significantly weaken the provinces, thereby removing a huge threat. Chapter 450, 307, 10 Breaths to Slay Divine Spirit. Celestial Vault falls silent. Chapter 450, Chapter 307, 10 Breaths to Slay Divine Spirit. Celestial Vault falls silent, even to say. The best outcome is the fall of the world venerate, with 70 to 80 out of 100 venerates also perishing. Divine blood may well flow into rivers, Kong Shuntong remarked cautiously. The white-haired elder merely smiled calmly. Thus, the celestial vault fell silent. The decree of the great divine power user was swiftly conveyed to the capital, to be distributed to the 45 provinces not yet independent. Forcibly recruiting deities. The ancestor of land immortals chuckled playfully, shaking his head. Guolinju's face bore a smile, his eyes flickering. I've received news that the decree was issued by the War Department's head, which was quite unexpected. The ancestor of land immortals responded indifferently, speaking with a peaceful tone. Naturally, it won't change. He spoke faintly. Guolinju's eyes flickered, lowering his head. The ancestor of land immortals nodded, yawning, silently gazing at the distant other shore world, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Just now, that wisp of sword aura. Too sharp. So sharp that even my spiritual sense gave a faint warning. This is incredible. This means if facing thousands of those special sword auras, the Earthbook might have an extremely slight chance of failing to resist. Although the probability is almost zero, it's not entirely void. This is not good, not good at all. The ancestor of land, immortals lowered his eyelids, gently caressing the earth book, flipping a page. He transformed and conferred a ferocious tiger on a mountain into an earth deity, then a carp in a river, a bird circling in the sky, a deer in a dense forest, a stray dog in the city. Under the frightened gaze of Guolinju and the two venerates, this ancestor of land immortals wantonly conferred earth deities. The weak ones became celestial humans. The strong ones, like that already beheaded true dragon, became directly a venerate. Guolinju swallowed hard, cold sweat breaking out. What kind of ability is this? Other shore world. The three follow behind the teenager, woodenly walking back to the Juzong mountain range. By now, the sloppy old man was still in a daze. A deity, a venerate just like that, got slashed? Not just him. Even Li Yi and Luo Cheng weren't much better off, their gazes at the teenager filled with extreme horror, their hearts pounding. As for Zhang Fuxing, he lowered his eyes, walking step by step, no change visible on his face, though his heart was bleeding. A loss. A huge loss. Slaying one venerate, capturing a residual soul of a venerate, yet at the cost of a wisp of heaven-opening sword aura. Damn it! Zhang Fuxing forcibly suppressed the intense weariness deep in his soul. To avoid showing weakness, he forcibly instant-killed that venerate. If not done like this, if he displayed the slightest weakness, the next test would not be a venerate. Perhaps a multitude of deities in the sky would take action, so he chose to pay a great price, exhausting more than half of his essence, chi, and spirit as a lead, augmenting the heaven-opening sword aura, forcibly slaying that exceptionally beautiful divine spirit. But what truly startled Zhang Fuxing was the iron law decreed by the white-haired elder. Zhang Fuxing murmured internally, with a cold gaze and one sentence, briefly altered the basic rules within a span of miles. Within a span of miles of the world plateau, swords could not emit sword light, sword aura, sword sound, or rather, forcibly removed all things related to swords. This terrifying iron law even caused the heaven-opening sword aura to disappear directly. This thought surfaced in Zhang Fuxing's mind. Then he suppressed it. By now, he had walked back to the Juzong mountain range. Lin Changle was quietly waiting in place. The heaven and earth primordial chi in the air was violently surging. A true dragon in the distance fell in Chang'an town. Its remains nurturing back the earth. Zhang Fuxing paused, turned around, and peacefully gazed at the sweaty, sloppy old man, speaking gently. The old man's lips trembled, a bitter look appearing on his face, but he finally handed over the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron. A small golden needle. Zhang Fuxing accepted the golden needle. Not heavy, no other mysteries appearing, yet he seemed entranced. This was the legendary Rui golden cudgel. After a long time, Zhang Fuxing toyed with the golden needle, his divine thought carefully probing and sensing, asking without lifting his head, "Where's the great tomb?" How to use this golden needle to enter the tomb early. Also, Li Yi shrunk her neck. Luo Cheng remained silent as cicadas, both staring at this gentle-looking teenager, their minds in a daze, as if in a dream. They still found it hard to associate the person before them with Brother Zhang, who led them to the black market before. Who exactly is he? Meanwhile, the sloppy old man remained silent for a moment, then spoke hoarsely. Zhang Fuxing, still gazing at the golden needle in his palm, not lifting his head. The sloppy old man's breath hitched after a moment of silence. Zhang Fuxing did not look at him, continuing to scrutinize the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron. After a while, he spoke calmly. The sloppy old man's lips trembled. Zhang Fuxing gave him a curious glance. The sloppy old man was stunned, then his scalp tingled. This terrifying figure who, under the hindrance of great powers and even great divine power users, instant killed a venerate, still hasn't achieved ascension to God? He is still a celestial human? The old man's head spun, and that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.